calm world, broken from the sight through her lonely eyes. It reflects the ocean and stars, but her cry echoes around the simple loss of love in her heart, making this whole fairy tale alive. Mirth and sorrow's tender embrace, this was never meant to happen. The light of the day, the only reason you have to stay. Hear me sing my song and just keep holding on. Cinderella, why don't you stay with me tonight? We will dance until midnight comes and we could run away. Oh, we will never ever be apart. Set aside all your fears, this magic lives inside your heart. I am here, would you wanna stay with me tonight? Follow me, we will run across the bridge of fantasy. Oh, all the pain and sadness let it be. Believe in me, hold me close, don't ever let me go. Come and stay with me forever. Magic lives so long as I am here.
Hey guys, welcome back to another Saucy Mayhem video. My name's Mojo Mayhem, and today I'm playing Cinderella Phenomenon. It's an Otome game, and that's really all I know about it. It's like a visual novel. Once upon a time, in a kingdom far, far away, there were two crystals. One was the Crystallum Lucis, protected by the ruler of the fairies. The other was the Crystallum Tenebrarum, which was watched over by the high leader of the witches. The Lucis was sustained by love, happiness, and joy. The Tenebrarum by fear, anger, and hatred. The fairies and witches lived in harmony with the humans of the kingdom. They regulated the powers of the crystals in order to maintain balance between darkness and light. For there can be no joy without sadness, no courage without fear. The kingdom was at peace for a time. Then one day, a traveling bard decided to write stories, tales of the magic and wonders of the kingdom. He named these stories fairy tales. In fairy tales, the light always emerged victorious and true love was a usual reward. The fairy tales spread further than could have been predicted. The humans of the kingdom began to believe that fairy tales were true, and that the magic of the witches was inherently wicked and cruel. The witches became hated and feared. Eventually, they were hunted like animals. The witch hunt. The high leader of the witches, in all of her anger, created the fairy tale curse. You think we are wicked? So be it. Just as you have taken our happily ever afters, we shall take yours. The witches used the fairy tale curse to attack humans indiscriminately, ultimately throwing the kingdom into chaos and darkness. The ruler of the fairies, the Lucis bearer, sought to regain peace, but the witches were blinded by their hatred for humans, who were responsible for the witch genocide. A terrible war, the Great War, began. Eventually, the Tenebrarum bearer, the high leader of the witches, was finally defeated. The Tenebrarum was lost, peace was restored, and the light once again triumphed. But darkness can never fully disappear. It waits in the shadows, patient for when its time will inevitably return. Our name is Lucette. Prologue. Ice Princess. My name is Lucette Riella Britton, daughter of King Gennaro Britton III. I'm the crown princess of the Kingdom of Angiel. At least, that was who I used to be. But that was before yesterday, when I became a victim of the infamous fairy tale curse. Everyone has forgotten my birthright. Now I'm nothing more than a lowly peasant. I feel like I'm stuck in a nightmare, but no, this is my reality now. I still have no idea what I must do to break the curse. I close my eyes and remember that day. It had started out like any other day. Maid A. Have you heard? Another person was cursed. I'm on my way to the dining hall for breakfast when I stop and listen to the sound of hushed voices. There are two maids standing next to each other with brooms in hand. These two are slacking off again. That's terrible. What fairy tale curse was it? They say it was Pinocchio. Pinocchio? The fairy tale with the lying boy whose nose grows longer? That's awful. You know, more and more people have been getting cursed lately. You think those wicked witches are up to something again? I thought that fairy tale curses would stop after you-know-who was defeated. You two were hired to work, not talk. We're sorry, Your Highness, as can only be expected from the likes of them. Another fairy tale curse. The fairy tale curse started spreading even before the Great War began. I don't have much interest in its effects even now. After all, most humans probably deserve to get cursed. The victims are weak. Angiel would be better off without the dead weight. If it were up to Mother, the cursed would have been banished from Angiel the instant they fell prey to it. But Mother's not here anymore, and she's not coming back, ever. Princess? The king and queen are waiting in the dining hall. I'm on my way. The king, Ophelia, and Rod are all present in the dining hall. Someone's conspicuously missing, but I ignore their absence. Good morning, Lucette. This is King Gennaro. Good morning, Your Majesty. Good morning, Lucette. Ophelia. Lucette. Ophelia. Ophelia Widensov. Every day I wonder why my father, the king, married a lowly baker. She can never be a true queen, for she pales in comparison to Mother. I take my seat next to the king, then look up at the person sitting opposite me. Rod Benedict Widensov, my stepbrother, is bored and quiet as usual. He's 2 years my junior and the younger of Ophelia's children. He's mute and uses a plush bunny to voice his thoughts. It was apparently given to him by a fairy. He minds his own business and is easy to deal with. But his older sister, my eyes go to the empty seat beside him. She's probably the most infuriating person I have ever had the displeasure of knowing. Emmeline. I'm sorry I'm late. I was reading and forgot the time. And here she is. Good morning, dear father, mother. Good morning, Rod. And good morning to you too, Lucette. It's a beautiful morning, isn't it? Emmeline Widensov, Rod's elder sister and my stepsister. She acts as if we're blood, as if she too were born a princess, as if she could be crowned princess, perhaps steal my place. I'll never let that happen. Now that everyone's here, let us begin. Butlers glide inside with silver trays to carefully serve us breakfast. So, Emmeline, you were reading the fairy tale books that the king brought you? Oh yes, there are so many and they're all so wonderful. Thank you so much, Father. I'm happy that you like them. I love them. It's so strange that the library didn't have any of them to begin with. That's because Mother hated them. She had all of them burned. But why? They're such charming stories. Fairy tales mislead humans into believing they can have things they don't deserve. Fame, riches, love, happily ever afters. And when their wishes don't come to fruition exactly as they want them to, they blame the witches for granting them in the first place. What are you implying about the witches, Lucette? The atmosphere shifts, the air in the room growing heavy. I continue to eat. Perhaps witches are not responsible for the evil in this world. Perhaps humans are the cause of their own downfall. Have you any idea what you're talking about, child? Witches have caused nothing but pain and suffering to this kingdom. Even now, they still spread the fairy tale curse to our innocent subjects. The truth is, I know very little about the time the witches had free reign over Angiel. I was very young then, and Mother forbade me to leave the palace, sometimes even my room. I know nothing of the people's supposed pain and suffering. Mother kept me away from everyone, and so I can't bring myself to care. How do you know the cursed are innocent? Our people have been toiling day and night to rebuild Angiel after the Great War. Our people are the kingdom's foundation, and I'm endlessly grateful for their determination and resolve. Every day I wonder what your mother taught you about. Leave Mother out of this. Dear, please. Lucette, darling, your father didn't mean to. I'm not one of your children, Ophelia. I don't need your sympathy. Lucette, you'll show your mother respect. She's not my mother. I set down my fork and knife and stand up. I'm done. Excuse me. My father and I never got on, but our relationship has significantly worsened since he married the baker. My father, the king. It's been 17 years and I've never felt any love from him. He treats Emmeline and Rod, who only entered our life a year ago, like his own children, better than he ever treated me. This has been my life ever since Mother passed away 4 years ago. Mother was the only one that was there for me when no one else was. If it wasn't for the accident during the Great War, she'd still be here. Why the sour face so early in the morning, Princess? Let me guess. It's the king, the queen, or Princess Emmeline, or is it all of them? I ignore his question. Fritz, what are you doing here so early? I'm running some errands for my father. Fitzgerald Iden Leverton, son of the highest knight of the Order of Caldera. His father, Sir Alcaster, has served the royal family for many years. Sir Alcaster is one of the king's most trusted advisors. 3 years ago, Fritz was assigned the honor of becoming my personal knight. His presence is the only company I can tolerate nowadays. You should wait in the throne room then. Thank you. Princess? Yeah. You know, I haven't seen you smile once since I met you. Why is that of any importance? Still, I do hope to see you smile one day, Princess. Well, I won't take up more of your time. I'll see you at 10. 10. Don't tell me you've forgotten. Forgotten what? You're going to town today, remember? I deflate as the realization dawns upon me. It's been 2 days since the king issued the order. Lucette, I would like you to accompany Emmeline on one of her town outings. Surely you could send maids with her instead. I would not have requested you to accompany her if I was going to send her with her maids. I want you to make an effort to get along with your sister. Stepsister. She's your sister, and you'll treat her and Rod as if they were of your blood. 2 days from now, you're going to accompany Emmeline outside. It's been 4 years since you last left the palace. Ever since then, you locked yourself away. You barely leave your room. Angiel was in the grip of war back then, but now the kingdom's safe and back to its former glory. I want you to see how beautiful Angiel really is. Lucette, a princess must know her kingdom. Go with Emmeline, and she'll show you the town that you only ever see through your windows. Is that an order? If it needs to be. Are we clear? Lucette understood. The last time I left the palace was 4 years ago, when the king took me with him to check on the people after the Great War ended. I shake my head, removing myself from the memory. I'm safe here. Princess, are you all right? It won't be that bad. The townsfolk are good people. How can you be so sure? Times have changed. People change. That's precisely the problem. Mother never changed. Mother loved me until the end. Sometimes change is for the better, Princess. I think you'll see that today. If you'll excuse me, I'll see you later. Delora, do you think witches are capable of bringing back the dead? I wish you could talk to me, you and the others. My dolls are my only friends. They're the only ones I can trust. Unlike humans, they'll never betray me. They'll never hurt me. They'll always be there for me. The moment I saw Delora, I knew she was special. She was different, so elegant and realistic. It was almost as if she was breathing. She was a gift from the king on my 17th birthday. I only started receiving dolls from him when Mother passed away. Mother does not believe in birthday celebrations, but every year at midnight, a letter would appear under my door. It would contain instructions leading me through the palace on an adventure to a room filled with gifts, cakes, and sweets. A child's dream. I had been fascinated by the dolls, which had always held a little greeting card. A card with the words, "I love you" on it, signed by M. The card would tell me to keep those celebrations a special secret, but I didn't need to be told that. Mother always found a way to show me she still cared, in her own way. The secret celebrations had stopped as soon as she had disappeared. Yes. Excuse me, Your Highness, the king has requested your presence. This better not be another lecture. Tell him I'm on my way. I'll see you later, Delora. Good morning, Your Highness. Sir Mithros, the royal advisor. Father trusts him a great deal, just like he does Sir Alcaster. Every day you look more and more like your mother. I sometimes find Sir Mithros talking to Mother's portrait when he thinks no one's looking. He must have admired her a lot, but I can't bring myself to think highly of him. There's something about him that puts me on edge. Oh, you're on your way to see the king? I shall not keep you then. Until our next meeting, dear princess. Your Majesty. Lucette, are you ready? You'll enjoy this, Lucette. I've heard the toy shop has lovely dolls. It'll be good for you. You'll get to know your sister better, and be able to interact with and learn about the people of Angiel, about our subjects. I won't learn anything I don't already know. Why do you always believe that the people around you are incapable of good? Because I've seen how quickly people will betray and manipulate each other to get what they want. Mother warned me about human nature. You don't see clearly, Lucette. If you would only open your eyes, you would be able to see how good people really are. I believe I'm already quite capable of seeing the true nature of people. After all, I've seen there's no good in you. Lucette, Where were you when I needed you 4 years ago? Where have you been ever since? Back then, I had been overflowing with grief and pain. I had just lost Mother, my entire world. I had hoped that maybe then you would have shown me love and compassion, even just a hug to let me know someone was there. It had been a childish hope. I had been left alone. I didn't see him for months, had barely even heard his voice. You can't rely on anyone but yourself. You can't trust anyone but yourself. That's what you taught me. Your Majesty. I know that I've hurt you. I know there's nothing I can do to atone for what I did. But please, Ophelia and her children are not part of that. They don't deserve to be hated. In the end, they still matter more to him than I ever did. Lucette, enough. I've already said I'll go. Everyone's waiting outside. I shudder at the thought of leaving the palace after so many years. Lucette, it'll be okay. How can you be so sure? Thank you for agreeing to accompany Emmeline. I wouldn't disobey an order from the king. Excuse me. Hello, how can I help? Viorica! Princess Emmeline, how good to see you. I trail Emmeline, ignoring her as she embraces her friend. I glance around the small shop. The dolls displayed are nowhere near the quality of the ones in my room. I can't understand why Emmeline insisted she buy gifts for her friends here. I can't believe I'm outside the palace. There's no need to be so tense, Princess. I would never let anything happen to you. Your only job is to relax and enjoy yourself. You ask the impossible of me. There's no need to be so formal, Viorica. I'm still the same as I was. Oh yeah, Rod's come along too. It's been a while, Viorica. It's good to see you again too, Rod. And I must introduce you to Her Highness, the Crown Princess Lucette. The look on Viorica's face as she takes a step back from me is all too familiar. Fear. My apologies for being so rude, Your Highness. Good morning. And this is Sir Fitzgerald, Sir Alcaster's son. It's a pleasure to meet you too, my lady. Oh, you're Sir Fitzgerald? You really are, as handsome as Emmeline described in her letters. I'm sorry? Please don't mind her, Sir Fitzgerald. I'm sorry, Emmeline. Right. So, what brings you all the way here? Oh, I'm here to get some toys. Gifts for some new friends. Toys from here? Are you sure? Of course I am. I cross my arms. I would prefer we finish this errand as quickly as possible. Yeah, of course. I'm sorry, Your Highness. Princess, I can barely breathe in here. I just want to go back to the palace. Good morning. Up until this point, I had always considered Mother to be the fairest beauty in the land. The lady that walked in proved me wrong. Her beauty's mesmerizing and clearly without peer. Everyone in the shop is openly staring. Oh, you're early today, ma'am. I have some important errands to run later today. Are the items ready now? Oh, of course. Let me go and fetch them for you. I'll just be one moment, Emmeline. Why is she smiling at me? Here you are, ma'am. Thank you. That lady was beautiful, right? Any girl standing next to her becomes hopelessly ugly by comparison. Who is she? She's new around town. Some say that she's a fairy. A fairy? Fairies had saved Angiel from the witches 4 years ago. Everyone considered them our saviors, and yet the fairies are still unable to stop the fairy tale curse from spreading. Here you go. Thank you so much. No, thank you, Viorica. I hope to drop by again soon. Good. I look forward to seeing you again. I hope to see you again soon as well, Rod. Likewise. Leaving the palace was a bad idea. While I'm out, I'm the center of attention. Some townsfolk point and stare at me. Most, however, make a point of avoiding me, like I'm the plague. There are some spiteful stares, but thankfully, none are nearly as intense as they were 4 years ago. I'm sure the townsfolk are only surprised to see you again after so many years. Right. Fritz and Rod lag behind us, which leaves only Emmeline walking beside me. I can't decide which is worse, the staring or her company. Oh, Lucette, look! A street performance! It's been so long since I last watched one. Street performance. Good day, everyone. My name's Waltz, and I'm here to spread some happiness and magic. The boy named Waltz snaps his fingers and colorful flower petals start to rain down from the sky. Isn't that pretty, Lucette? And are those the princesses over there? It's an honor to have you in attendance. Please accept this humble gift. He snaps his fingers and white lilies appear in his hand. Oh, thank you. The boy looks at me as if expecting some kind of reaction. When he gets nothing from me, he sighs and gives me a wry smile. I hope to see you again during my next show. We'll definitely try. He gracefully bows before moving back into his area to perform more magic tricks for a gathering crowd. There are performers like this all around Angiel. I love them. Maybe someday we'll get to see some musicians too. Those are my favorite. I don't intend to leave the palace again. But you don't like it out here? Rod and I grew up here. I love Angiel, and this is my favorite part of the kingdom. I wanted to share this with you, Lucette. I know you didn't really want to come, but you still tagged along. That means a lot to me, so thank you. I didn't do this for you. I'm only here because the king ordered me to go with you. I just want us to be closer, Lucette. I'd like to try and be your friend. I don't want or need your friendship. No matter how you act around me, we are not and will never be sisters. I'd take care to remember that if I were you. But Rod suddenly grabs my hand, pulling me away from Emmeline. Stop it. He's staring daggers at me. I think this is the first time I've ever seen him angry. Rod, don't let me go. Both of you ought to stay away from me. I feel the heavy atmosphere as I turn to look at the people staring at us. Their expressions mirror the looks of disdain I saw years ago. Anger, disgust, hatred. I begin to walk away. Princess, wait. Don't follow me. Princess. I adjust my cloak, making sure my face is hidden from view. I never should have left the palace. As I walk around, I watch the people bumbling down the streets. So carefree. They work so hard for so little reward. They could work their entire lives and never have a fraction of what I have. And yet, they're happy. And I heard a niece lost her job at the palace. It's true. Crown Princess Lucette made sure the poor girl was fired. I stop in my tracks at the mention of my name. Not again. A niece? Was that the name of that one maid that tore Delora's dress? If so, my decision to fire her was justified. A palace maid can't be clumsy. Why should I tolerate poor performance? What did I do that was so wrong? I know that a niece. Hard-working and big-hearted. Very good with medicine. Shame she lost her job so quickly. You know how hard the crown princess is to please. My friend at the palace says she doesn't even smile. Only goes around with that cold look on her face. That's probably why they call her the Ice Princess. Ice Princess. So all those times I heard the servants saying that, I'd always suspected they were talking about me. She's the complete opposite of our Princess Emmeline. That child's an angel. We all know she should be crown princess. Annoyance begins to simmer inside me. I can't stand hearing anymore, so I walk away. Ever since Emmeline entered my life, I'm always being compared to her, and now I have become second best. I'm Lucette Riella Britton, daughter of King Gennaro Britton III, and the crown princess of the Kingdom of Angiel. I'm of royal blood. She's nothing. There you are. Princess, you must come back with me. It's getting too late for you to remain outside. Princess, are you all right? Are you hurt? I brush him off and turn him away. No need to fuss. Let's return to the palace. Leaving the palace was physically and mentally draining. My bed's welcoming to my unusually heavy body. I turn my head and meet Delora's glassy gaze from where she sits on my shelf. I left the palace today, Delora. It was the same as all those years ago. Everyone looked at me like I was... What have I ever done to deserve those looks? How can I be so hated, Ice Princess? I wish Mother was here. I look at the smiling faces of my dolls. At least I still have all of you. I yawn and stretch my arms. Good night, Delora. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Singing? But who? Up above the world so high, like a diamond in the sky. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. I blink my eyes open, only to see Delora sitting right in front of me on my bed. Moonlight spills across her delicate features. How I wonder what you are. Wasn't she on the shelf with all the other dolls when I went to bed? Delora, it's almost time. I pinch my cheeks to make sure I'm not dreaming. It hurts. Only 10 minutes before the clock strikes 12. I hope you're ready, princess. What? My doll just turned into a human. How? Who are you? You know who I am. I've been watching you since the day your father gave me to you. What's happening? I don't think I've ever been so confused in my life. All the answers will come with time, but right now, I am here to give you something, princess. Is this Cinderella's very own glass slipper? It's beautiful. Too beautiful. Then a realization begins to dawn upon me. You're a witch. Smart girl. I knew you'd figure that out eventually. Now it's time to say goodbye to your precious crown. What? Sweet dreams, Cinderella. Hey, wake up, girl. Huh? Where am... Ow, my head. You have some nerve sleeping in front of my shop. Leave before a customer sees you. I was in my room. How am I here? Did you not hear what I said, you filthy child? Filthy? You would speak to your crown princess in such a manner? If you're the crown princess, then I'm the queen. You must have been knocked on the head quite hard to have such grand delusions. I am not delusional. I'm Lucette Riella Britain, blood daughter of King Gennaro Britain III, the crown princess of Angiel. Right, the king never had a daughter with that witch. Is she referring to Mother? Witch? Don't pretend to be stupid, girl. I can only stare at her, puzzled. Our good king only has stepchildren, Princess Emmeline and Prince Rod. And you are most definitely neither of them. What? Now get gone before you go spouting your crazy gibberish at my customers and scare them away. With a huff, she leaves me to my own rapidly turning thoughts. I quickly realize that I'm wearing tattered clothes, and I don't even have shoes on. No, no, no. This can't be happening. Something shines against my chest, and I reach up to grab it. It all floods back. Delora being a witch, Cinderella's glass slipper. This is not a dream. Delora gave me the fairy tale curse. My hands begin to tremble. I must return to the palace to speak with the king. Let me in. Sorry, girl, but this palace is off limits to uninvited guests. You don't understand. I'm Crown Princess Lucette Riella Britain. I must speak with my father. As loath as I am to call him that, I have to. No one will believe me if I address him by title. You best leave now, nice and quiet, before we have to force you. If you would only... Make way for the king! The gates swing open, and 3 horses trot out. Soldiers ride 2 of the horses, while the last horse has a different, familiar rider. Father. I immediately move to block the path of his horse. The soldiers move to hold me back. Your Majesty! What is this? Your Majesty, the girl is claiming to be your daughter. Daughter? Both of my stepchildren are in the palace right now. What? Even Father is a part of this? Father, you must help me. A witch has cursed me. For once in your life, just once, help me. You must believe me. Tell me, where is your family, child? Why are you all alone? He looks at me with pity in his eyes. He's looking at me more kindly as a peasant than he ever did when I was the crown princess. And his daughter. I recoil. You must be hungry. Take this. This should feed you and your family for a day or 2. The kingdom offers work opportunities to those who need them. Please let your parents know. I don't want your pity, Father. Please escort this girl back to her home. Make sure she gets there safely. At once, Your Majesty. I watch as my father and his 2 guards ride away on their horses, leaving me to stand in their dust. He left me alone. Again. Where is your home, girl? There's nowhere left for me to go. Father has forgotten me. Leave me. Now look here. Our orders were to leave me alone. Suit yourself. Can't say we didn't try. Don't cause any more scenes, little girl. I watch with bleary eyes as the soldiers return to the palace. How can this be happening? I stare at the small pouch in my hands. I don't know what hurts more. The fact that I've just been unceremoniously paraded away from my home like I'm nothing more than a piece of garbage, or the fact that my own father doesn't recognize me. Oh, look at that girl's hideous dress. how difficult it is to be poor. I clutch the pouch closer to my chest as I run to an empty alley. I huddle in a corner, trying to become as small as possible. I squeeze my eyes shut, hoping that when I next open them, everything will be normal again. A dream? No matter what happens, you must not leave the palace. Why? The world is cruel. People will only ever hurt you. But they're always so nice to me. That's only because you're the crown princess. They'll only ever think of what they can take from you. I'm trying to protect you, my love. That's why you must never leave the palace. Never leave Mother. I'm the only one who will ever love you so much. Do you understand? I understand. Chapter 1. The Merchant. When I open my eyes, I'm still on the streets. I must have fallen asleep, but the nightmare continues. I'm cold in my rags. I hold myself for warmth, willing some of the cold away, but fail. My feet are numb and in pain, caked in a dirt that I've gathered from walking barefoot around town. Well, there's a frightful sight. Beggar probably thought she could try her luck with the nobility that live around here. Just look at how ragged she looks. What are you looking at? At two women that lack the basic manners of a noble upbringing. Silence, girl. Do you know who you're talking to? No, and I don't care. What nerve. Let's go. There's no reason to stoop to a commoner's level. I'll remember you. And once I break this curse, I'll make you regret those words. I've become acutely aware of the fact that I've not eaten anything for almost a day. I've been sitting here, thinking on the new mess that is my life, but moping around won't break my curse. Crying won't either. I should find that witch first, but how? I have no idea where she is. Delora, I swear I'll make you regret doing this to me. When I find you, I'll find food first. Is this all the king thinks I'm worth? Leave, girl. A dirty peasant like you has no place in this restaurant. But why? I can pay. Find another place. You're scaring away my customers. Am I not a customer? Shoo! There's nothing for you here. He just swatted me away like a fly. The nerve. Sensing that this will get me nowhere, I ball my hands into fists and walk away. I get the same treatment at the next 3 restaurants I try. I'm treated as something less than dirt, like my money has no real value. I'm the crown princess. They have no right to turn me away like this. I've been eating stale bread, anything to keep the hunger at bay. The bread barely helps. Out of the corner of my eye, I notice a small bakery. There are croissants on display that make my mouth water. Slowly, I begin to make my way over there. Ow. My feet ache with every step. They look and feel even worse than before. If only I had enough coins for a pair of shoes. But food is more important. If the rags I'm wearing and the pouch of money are all that I have, I need to prioritize, and I will die before I beg. 2 croissants. You'll need to pay, girl. There are no free handouts here. I take a coin from my pouch and hand it to her. This should be more than enough. The shop owner stares at the coin before reluctantly taking it. She hands me 2 croissants in a paper bag. I won't ask where you got those coins. Are you implying I stole them? How else would a beggar like you get that amount of coin? Now be off with you, child. I won't have you scaring away any other customers. Without another word, I turn and start to walk away from the woman. So this is the goodness of the people of Angiel. I take a bite out of one of the croissants, cringing a little at the dryness. Hey, girl. What now? We saw you at the shop. Want to share how you got your coins there? Excuse me. Look at her, brushing us off like she's royalty or something. Let me go. You ain't no better than us. Now be a good girl and hand over the pouch. The man on my left grabs at the pouch and attempts to yank it away from me. I won't let these brutes take anything from me. I elbow the man in the stomach, then aim a kick at the other man's shin. I have an opening and I take it. What? I pull myself free and begin to run as fast as I can. Hey, where do I go? I'm not familiar with the streets at all. It's highly likely I'm just gonna hit a dead end. Where should I go? Let's see what happens when we go left. I can't let the pain in my feet or my exhaustion stop me. If I stop now, they'll catch me. And taking my coins might not be the worst thing they do. A dead end. Nowhere left to run now, girl. What do I do? Oh, who are you, gentlemen? This is definitely not how you treat a lady. Huh? Who's there? A shadow looms over us. Before I can blink, a person jumps down in front of me. His body acts as a barrier between the two men and I. Who are you? Oh, me? Just a passing gentleman concerned about a damsel in distress. He turns to the men, his expression calm, his eyes flashing dangerously. Now, shall I teach you gentlemen a lesson? He's got a sword! What? Come back here, you coward! The two of us can take him. I think your friend has the right idea. I'm not the type to show mercy. This is way too much trouble for a little gold. Are you alright, my lady? You found her. The boy from yesterday? A little slow, aren't you, kid? Don't call me that. These two know each other? I don't even know what's going on anymore. I feel ill. My head's pounding, and my feet feel simultaneously like they're frozen and on fire. My stomach rumbles, the hunger coming back with vengeance. My body feels light. Princess. Princess! Lady Parfait will be able to help her. You're right. We need to move now before anyone else sees us. Yeah. Hang in there, princess. Everything is fading. A dream? What's that in your hands, Lucette? It was hurt. I just wanted to help it, but it died. It's all my fault. It's not your fault, my love. It died because it was weak. But this is the world, Lucette. Only the strong survive. The weak get cast aside to die. You're not weak. You're strong, my crown princess, and you do not cry. Now wipe your tears. I don't want to see you cry again, do you understand? Yes. Now get rid of that thing and wash your hands. Did you not hear me, child? Yes, mother. Oh, you're awake. Where am I? This is not my room. My hand flies to my chest, where the little glass slipper hangs from my neck. Still here. Are you okay, miss? This girl is the maid that tore Dolores' dress, the one I fired for her clumsiness. Miss? To think that I would meet her again here like this. Leave me alone. Right, of course. Here's some salve I made for you. It'll help with the pain. Now what? Haven't thought at all, have you, Ice Princess? You. Suddenly there she is. Dolores stands before me with a snide smile, looking happy with herself. She's the cause of everything I've been through. All the pain, heartache, and hunger. It's her fault. I try to stand, thinking to give the witch a piece of my mind. But as soon as my feet touch the floor, pain shoots up my legs. I end up falling back to the bed. Ow. You should be more grateful to the girl you just scared away. She's been taking care of you for the past 2 days. 2 days. I've been passed out for 2 days. I'm suddenly vibrating with anger. Remove the curse. Now. Ha! You think you can just command me to remove the curse in your best princess voice? What do you want, gold? What I want is worth more than all the gold you could summon in Angiel, princess. Besides, haven't you read your fairy tales? The caster can't take a curse back. You need to focus on breaking the curse yourself if you want your life back. Mother burned the books before I could read more than 1 or 2 of them. I don't think either involved curses, just genies and trading away your voice for legs. It's great that you're awake, princess. Parfait, should you really be up and about? Don't fuss, I'm feeling much better. Are you a witch too? No, my name's Parfait. I'm a fairy. A witch and a fairy in one room, being friendly with one another. Impossible. Oh, look at her face. You weren't expecting that at all, were you, princess? What's going on? I'm sure you have many questions, princess. How do you know I'm the princess? Don't be silly. She's a fairy. Of course she knows. I promise we'll do our best to answer your questions. I don't even know where to start. What would you like to know? Why was I cursed? Seriously? You're really going to ask that? I wouldn't have asked if I knew the answer. You have such a temper on you. Very well, this one's got a simple answer. It's because you're a cold-hearted, cruel, wicked princess who deserves to be punished. Delora, a curse is the only way to force you to change your horrid ways. Delora, you could have put that more nicely. I'm pretty sure I was already being nice. Change? Why do I need a change? Are you completely unaware of how heartless you are to other people? The coldness you show to your stepfamily and your father. The way you treat Princess Emmeline, why would they need to be treated any differently? You need to prove that you have some goodness in you, Princess. Some smidge of kindness. Why? People only show you kindness when they want something from you. The instant they get what they want, they'll just throw you away. What else would you like to know? How do I break the curse? The necklace you've got is one of Cinderella's glass slippers. To break the curse, you must get the second slipper. Complete the pair. And how do I do that? By doing 3 good deeds. What? It's a very easy thing to do, at least for someone who knows how to be good. 3 good deeds. What does that even mean? I wouldn't even know where to start. Take heart, Princess. Goodness is innate in everyone. Are you sure that's the case with this one? Delora, you're not helping. I'm a witch, and I think I have more goodness in my big toe than she has in her entire body. Now you're just being mean. For every good deed you accomplish, you'll get a piece of the glass slipper. When you've gotten all 3, you'll complete the pair, and the curse will break. Simple. I suggest you start by polishing that attitude of yours. What else would you like to know? What happens if I don't break the curse? I think you know the answer to that one already, Princess. What else would you like to know? Why are you two working together? To answer that, we'll have to give you a history lesson. Oh, I've got this. Once upon a time, in a kingdom far, far away, there were 2 crystals. Dramatics aside, there's only one crystal in the kingdom called the Crystallum Lucis. It's powered by happiness and love. The other is the Crystallum Tenebrarum, powered by fear and anger. The strongest of the witches is the Tenebrarum bearer. The strongest of the fairies is the Lucis bearer. Parfait is the Lucis bearer. I take in Parfait's frail and sickly appearance. She's the strongest fairy? The Great War greatly damaged me. My powers are a fraction of what they used to be. And with no child, I have no successor to my burden. What does a bearer do? The bearers regulate the energy of the crystals and keep the balance between darkness and light. For centuries, the fairies and witches lived in harmony with the humans of the kingdom, until a certain human decided to be a pest. Who was he? I knew him as Hans Gabriel Grimm. He wrote the fairy tales, and he started the feud between the witches and the fairies in the process. How could a single person have so much power? It was the power of his words. In Grimm's stories, the witches were always evil. The humans naturally grew to fear and hate them. They began to hunt them. Didn't the witches fight back? We aren't allowed to use our powers to cause harm. But that all changed when the Tenebrarum bearer decided revenge was more important than our promise. The witches took over the kingdom. They created the fairy tale curse to spread even more sadness and anger, to fill the human heart with negative emotions, all to fuel the power of the Tenebrarum. The delicate balance of harmony between the crystals was broken. The witches and the Tenebrarum grew far stronger than they were ever meant to be. We had no choice but to fight, and then the Great War happened. The Tenebrarum bearer was eventually defeated. The Great War was ended with the help of an unexpected ally, but many lives were lost. The good witches suffered horribly. We still have to stay hidden in hopes of having any kind of peace. Are you trying to make me believe that there are good witches? The Tenebrarum can poison a heart and mind into darkness and cruelty. The witches put themselves at risk in working with the Tenebrarum, in maintaining harmony. Some inevitably are corrupted. Many good witches were corrupted during the war. Most remain that way. Many do not believe it, but witches can be just as kind as fairies. And yet it wasn't a fairy that cursed me. I've done good by cursing you, Princess. You'll thank me when you've broken it. Delora was not corrupted by the Tenebrarum. She's as good as they come. Hopefully you'll come to see that for yourself. I doubt it. Apart from my own inherent goodness, Parfait and I are working together because we have a common goal, which is to restore the balance between darkness and light. 3 good deeds and I get my life back. Easier said than done. You said Cinderella, didn't you? Didn't she just go to a ball and find a prince? What does doing good have to do with that? Going to a ball, finding a prince, it's all so old-fashioned. No fun in that. Cinderella is a girl with a pure heart. She's always willing to help others, even when they're cruel to her. Anyway, I brought some clothes for you. I'll leave them on the table. We'll be waiting outside. There's some people I'd like you to meet. I can't believe this. I looked down at my neatly bandaged feet. I have to admit that while sore, they're nowhere near as painful as they had been 2 days ago. Here's some salve I made for you. It'll help with the pain. Why would she even care? I was the reason she lost her job at the palace. Oh, she probably doesn't remember me as the princess. But still, she has no reason to do such things for me. I ignore the salve for the time being and gingerly stand up, testing my feet for pain. The injury is definitely healing. I slowly walk over to the table and change into the clothes that have been left there. The dress is nowhere near as luxurious as the ones that I wear in the palace, but still it is far improved from my rags. All my life I've never had to lift a finger, and now I won't let them see how much they've rattled me. I refuse to break. Just watch me. I'll free myself from this curse. What is this place? There are several people in the room chatting amiably with each other. I noticed the girl that had left me the salve by the counter, serving drinks. But as soon as the people in the room notice me, the room falls into immediate silence. Well, look at what we have here. The Ice Princess herself. Huh? They know who I am? I didn't think it was true. Cursed for her cold-heartedness. As to be expected. You remember who I am, yet you still treat me like this? Well, you aren't really a princess anymore, are you? You're one of us now, girl. Everyone, please. You shouldn't be treating a newcomer like this. Princess, let me apologize. They mean no offense. I can't believe that. Not when the people Parfait is referring to simply smirk and shrug as I meet their gazes. What is this place? Welcome to the Marchen Tavern, a home for those with the fairy tale curse. You make it sound like some kind of holiday house. Don't ruin my moment, Delora. Marchen Tavern? The Marchen was built 3 years ago, when the number of cursed in Angiel continued to rise. The goal is to gather those affected so they might help each other to break the curse. Of course, I'm also here to provide help as necessary. Only the cursed and those allied with our cause can stay here. The evil and the wicked can never find this place. Most of the people here are cursed. How come these people remember who I am? The cursed are not affected by the conditions of someone else's curse. Your condition is simple. Everyone has forgotten you're the crown princess. But because these people here are cursed, they still remember your title. It goes without saying that fairies and witches are also not affected. Come, princess, let me introduce you to the few boarders we have at the Marchen. Parfait beckons the serving girl over. This is Anise. She helps out in the Marchen and does most of the cooking. I'm sure you understand why she's working here now. I believe she deserves an apology. Miss Delora? What are you talking about? Don't you worry your sweet little head over it. You don't remember what this ice princess did to you, huh? I have nothing to apologize for. Clumsiness does not befit a palace maid. I only did what was necessary. Well, it's nice to meet you, princess. I'm Anise Willow. I hope we get along. Really? This is how you're going to start doing good? I don't believe I asked for your opinion. Please, you two, no fighting. I hold my tongue as Parfait leads me to two people whose faces are incredibly familiar. Their faces I've seen in the palace before. This is Jurian Valiant and Garland Belrod. How did you know? Both of you were in the Order of Caldera. That's right. They were two of Sir Alcaster's best knights. It was a big surprise when they both left a year ago. I only found out recently that it was because they acted against Sir Alcaster's orders. They were stripped of their titles and dishonorably discharged from service. What are you two doing here? We helped the fairies. They and Anise are exceptions, and are allowed in this tavern without the curse. Jurian and Garland lend us their strength to help protect the Marchen. Protect? From the witches. They do anything to make sure their curses remain unbroken. And what about you? I'm an exception. Also, I'm good. You keep forgetting the good part. Remember, not all witches are evil. Your curse is a test. A test. Originally, the wicked were cursed so that they could learn to change. Their curses were meant to teach them a lesson. I'm hoping your curse will teach you a lesson too, Ice Princess. I really am only trying to help you. I don't need you to show me how to change. I just want my life back. Well, to do that, you'll have to break your curse. Try and make some friends, princess. They might be able to help you break your curse. Oh, I'd love to hang around and watch the princess try to be friendly. We have work to do, Delora. Fine. Try not to make any more enemies, princess. The instant Parfait and Delora leave the room, the temperature drops several degrees. Now I'm alone, I feel the cold stares return. Disgust. Contempt. As if I'm the reason they're cursed and have to take refuge in the margin in the first place. Make friends. All I've ever had are my dolls. I've never needed friends. I'll break this curse on my own. I was told it was rude to stare. One man suddenly stands up, the anger apparent on his face. His hands clench and unclench into fists as he glares at me pointedly. Jurian and Garland place themselves in front of me, shielding me from the man. You know the rules. What happened in the past stays in the past, and no one is allowed to harm anyone else in the margin. If you cannot comply, you are no longer welcome here. No matter, the Ice Princess will get what's coming to her. He throws one last glare my way before sitting down again. Break the rules, and you'll get what's coming to you. That goes for everyone here. Jurian's tone is cold and firm. There's no doubt that she means what she says. So these are the great knights of the Order of Caldera. The margin begins to settle down, and everyone eventually goes back to their conversations and meals. I walk towards an empty table, realizing I'm being deliberately ignored. I become immersed in my thoughts as I sit down. One thought, however, comes to me immediately. They hate me. They hate me somehow, when I've only ever left the palace twice in my life. How did this happen? The only people who treated me with any respect were Anise, Jurian, and Garland. Is it because they can't remember who I am? Maybe being in the margin's not such a good idea. I doubt anyone here wants to help me break my curse. They'd probably rather see me suffer under its weight. 3 good deeds. How am I supposed to complete 3 when I don't even know if I can accomplish 1? May I join you? I look up and stare in shock at the beautiful lady from the toy shop. Her beauty still manages to take my breath away. What is she doing here? You were in the toy shop. Yes. I was there picking up some items for a friend. I'm humbled you still remember me. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Miss Karma. Your name is Karma? A suitable name for someone as beautiful as me, you know? Karma, your narcissism's gonna scare the princess away. Oh, you're that magician boy. Boy? Oh, how appropriate. Boy. Call me that one more time and I'll ruin that pretty face of yours. You would hit a lady? How savage. Anyway, I'm Walt Cresswell. I have the Neverland curse. What about you, princess? What's your fairy tale curse? Does everyone share what their curse is? We talk about it freely in the margin. The whole point is helping each other break our curses, after all. Hard to do that if we keep our fairy tales quiet. He pauses, then narrows his eyes slightly. Well, some people keep their fairy tales a secret. He eyes Karma briefly, cocking an eyebrow. The smile never leaves Karma's face. Has anyone managed to break their curse? I've been told that a few have. A few? That's not very reassuring. Well, at least the curses can be broken. I can't particularly say that reassures me either. What ails you, darling? Is it your curse? You can talk to us about it. Tell us what it is. Cinderella. Oh goodness, Cinderella. That explains the nature of your curse. Only it's been reversed, hasn't it? Riches to rags. That's one way of putting it. Karma, you're not helping. You really are better off ignoring him, princess. He mostly speaks nonsense. He? Princess? Parfait's voice takes me by surprise. I hadn't even noticed her entering the room again. May I speak with you? I'd like you to meet someone, though I'm sure you already know him quite well. So you really are cursed. I was the one that gave Sebi to Rod, so he still has some way to voice his opinion. Sebi? Short for Sebastian. Cute, isn't it? It's nice to meet you, princess. Sebi's voice changes when it greets me. The tone it uses is lower whenever it speaks for Rod. Perhaps that's what Rod's voice actually sounds like. Wait, If he remembers me, does that mean... The mermaid's curse. What? That's my curse. Rod's been mute all this time because he's cursed? Does everyone else know? Obviously. They're my family. Even the king? He knows as well. So am I the only one you never told? I didn't think you'd particularly care either way. He's not wrong. Yet I can't believe I didn't know. I was left out again. What are you doing here? I've been trying to help Rod with his curse. That's why he comes to the margin from time to time. But I don't even want... Anyway, I only came here today to confirm that you were truly cursed. I wanted to see it with my own eyes. It was a big surprise when I woke up one day and you weren't in the palace. An even bigger surprise when I found out no one remembered you. It's been days since I was cursed. I wonder, how are things in the palace? Livelier, happier. Happier? I've never seen my family happier than they are now. I'd say it's a good thing you aren't a princess anymore. I'd always thought Rod didn't really care about me regardless, but this is the truth. This is how you truly feel. I have to be cursed for you to open up about how you truly feel. The only reason I didn't say anything earlier was because Emmeline didn't want me to. I'm happier now that you're gone. I don't have to pretend to like you anymore. I'll return to the palace now. I'm gone and they're all happier. Your very existence has been erased in the palace. They've never known you. That doesn't mean they're happy without you. Even the king. What did I expect? Why'd you bring me here? The people in the margin, I shouldn't have left you alone in there. I'm sorry. You knew how they felt about me. What have I ever done to them? Now isn't the right time to explain. When will it be the right time? So many things have already happened to you. I need you to be patient, Lucette. Has the prince already left? Yes, he has. Princess, we'll talk about this later. For now, you must focus on breaking your curse. Did I miss something? No. Right. Maybe the fairy is right. I don't think I'm ready to find out how I made so many people hate me. Well, Parfait, I think it's time we get down to business. What should we do with her? What are you talking about now? You, of course. You've got nowhere to go, right? She is right. I think back to the days I spent on the streets and shiver. I'll do anything, as long as I don't have to go back there. The princess can stay at the margin with me and the rest of my boarders. I had almost forgotten what hope felt like. But you'll have to work in exchange for a room. I celebrated too soon. What? Magic has its limitations, just like anything else. Money doesn't appear out of thin air, not even for a fairy. The margin doesn't attract many customers, since only the cursed and a few others can enter. I sell my potions here and there, but I have several hungry mouths to feed, and my funds are tight. I thought fairies lived in luxury. Parfait, are you broke? Ouch, even the Ice Princess can tell. And yet you still take people in? That's always been how Parfait operates. She's good-natured to a fault. I'm told suffocating beneath my debt will be what kills me. Why don't you just leave? I assume you make enough to take care of yourself. Leave someone who's in need of help? I could never. And that, princess, is how goodness works. How goodness works. It's not as if I accept freeloaders. All my boarders help me run the margin and do errands. The princess has never worked a day in her life. I doubt she'll be useful. If karma can be useful, anyone can. I've yet to see karma be anything but useless. Princess, you're more than welcome to stay if you're willing to help out. It's the least you can do in exchange for a roof over your head and 3 meals a day. Oh, and shoes. Do I even have a choice? I toss and turn in bed, unable to fall asleep. The mattress is hard and the sheets are itchy. Nothing at all like the bed I had in the palace. What I would give for my old bed again. For any of the comforts of home. I miss my dolls. Lady Parfait! I sit up immediately. What's going on? I leave my room to investigate. Some of the other margin boarders, Waltz, Jurian, and Garland, are sitting on the settee looking anxious. What's happening? Sorry, did we wake you? No, but the noises Garland was making would have woken the dead. Jurian and I found an injured man while we were doing our rounds. We brought him here. An injured man? Wait, what were you doing outside? It's almost 1 in the morning. Nothing you need to worry about. Lady Parfait and her niece are tending to the man now. These people. Will they just help anyone they find on the streets? What if this man is dangerous? Do you think the witches got to him? It's possible. We'll have to find out when he wakes up. The next day, Parfait reveals that the man only suffered minor head injuries. She says that she expects him to wake soon. I look at the tray of food in my hands. A niece has asked me to bring it up to the stranger's room while she finishes the rest of her cooking. I would never have been asked to do this in the palace. Goodness, what's that poor tray done to you to deserve that look? I must say that it's odd to see the princess doing something nice for someone. What do you want? I have something to ask the man that was brought in last night. Seeing as you're being good enough to deliver breakfast, I thought I'd just tag along with you. If you're going, just bring the tray up yourself. You're not in any position to delegate your duties to me, Miss Lucette. Come on, our guest must be famished. Seeing no way out, I followed Delora to the spare room the man had been put in. Come in. I thought the man would have been old, but to my surprise he looks young, probably in his early 20s. He seems lost in reverie as he stares at a small notebook. Good morning. Good to see you're awake and breathing. The man looks up at her when she speaks. The instant he sees us, his eyes widen. Why is he staring at us like that? Am I dead? What? I'm in heaven. Or maybe you two are angels that have fallen out of it. I see. What can a humble gentleman like myself do for you lovely ladies? Ah, you could join me on this bed. It's very comfortable and there's plenty of room for the both of you. I'll follow your lead on this one, princess. Princess? Ah, of course. Such a beautiful lady could only be a princess. Look at the noble way you hold up the tray. Throw the tray at him. Can I throw the tray at him? I'm tempted to let you. Feisty as well. Oh, be still, my beating heart. Huh? You. Oh, he's awake. Another lovely lady has entered my chambers? I don't think my heart can handle the perfection of 3 of you at once. I think I know how Casanova here got those head injuries. Some lady decided she'd had enough of his rubbish and wanted to punish him. Delora, patience. He may not even be in the right state of mind right now. He did take injuries to the head after all. The man finally stops to look just at me. He narrows his eyes and stares so hard I almost want to slap him. What? You're familiar, but no, it's impossible. Aren't you the crown princess? What are you doing here? If he knows, then well, he's definitely not a witch or a fairy. Can only mean one thing if he recognizes the ice princess. What is your name, sir? I would answer any questions you ask of me, madam, but... The man looks down at the notebook in his hand. I don't remember. Amnesia? I know everything about Angiel, and yet I don't know the first thing about myself, except that I have the Rumpelstiltskin curse. Rumpelstiltskin? Is that a fairy tale? I knew it. He's got the fairy tale curse. Fairy tale curse? Do you remember how to break it? From what I remember, I need to somehow collect 3 memories and get them to appear in this journal as entries. He shows us the notebook he's been holding on to since we entered the room. My first memory is of waking up and holding this. I thought there would be information in here, but it's empty. Another victim of the curse. You must be tired. Lucette will leave your breakfast here and will give you some time to yourself. We'll be outside if you need anything else. Rumpelstiltskin. What's that fairy tale about? Delora does not do a good job of hiding her laughter. She snorts and I cross my arms, embarrassed. Mother burned the fairy tales in the palace before I got the chance to read all of them. Fine, I'll keep it short. Once upon a time, there was a girl that was said to be able to spin straw into gold. The king found her and locked her in a tower. He said he wouldn't let her out until she turned all the straw in the room into gold. But the girl was just a regular human girl. She knew she would never be able to turn the straw into gold, and feared that she would be locked up forever. That was when an odd little man appeared before her and offered to do the job for her if she gave him something in return. The girl gave him her necklace, and the man spent the rest of the night spinning straw into gold. However, the girl wasn't released. The second night, she was given more straw to spin, and the little man appeared once more. This time, she gave him her ring. On the third night, the king ordered her to spin the straw one last time, and if she did, she would be released and made his queen. However, that night the girl had nothing left to give the little man, so they made an agreement. He would spin the straw into gold for her, so long as she gave him her first child. I personally never understood why the girl would want to marry the king in the first place. I'm just trying to tell this story here. Years passed, and the queen finally gave birth to her first child. That night, the odd little man returned and demanded his due, but the queen didn't want to give up her child. The man then said that he wouldn't take the child if the queen was able to guess his name in 3 days. The man's name was Rumpelstiltskin. Did she guess it? The night before her time was officially up, the queen was drawn to the forest by the sound of a little voice. She saw the little man celebrating his upcoming victory, singing about how nobody had or ever would guess his real name, which was Rumpelstiltskin. He doesn't sound particularly smart. So agrees the general populace. Sometimes I wonder how Hans was able to come up with such tall tales. Well, the Marchen is opening soon. I expect another busy day. Especially busy for you, Lucette. You need to start coming up with good deeds. The amnesiac Casanova was allowed to stay at the Marchen with the other boarders. Because he still seemed capable, Parfait set him to work as one of the Marchen's servers. Anis's protests that he remain in bed fell on deaf ears. Parfait couldn't very well throw him out, not while knowing that he had nowhere to go. I would be incapable of showing him such kindness, given all of the nonsense he spouts at us. The people that frequent the Marchen began to steadily ignore me altogether, like I don't exist. It's better than the stares and hateful looks. Rumpel, you aren't here to flirt. But this lovely lady is unattended. Sir Rumpel, please, you're making me blush. Because the man couldn't remember his name, he fashioned one from his curse. Rumpel. I think it suits him. I'll never understand Parfait. This amorous waste of space is about as useful as karma. I've returned. Speak of the devil. Did you miss me? Karma had left abruptly yesterday, saying she had something very important to take care of. Waltz trails in after her now, carrying several boxes in his arms. Why am I carrying these? Because you made me run that errand for you at the toy shop the other day. And because gentlemen carry things for ladies. I'm gonna drop them now. Those boxes contain important contents. Welcome home, Miss Karma. Nice to see you've survived the trip, Waltz. Thank you, Anis. So this is our new housemate. We have not had the opportunity to meet. We're all surprised when Rumpel suddenly reaches out to grab Karma's hand.
My life before this moment has been a depressing monochrome. Now that you've entered my bleak existence, I see everything in beautiful, blazing color. And nothing shines more brightly or vividly than you. I am Rumpel, my sweet. Let us talk of marriage.
And I stare at Karma, waiting for her to flirt back. At the very least, I expect her to wave Rumpel away for being a fool. But she remains eerily silent.
Answer, my angel, I beg of you.
Keep.
Say the word and it is done.
Keep your filthy hands off of me.
Oh.
Not again. I would never be interested in the likes of you.
Go on, give him a good beating, just like the one you gave to me. My queen, there is no need for violence.
What did you call me? Oh, please calm down. Rumpel's still recovering. What is going on? Karma is a man. Doesn't take kindly to being flirted with. Or proposed to. She is a man?
But your voice, your face, your breasts. Oh!
That's what you're focusing on? Pervert.
I worship all aspects of the female form, but my particular favorite has always been... Ow!
Do yourself a favor and shut up. I never would have known. But why would he do this? Don't look at me like that. I have my reasons. Is it because of your curse? Yes.
I am undone. My heart is in pieces.
You knew him for 10 minutes.
For those that can hear the music of their heart like I, it takes only a look to fall madly, irretrievably in love. I must leave. My heart will need time to heal.
The Marchen attracts all sorts, doesn't it? That one is entirely Parfait's fault. Alright, nothing to see here. Back to work. I'm still in shock from what I learned earlier. Karma, a man. It's not fair that he's so beautiful as a woman. If the female population of Angiel knew the truth, Karma would be hunted down for making the rest of us pale in comparison. Anise, being good, I suppose, prepared a special lunch to welcome the newest marching boarders. We've all been invited to the private dining room. Excuse me, is Lady Parfait here? Prince Rod. Perfect timing. Please join us for lunch. I only came here to talk to you, Lady Parfait. But I'm hungry, and I've no wish to make you wait while I eat. Come, join us. Please, Your Highness, I've made too much as usual. You must help us finish. Very well.
A cursed princess and a cursed prince. What an eccentric collection of friends you have, Lady Parfait.
I wouldn't say they were eccentric, necessarily. You are the most eccentric one here, Rumpel.
Really now?
I sit silently in my chair. I'm uncomfortable around so many people. Even when Mother was alive, I had all my meals alone, since my parents were always too busy to sit down for meals with me. The meals with Ophelia and her children were also always awkward and silent. Somehow, the atmosphere here is lively and friendly, even though I barely know anyone here. Is something wrong? Excuse me. You've barely touched your food. Don't you like it? Dolores said this was one of your favorites. I'm just not used to eating with company, that's all. They say that sharing a meal brings the family closer together. Garland, I apologize. Closer together, huh? So, have you made any progress on how to do those good deeds, Princess? There's no way I'm admitting that I don't even know how to complete one. Oh, I forgot you're not so good on the doing good front. You're not very helpful. Why don't you ask someone to teach you how to do good? What? Well, that's not something you hear every day. As in, take some kind of lessons. If you're having so much trouble on your own, you should ask someone to give you some advice, or teach you. It's as simple as that. What's this I hear? The princess needs advice? Well then, she is in luck. I happen to give the most excellent advice, and believe me when I say I can teach almost anything.
The princess is indeed lucky, as I am available for teaching duties. No doubt I'd be the better choice, as I don't go about deceiving the world.
Excuse me? From one-sided flirting to bitter enemies, and all in the span of a few hours.
The man broke my heart.
Anyway, I'd also be happy to help you in any way I can, Princess. And I'm sure your stepbrother would be happy to help too. I don't think I would make the best teacher for this sort of thing. I only teach others how to fight. Never mind the fact that Jurian herself struggles to be good. What? You're lucky, aren't you? So many people are willing to help you. Why? Why are you all willing to help me? That's what we do at the Merchant. We help each other. Lesson number 1. Doing good means helping whenever one can. Just let any of us know if you want our help. Trust no one but yourself. You need not care for anyone but yourself. That's what Mother and the last few years have taught me. I've always been alone, and it's easier that way. And yet, these strangers, these people I've only known a few days, are so willing to help me when they'll gain nothing in return. Is this the goodness I was meant to see? Father, how can I even begin to trust and care for others when I've forgotten how? I'm slowly beginning to understand what I must do. Chapter 2. The Decision. I don't see why this is necessary. Of course this is necessary, Princess. You work to show you can be useful. For the last half hour, Parfait and Delora have been debating what chores they want to give me. I can't believe they're seriously gonna make me work. Like a commoner. No freeloaders at the Marchant, remember? And you can't pull the princess card anymore, now you're a homeless peasant. Being demoted to a homeless peasant is not my fault. If you really think about it, it was kind of me to demote you. Stop teasing her, Delora. Lucette has already had a lot thrown at her. I'm only speaking the truth. Besides, working to live is the commoner's way of life. But at least it's rewarding. But if you do nothing, you get nothing. No food, no clothes, no bed. You're no longer a princess, Lucette. Life here at the Martian is comfortable, and you need to work for comfort. Remember that. What you do is your choice, princess. Do I even have a choice? Not really, no. Let's see. How about cooking duties? No way. She'd burn a salad. She could be a receptionist? Then we'd lose all of our customers. That's probably true. I am right here, you know. Sorry. Do you have any useful skills at all? As a princess, I had servants who did everything for me. They cleaned my room, helped me dress. How am I expected to possess skills for things I've never done? Aha! I found the perfect job for our Cinderella. Ta-da! Lucette will be in charge of sweeping the Martian floors. What? Perfect. Even she should be able to do that. Could you, princess? I refuse. But look, I even put a cute little ribbon on the broom just for you. It's your very own special broom. A princess does not clean. Hard-headed as ever. Don't worry, I have a fix for this. Suddenly, the broom flies into my hands. I'm pulled helplessly along as the thing begins to sweep the floors. I try to pull my hands away, but they might as well be glued to the broom. They don't budge. What have you done? You should be thanking me. I'm helping you with your duties. Delora, isn't this a little much? Oh, nonsense. The princess is learning useful new skills. Mr. Broom will teach her everything she needs to know. If the floor is dirty, Mr. Broom will come to life and start sweeping. And it will not stop until the floors are spotless. What? Come on, Parfait. We've got time for a cup of tea. But she'll be fine. A little sweeping never killed anyone. You're dreadful. Enjoy your time with Mr. Broom. Wait, did they really just leave? Hey, slow down. The broom begins to sweep faster. Despite my protests, I'm still forced, like a puppet, to sweep the floors with grudging tenacity. I can barely catch my breath. After that, Princess, Parfait sent me to check. How lovely. It's so clean I can see my reflection on the floorboards. I'm impressed. Don't even think about stepping in this room with your dirty shoes. Goodness, I didn't know princesses could be such terrifying creatures. You are aware that the Martian is opening soon, yes? The floor isn't going to stay clean forever. Then don't open the Martian. I do sympathize with you, princess. It's difficult adjusting to the commoner's life. What would you know about that? More than you think. What? Oh, did I let that slip? My mistake. Karma just smiles at me, his eyes gleaming with playful mischief. He's hiding something. My hands are red and sore from all the sweeping I've done today. I remember the salve Venice offered me when I first woke up in my room. Surely that will help somewhat. I apply it to my hands and find, to my surprise, that it's very effective. Most of the redness quickly fades along with the pain. Is this what my life will be like if I don't break the curse? Forced to work day in and day out, I can't let things stay as they are. I have to act. I lay down to rest. Tiredness falls upon me like a heavy, suffocating blanket. I close my eyes and feel myself shift into the darkness of sleep. Despite having slept for hours, I'm still tired when I wake. I glance back at my hands and remember the salve's effectiveness. Whatever Anise gave me really works. I should ask her to make me more. I feel like this isn't the last time I'll need it. I have to act quickly. The sooner I break the curse, the better. The people who offered to help me are all here. Who should I ask for help? Rumpel. I suppose I can ask Rumpel. Enough girls seem to like him, so he might have some sound advice. I find Rumpel in between his orders and pull him aside. He looks oddly relieved.
Ah, princess, you've saved me.
Saved you?
From a heinous overload of work.
I'm pretty sure Rumpel does less around here than me. At least I finish the work I'm given, unlike Rumpel who gets distracted by everything.
Dear Lucette, if you'd called me here, that must mean you want to confess something to me.
What?
Perhaps you'll confess your undying love for me.
I scowl at him and cross my arms. I came to ask you for advice, but perhaps I'll go ask someone else.
You came to ask my advice?
Rumpel stares at me, clearly shocked. I guess it's because out of all the people I would ask, he probably seems the least likely.
Then I will assist, my sweet princess. What kind of advice are you looking for? Perhaps you'd like to learn how to make a man swoon, or how to stroke the embers of the heart.
Is flirting the only thing ever on his mind? I came because I want you to teach me about goodness.
Goodness? But my sweet, all of the advice I just suggested would teach you just that.
Being romantic will not teach me how to do good. Rumpel dramatically places his hand over his heart.
But being romantic is good. Don't you see the smiles on lovely ladies' faces when I speak with them?
I can't imagine why they smile like that. Rumpel's persistence is annoying.
To be romantic and loving, that's the epitome of goodness. Show someone affection, and they'll return it twofold.
I can only stare at Rumpel as I wonder why I even decided to ask him.
Or you could just be kind. Everyone's kind in their own way, princess. So what do you say? Perhaps you'd like to practice on me. I'm sure your smile would brighten up my week. No, I'm certain of it.
I have work. I quickly turn and leave before Rumpel can continue. If I have to be romantic to earn a good deed, I'd rather be cursed like this forever. I stare in horror at the floor. Gravel and sand are embedded between the floorboards. The wood beneath my feet is covered in a thick muck. Oh no. Stop. I never thought I'd see this. The princess is actually sweeping. I'd say it's more like the broom is sweeping and the princess is just along for the ride.
Lady Parfait, your orders have arrived. Where should I put them?
At the back, please. Thank you. I glare at Garland as he begins to move. You are dirtying the floor.
Sorry.
Garland dashes across the floor with long steps in an attempt to leave as few footprints as possible. This was Dolores doing, wasn't it? Is it obvious? This has "Witch Having Fun" written all over it. I need water. Wow, completely spotless. You're the worst. Don't be mad at the broom, princess. It's only trying to help. It's doing nothing but making my life miserable. Lady Parfait, I need to speak with you. I look up at the witch that has just entered. She's a regular at the Marchen, and according to Parfait and Delora, a good witch. She orders tea here from time to time. She has mud on her shoes. Why is she glaring at me like that? I believe it's because of your shoes, dear. I have just cleaned the floor. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll clean up after myself right away. Good. The princess is something else. I've never seen a witch so frightened of someone before. Yeah. The witch hurriedly cleans up the tracks she'd made coming in before going to speak with Parfait. Even though Parfait says that Delora and this witch is good, I don't trust her judgment, especially not when she considers Delora, who ruined my life, a good person. I put the broom back in its resting place before double-checking my work. Now that I'm done, I can continue to work on breaking my curse. Who should I ask for help today? I find Rumpel taking a break at one of the tables. Surprisingly, he's by himself, and not surrounded by the usual blushing ladies. You're not surrounded by a flock of ladies? You must have done something to offend them. Rumpel looks at me, the surprise apparent on his face.
Princess, have you come to mend my broken heart?
Excuse me?
I was speaking with a lady here only hours ago when she told me she was betrothed to someone else.
That happened hours ago, and you're still sitting here? Rumpel places his chin on the palm of his hand, looking very tired.
In mourning. The heart is a fragile thing, princess. Won't you help heal my shattered heart?
Rumpel stares at me when I don't answer.
That would count as a good deed, you know.
Helping you would count as a good deed.
Doing things out of the kindness of your heart is a good deed, princess.
The kindness of my heart. Why would I want to help you when you've done nothing for me?
Kindness isn't a thing that needs to necessarily be returned, princess. Single instances of affection can make a heart lighter.
Why does he always go through the trouble of making his words sound so much fancier? I won't help mend your broken heart because that would be an act of stupidity, not kindness. Rumpel's shoulders slump as he frowns.
Ugh, now my heart is even more fragmented.
You suffer from a broken heart every day you're rejected.
Of course, because to pour your heart out to someone only to be rejected is a cruel fate, princess.
You probably deserved rejection. well, with the way you flirt with everyone. So no, I'm not gonna help you. Deal with your own broken heart. I turn around and walk away. The acts Rumpel puts on are annoying. A month has passed and I have yet to complete even one good deed. Not for any lack of trying, though. I've been asking around for advice on how to be a good person and received various answers. What makes someone good? I'd say being selfless. I think it's important that you consider another person's feelings. Patience.
The ability to soothe even the most broken of hearts.
Forget I asked. Bravery. Loyalty. You must be beautiful, both on the inside and out. Right. Must I be all of those things in order to be good? According to Parfait, I can't just pretend. It has to come from my heart. I place my hand on my chest and consider the steady pulse of my heartbeat. That won't be easy. I close my eyes, thinking of all the possible ways I might be able to break my curse. But in the end, my mind is blank. Mother, what am I supposed to do? A dream? Your personal feelings are nothing but a weakness for others to exploit. That is why you do not show them. You only show them that you are strong. Yes, Mother. You must not let false kindness deceive you. People will use niceties to trick you into exploiting your weak emotions. But you can trust me, Lucette. I will never hurt you. I will never lie to you. I am all that you need. I love you, Lucette. I love you too, Mother. How are those lessons of yours going? I hope you're not giving anyone a difficult time. I'm the only one having a difficult time. Have you tried pairing up with someone? Pairing up? Some of the people in the tavern pair up to assist each other. 2 heads are better than 1, as they say. It's not a bad idea, but the problem is with her. Who's going to volunteer to pair up with the Ice Princess? She has a point. People may not glare at me anymore, but it doesn't escape me that I'm disliked. Most of the boarders at the Marchand volunteered to help her, remember? And I haven't heard any of them retract their offers. It's only a matter of time. Stop it, Delora. It's your choice, Princess. Pairing up is only a suggestion. Would pairing up with someone really help me break my curse? What if they end up being an annoyance instead? Princess? Excuse me, Princess? I'm sorry for disturbing you, but you've just been staring at your tray and the customer's waiting for his order. Of course. Delora has me helping Anise today. The Marchand is unexpectedly busy, and they can't keep up with all the customers. Stop daydreaming, Lucette. Food doesn't deliver itself. I don't need you to tell me that. I stretch out on my bed. The stiff mattress does little to soothe my aching muscles. I was on my feet the entire day, struggling to keep up with the steady stream of people that came into the Marchand. I've never seen the Marchand this busy. I roll onto my stomach and bury my face in my pillow. My arms and leg protest the movement. I refuse to live this type of life much longer. I need to break this curse as soon as possible. Why don't you pair up with someone? Pairing up might not be such a bad idea. Chapter 3, The Flatterer. I don't know why the first person that popped into my head was Rumpel. Just because he puts a smile on ladies' faces with his flirting doesn't mean he can help me do a good deed. And yet here I am. I find Rumpel on break, surrounded by a few giggling ladies. His hands make dramatic sweeping gestures as he showers them with compliments. And you, my sweet, are like sunshine peeking through the clouds on a dark day. You litter the ground with so much golden light, and make every flower reach out towards your warmth. On second thought, maybe I should reconsider. Princess! Rumpel notices me, however, and immediately waves me over. Turn and walk away. I just remembered I have something to do. I turn around to start walking away, but I'm immediately stopped when I feel Rumpel's hand on my shoulder. I slap his hand away. Fierce as always. You remind me of a rose with thorns, Princess. He leans closer and winks at me. But the thorns are what make the rose so alluring. Are you always so persistent? Do you actually want me to slap you again? Your slapping me is but a small blockade in the road. I'll never give up on you, Princess. Does he enjoy it when I purposefully try to ignore him? The most brilliantly sparkling gems are buried deep within the ground and take much effort to unearth. What? Princess, you're like one of those gems. No, I'm not like a gem. Rumpel, why would you deal with someone like her? What?
Lucette is like a budding flower, and I want to do my best to help her bloom in whatever way I can. You've come to me for advice, right?
How did he know?
The look of shock on your face is adorable, and so absolutely satisfying. It seems I hit the nail right on the head.
Rumpel, she's obviously too stubborn to admit that she needs your help. These women are infuriating. Rumpel leans a little closer to me, and suddenly he's whispering in my ear.
Let me tell you something, Princess. Making a person happy just to see them smile is definitely a good deed.
Huh?
Making someone feel important is never a disservice. What do you think? I'm pretty knowledgeable, aren't I?
All he ever talks about is doting on people, flirting with them, and making them smile. Rumpel keeps talking.
Which is why I will make an excellent partner.
I take a step back. Rumpel's now looking at me with a triumphant smile. How did you...
I'm very perceptive, Princess.
You overheard my conversation with Parfait?
She told me about it.
She... did.
Only briefly.
So you're not perceptive at all.
Princess, you can't see it, but I am drowning in my own tears.
He just assumed I was going to be partners with him, which is very annoying. I don't even know why I was considering partnering up with him when he says the same things over and over again. And I don't think I could be around him day in and out. Oh my, what do I spot here? Delora appears before us, a sly smile on her face. Slacking off, you two?
I'm on a break.
That break ended about 5 minutes ago, Rumpel. And Princess, I think there's a broom that needs attending. Fine. There's no use complaining, and I would rather get away from Rumpel. Rumpel turns to the ladies and smiles.
My lovely ladies, I will be back later. And I promise that we will continue our conversation without any interruptions. Oh, and Princess, we'll continue our conversation later as well.
I walk off before Rumpel can try to shower me with more of his compliments. Making a person happy just to see them smile. Can such a thing really be considered a good deed? The days at the tavern go by quickly over the next week. Princess? Princess? You've been staring off into space. I was just thinking. I just finished using Mr. Broom, and now I'm helping Anise sort some of the shelves in the back. Rumpel's taken up the serving for today. The women always enjoy him, but the men are always glaring at him. They're jealous of Rumpel, I think. Who? The other men. Anise looks over at the men that are glaring at Rumpel as he drifts between tables. I'm worried about Rumpel too. What are you talking about? You were looking at Rumpel with a funny expression on your face. No, I wasn't. My words are clipped and my voice is cold. Anise looks at me sadly, but I don't care. What I do is none of her business. I think the girls are jealous of you too. What? I glance around the tavern and notice that there are girls glowering at me. I'm not unaccustomed to these glares since people have always looked at me this way. During the times I left the palace, people gave me the same looks. But this feels different somehow. Why would they be jealous? Because you're Rumpel's partner. I am not his partner. You're not? He's been telling everyone that you are. I never agreed to being partners with him.
I felt your longing gaze upon my back, and I have arrived, my princess.
Rumpel suddenly appears before the two of us, smiling brightly. I suddenly have the strong urge to slap the smile right off his face. We are not partners.
But princess, you asked for my advice. Advice that I gave to you, because I care. No one else cares as much about you as I, and so I proclaimed us both partners, because we're a match made in heaven. You're so overwhelmed with gratitude that you're at a loss for words.
If I could throw something at you, I would.
A punch packed with as much strength as your love.
I can only groan in response. Oh my. Hello everyone. It sounds like you're having fun. How is this fun? Rumpel is never fun. All he ever does is spout nonsense. He doesn't mean any harm, princess. He's just filled to the brim with so many compliments, and he needs to get them off his chest. Well, he can go direct them at one of his many other adoring fans. I shift my gaze to Rumpel and furrow my eyebrows at him. Or do you only direct them at me because you enjoy how much I ignore you?
I only wanted to help, Princess. That's what partners do, right?
But we are not partners.
Just try this partnership out, Princess. I promise it'll be worth your while.
Nothing ventured, nothing gained, Princess. You can always change partners.
Lady Parfait, you've broken my heart.
You're very good at healing your broken heart by now, Rumpel. Anyway, I'm sorry to interrupt. I only needed to speak with Anise to make sure that she doesn't need any help with a particular list. A list of herbs for me. Anise has been nice enough to gather herbs for me.
Lady Parfait, is this about your body?
What's wrong with your body? It's nothing to concern yourself with, Princess. My body is just a little frail because of the burden on it. That's right. Parfait mentioned having to bear the Crystallum Lucis. A thought occurs to me as I look at her more closely. Wait, couldn't you just use magic to heal yourself? Parfait shakes her head and sighs. I don't have the ability to heal. None of us do. Except for one particular witch who calls herself the Witch Doctor.
Witch Doctor?
Is something wrong? Rumpel shakes his head and gives her a wistful smile.
That name just sounds familiar.
It's likely you heard about her from someone else before. Humans do know of her existence after all. A witch. She's not a fairy. For some reason I had thought fairies would be more likely to heal people, not witches. She is indeed a witch. That is what they say, though I've never met her myself. She's the only one who can heal illnesses with magic. She doesn't associate with other witches, though, and keeps to herself. Nobody has known where to find her for a very long time.
Suffice it to say, we could never seek out help from her, even if we wanted to.
Parfait shakes her head. No, unfortunately not. Rumpel looks grim, but Parfait quickly dissipates the gloomy atmosphere with a clap of her hands. If Delora was here, she would say, "All right, story time is over."
That was all very interesting.
Interesting, but it doesn't really help anyone. Your body's the way that it is because of the Great War, then. Like I told you before, the Great War has made my body a lot weaker. This is something that can't be healed, and I don't have an heir, so... Parfait looks about ready to say something but goes silent. She has a sad look on her face, and I don't understand why. Anise immediately speaks up. I think I'll be okay, Lady Parfait. I was actually going to go on an errand run in a few minutes.
Do you need any help? I would be more than happy to escort a lovely lady like yourself around town.
Anise pulls a list out from a bag nearby and holds it out. There's only a few items on the list as far as I can see. Oh, don't worry about it, Rumpel. It's not that much at all. Rumpel stares at the list. His expression suddenly smooths into something more serious.
May I have that?
Anise hands him the list and slowly he takes a pen out from his pocket. I stare as he looks over the list quietly, and then scribbles some things down on the bottom. Afterwards he hands it over to Anise.
I've added some things that might be helpful. The herbs on that list are for joint pains, and you might want something a little more general.
How does he know all that? Everyone is staring at Rumpel with wide eyes. Even Parfait looks impressed. You've used herbs before, Rumpel?
Maybe. I don't remember. But for some reason, names came to the top of my head as I was looking at the list.
Thank you.
It is always my pleasure to help a lovely lady. Now, Anise, please let me accompany you to town. I would love to help with whatever I can, and more names might come to me.
That sounds nice. Thank you, Rumpel. Rumpel turns to me, a mischievous smile on his face. Whenever he looks at me like that, I know he's gonna suggest something ridiculous.
Princess Lucette should accompany us, for the experience.
I do not need experience.
How are you going to shower people with compliments if you know nothing about them? Being out in town will be good for you.
Rumpel has a point. The more you expand your world, the more willing you are to learn more about people. I don't need to be lectured. Oh, Princess, it wasn't meant to be a lecture. I'm just letting you know that experience is invaluable.
Come on, Princess. Let us escort the lovely Anise around town.
What about your work? Rumpel puts a finger to my lips and grins.
No one seems to have thought of that, so it'll be our little secret.
I slap his hand away, but he just grins at me jovially. How did I get dragged into this? Please, don't stay out too long.
We won't.
I make my way into town with Rumpel and Anise. The majority of the conversations we have are one-sided, with Rumpel giving us both the usual compliments. He never seems to tire of it. Rumpel helps Anise pick certain herbs and a few other medications, and accepts all of the compliments she gives him with a triumphant smile. I know Anise knows about herbs because she's helped me before, but how does Rumpel know so much about them? This must be part of the past that he doesn't remember. Anise enters the store by herself at one point, leaving me alone with Rumpel.
I'm a mysterious man, aren't I?
I turned to look at him and noticed the easy smile adorning his face.
A man with amnesia's full of secrets after all. I bet you're even more curious about me. Women always love mysterious men.
I don't particularly care.
But Princess, if my curse is my amnesia, then shouldn't you care somehow? As partners, we're going to help each other out, right?
I don't see how I can help you with your amnesia.
Maybe this is a spell that's only broken by true love's kiss. Shall we see?
He leans towards me with a playful smile on his face. I'm accustomed to this behavior by now, so this doesn't faze me, and I merely sigh at his nonsense. You already said yourself, you need to gather entries from some kind of journal.
Oh, Princess, you're no fun. A little kiss wouldn't hurt anyone.
I would die before I kiss you.
Princess, that's so sad.
He says that, but he's still smiling. Why is he so unfazed by everything I say to him? You only ever have terrible suggestions. It was a mistake to trust you might have good advice.
But I have great ideas.
You haven't helped with my curse at all.
I've been trying, though.
You haven't even told me how to get a good deed.
I told you before, Princess. Compliments make a person happy, and making a person happy is a good deed.
So you flirting with women and using shallow compliments on them is a good deed.
On the surface, the compliments may seem shallow, but if you swim a little deeper...
Complimenting people cannot be a good deed.
But making them happy is. All you gotta do is listen to people, sympathize with them, maybe get to know them, and you can make them happy by doing even small things for them. Women enjoy the compliments, Princess. Besides, how could I see such beauties and not compliment them? It would be a disservice.
You give compliments to people you don't even care about.
Princess...
Rumpel's voice trails off as he stares past me. His smile falters for a few moments, and a look of confusion ripples his features. I turn to follow his gaze and see a small boy staring at us. He's shyly hiding behind some kind of notebook. There's that seriousness again. It was the same thing that happened when he added something to the list for parfait. Then suddenly the expression changes into Rumpel's usual bright smile.
Hello there. Would you like to come and speak with us, young sir?
You don't remember me, sir?
Oh, do I know you?
I used to come to your clinic. You saved me before.
The boy draws closer to us, still hiding shyly behind his notebook.
Oh, I'm sorry, little sir. I'm afraid that my memories are a bit scrambled right now. I can't even remember my own name.
Really?
Where is Anise? Why is she taking so long? The last thing I want to hear is a conversation between Rumpel and some child. Is he going to shower this boy with compliments too?
It's a shame that I can't remember a boy as bright as yourself.
And there it is.
I'm not that bright, sir. Not as bright as you, but I want to be.
He holds up his notebook, which has a small name scribbled in the corner. The words "My Dreams" are written on the front cover in cursive.
What's this?
I want to be just like you when I grow up. So I started a book of dreams just like my mom told me to. She said I could become a doctor too so long as I tried my best.
A doctor?
You forgot that you were a doctor, sir?
Rumpel, a doctor? The boy continues to hold out the book, and finally, Rumpel takes it and flips it open to the front page. Rumpel's holding the book close to his face so I can't see it. I rise to the tips of my toes and attempt to look over his shoulder. At first, Rumpel doesn't notice me as he stares at the page. Then, belatedly, he realizes I'm there and lowers the book so I can read it too. I lean so close to him our shoulders brush. My eyes scan over the page quickly. The handwriting is crude, barely readable actually, but I can still make out the gist of it. Rumpel slowly reads the words aloud. When I'm older, I want to be exactly like the kind of doctor that saved me when I had no one else to go to. The boy's face flushes as Rumpel reads his words aloud.
before his curious gaze lands on me. I don't remember you. I look at the boy, irritated. Are you the doctor's wife? Rumpel suddenly looks up, eyes wide. He looks down at the boy, then at me, his face suddenly solemn. I'm surprised by the words that leave his mouth next.
Yes, she is.
He takes my hand in his and looks down at me, an almost sad look on his face. What's wrong with him? Let go of me. Rumpel's eyes crease with worry as he holds tightly to my hand. The sadness in his eyes become anxiety, and I see something like fear dancing.
You really think it was my fault?
The look in his eyes is so vacant, almost like he's looking through me. It's as if he's in some kind of trance. The way he looks at me makes my skin crawl. His grip on my hand tightens, making me shudder. Rather than slap his hand away, I reach out with my free hand to slap his face. I stare perplexed at the sudden bafflement on Rumpel's face. Did the slap to his face knock him out of that strange trance? He's being even stranger than normal, and the intensity of the look in his eyes is scaring me. Rumpel stares at me for a few moments, blinking slowly.
Oh no, I blanked out. I'm sorry, princess.
What just happened to him? The way he was speaking was so strange, almost like he was in some kind of trance. But I know how people are. They lie and put on faces.
I'm sorry for spacing out. If I invaded your space, then I'm sorry.
You're apologizing? Rumpel puts a hand to his cheek where I slapped him.
I think I deserved that. Thanks for getting me out of whatever that was.
All at once, the sheepish smile breaks into something cheerful again. He's still smiling at me, even though I was so curt with him. Rumpel's so confusing. The boy looks bewildered.
Don't worry about that, little sir. This one here is a feisty thing. I deserved whatever she just did.
So she's not your wife, sir? Rumpel looks a little surprised and then he laughs.
Unfortunately, no. The beautiful lady here is not my wife.
Rumpel absently rubs at the back of his neck as he looks up at the sky.
I'm not entirely sure what just happened, but it seems like I recovered something very important today. Or the beginnings of something important.
Something important? Is he talking about a memory? He hands the book back to the boy. Then he leans down and sets a hand on the boy's head. A bell chimes behind us as Anise comes out of the store, carrying a bag filled with what I assume are herbs and medicines. The boy once again cowers behind his book. Oh, who's this?
The wonderful little sir that helped me regain a very important memory.
An important memory? Rumpel stands, looking triumphant.
I, my good lady, am a doctor.
Oh, really?
Truly.
Rumpel turns back to the boy, who he asks a few more questions. He even asks the boy his name, but much to my surprise, the boy shakes his head. I'm sure you told me your name, but I don't remember it. It is like my curse. No one remembers me being a princess, and no one remembers Rumpel's true name. Rumpel thanks the boy again many times over, and even buys him a few pieces of candy. The boy's eyes are practically glowing with excitement, and he does not stop smiling. After we see him off and start to head back to the tavern, I begin to contemplate. I am curious about something. Oh? You said that you needed to fill your journal with memories in order to get them back. But the journal you just read wasn't yours.
It appears not. It seems that the 3 entries that trigger my memories just need to be written by people I know. Reading them triggers a memory, and then the full entry probably appears in my journal. I ought to check it when I get back.
I see. But even without looking into the entry, a memory came to your mind? Rumpel gives a short, distracted nod.
It's not complete, so I'm hoping that something really has appeared in my journal. It feels like it must, considering I remembered something so important.
Do you remember anything else at all?
The young man that we just met. I believe that he used to come watch me work before. I knew him. He used to look up to me. He was a sweet child. The memory's foggy, but yes, I believe something did happen to him. He became ill. The details of how I saved him must be in the journal.
Even though this doesn't pertain to my curse, I am curious what his journal might say.
I can't remember fully, but the memory feels sad somehow.
He turns to me, eyebrows knit together. It's strange to see him with such a serious expression on his face.
I really am sorry about earlier, Princess. I think I was on the verge of a memory, but then it got tangled up in my head.
I'm surprised by a sudden change in topic. I shake my head slowly. He's quiet for a few moments, before suddenly his smile comes back and he laughs jovially, telling us that there's no point in worrying. At the town's outskirts, I turn, feeling eyes on my back, but no one's there. We give Parfait the medicines we purchased in town as soon as we arrive back at the Marchen. Then Rumpel proudly announces that he's a doctor to anyone that will listen to him. Everyone seems happy for him, save for the Marchen patrons that find Rumpel annoying, who are mostly men. Afterwards, Rumpel asks Anise if he might be able to take over the medications for Parfait, if only because Anise is busier than him. Rumpel hasn't been at the Marchen long, and yet he's already found something to help break his curse. And then there's me. I don't think anyone will be able to help me. At the end of the night, when I finally have time to myself, I return to my room to rest. The next day, I'm sent right back to my chores. Rumpel's nowhere to be seen in the morning, and Anise says it's because he's tending to Parfait. He appears later in the afternoon, still full of smiles and silly flattery as he goes back to serving. How does he have so much energy? At the end of the day, I plop down on the settee to rest. My legs are weak from all the walking I've done today, and I can still feel the tiredness in my arms from all the sweeping with Mr. Broom. Princess? I notice Anise standing beneath the doorway, smiling at me uncertainly. Thank you for your work today. Why is she thanking me for work I obviously do not want to do? It's not as if I've asked to do any of this. But you still help. Anise nervously shifts on her feet. So I, just wanted to say thanks. When I don't make any effort to continue speaking with her, Anise gives a nervous little nod before heading back towards her room. Not long after her departure, I hear an exuberant and familiar voice.
I should count my lucky stars, for they're giving me a rare opportunity to meet with my lovely princess this late at night.
I should have gone to my room. Rumpel stops before me, winking.
The moonlight on your face makes your beautiful eyes sparkle like the most precious gold, princess.
I'm not in the mood for your flattery.
But princess, flattery's just a compilation of compliments. Everyone loves compliments.
I do not care for your compliments.
Or Lady Anise's thanks either?
He heard that.
You should learn to let people spoil you.
I stare at him. That's the last thing I'd ever expected anyone to say. My whole life I've been called spoiled and rotten, the Ice Princess. Even Delora and Parfait want me to do these good deeds because they think I'm incapable of goodness. I clench my fists and continue to stare at him, not understanding the swell of emotion inside of me. Why is he being so nice to me?
Your first lesson is learning how to let people spoil you.
He draws back his hand, reaches into his pocket, and presents me with a small yellow bag. What's this?
For you, my sweet princess.
Don't accept the gift. I can't accept your gift.
But princess, my advice.
You have no reason to spoil me.
Princess, this is what I've been trying to explain to you all day. You don't need a reason to spoil someone. It doesn't always have to be about paying someone back.
Rumpel smiles a little sheepishly. Then he places the bag in my hand and curls my fingers around it.
You deserve nice things, princess.
You barely know me, and yet you still say that?
Barely know you. We may not have known each other personally, but that doesn't mean I don't know enough about you. I'm giving you this gift because I truly want you to have it. Besides, this is both a thank you and an apology gift. A thank you for accepting me as your partner, and an apology for my behavior yesterday. I don't remember what I did, but both you and the boy seemed frightened.
I look down at the little bag. I open it up, and inside is a little white chocolate piece fashioned into the shape of a flower. A lily.
It's not much, but you absolutely must accept it, princess. Otherwise my guilt would drown me in dark shadows of sorrow for the rest of time.
Lilies are my favorite flower.
They say you give a white lily to someone you enjoy spending time with. Oh, and in floral language, they also stand for purity and majesty.
He winks at me.
Perfect for you, princess.
Why?
Why what?
Why would you give this to me? No matter what you say about doing nice things for people, I don't see how that applies to me. And why would you thank me for being your partner? I didn't even want to be your partner at first.
But you do now?
I'm unable to withhold my surprise. Rumpel raises an eyebrow, then sighs.
Princess, you don't trust compliments, do you?
Mother always told me that people were two-sided, that they'd say anything to make you believe they were your friend. No.
Never fear, my sweet princess. I'll make sure I compliment you until you learn to accept them.
But
No buts. I derive my happiness from making ladies like yourself happy. The compliments may seem strange to you, but don't worry, you'll see it in time.
see what?
The connections between people. You assume I'm just a flirt, but I get to know an awful lot about people. It's the reason I can guess so much about you.
What could Rumpel possibly know about me?
So what do you think? Are you more attracted to me now because of my mysterious aura, or my doctorly sophistication?
He leans closer to me, his eyes sparkling.
I could be your own personal doctor.
I will slap you if you touch me again. Rumpel pulls back and raises both of his hands in surrender, but the smile does not leave his face. You really are hopeless, aren't you?
Do you think so? I thought the events from today might have proven otherwise. Speaking of which, I read over my journal earlier.
His expression becomes oddly solemn.
Shall I enlighten you?
Why would you tell me this?
You're not interested? I thought you might be since I was your partner.
If I don't listen, you'll still tell me regardless, so feel free to share. Rumpel sighs as he flips the journal open.
Unfortunately, it wasn't much. The memory began coming together again as I was reading, but a lot of it still doesn't make sense.
I glance down at the entry he stopped at.
Look at the bottom of the page, princess.
I follow his gaze to the bottom of the page and pause, noticing a conspicuous gap.
There's no signature, and I always sign the end of every entry I write. I wonder if that might be the final piece of the puzzle.
The final piece of your curse?
If my name refuses to show up in the book, it may very well be the final memory I need to regain.
You believe that the signature will be what gives you your true name then?
I have a feeling that might be the case. It was the first thing I noticed when the entry appeared. That would explain why the boy in town didn't know my name either. And there's something else.
Something else that's missing?
The journal entry's cryptic at best. Vague. Almost like an incomplete puzzle piece.
I stare at him, not understanding. Slowly, he begins to explain.
It says here the boy's family rushed him to my clinic. He had a terminal illness that I could not cure. He was at death's door and I couldn't save him.
But he's still alive, isn't he? He even said you saved him.
There's a resolution in the journal, but it's not very helpful.
I glance down at the journal entry as Rumpel continues to speak.
I refused to give up. I knew that there had to be a way to save the boy. I never gave up on my patients. In the journal entry, I described someone who came to help me save the boy.
He lifts the book and points to the words, reading them aloud.
I met her for the first time tonight. She told me she had some way to help the boy, so we struck a deal. I hope I don't come to regret this.
He snaps the journal shut, startling me. He sighs as he runs a hand through his hair.
That's it. Someone helped me somehow, and I made a deal. I'm assuming this is related to my curse, but I can't say how.
Why'd you write so vaguely?
I wish I could ask my past self the same question.
So in the end, you're still not sure when you were cursed. Rumpel pauses, then shakes his head.
I believe it started here. Not the curse, but the events that led to it. There's a reason this is the first memory to be triggered. It's important.
For a few moments, the two of us are quiet. Rumpel's curse is a mystery, not because he's hiding it like karma is, but because he doesn't understand it himself. After a few moments, Rumpel begins to laugh, breaking the silence. I look at him startled. What's so funny?
Oh, it's not funny, it's just, this is all very mysterious, isn't it? And my mysterious past makes me more alluring, doesn't it?
Only Rumpel could take such a serious moment and change it into this.
Well, what do you think, princess? Are you drawn into the mystery of it?
I have no choice. You tell me even if I didn't want to know.
Oh, but you do! I can see the curiosity in your lovely golden eyes. And I could see it earlier today, too. Thank you for accompanying me to town. I believe I only met the boy because you were there to guide my way.
We were looking for medical supplies. That boy appeared through mere coincidence.
No, it was more than coincidence. It was destiny.
Whatever you say. Listening to him is exhausting. It makes me realize how tired I am. All these revelations are making my head spin. I'm going to bed now. I'm too tired for this.
It has indeed been a busy day. We'll continue this enlightening discussion some other time.
Perhaps. I turn to walk away with the little chocolate in my hands. As I walk back towards the darkness of the hallway, Rumpel's soft voice echoes behind me.
Sweet dreams, my princess.
Chapter 4. A Compliment's Value. You waited, but the children didn't come, did they? They promised they'd be back today. We even crossed pinkies. Promises are futile, dearest heart, but I've told you before and I'll tell you again. People are selfish creatures. They'll always put their own well-being before others. No one does anything selflessly. To put your trust in someone is weakness, Lucette. Even those that make promises will only keep them if it benefits them. And you, my sweet, were obviously not beneficial to those children. So they didn't like playing with me? No, they did not. Come here, darling. You do not need those other children. The two of us can play together as we always do. Can I always trust you, Mother? Of course, my love. My head feels foggy. Maybe it was because it took me forever to fall asleep yesterday. And then to make things worse, I ended up having that dream. Mother, you're the only one I can trust, right? I slowly slide out of my bed and make my way over to my dresser. The little bag is still where I left it last night. I open it up and let the little white chocolate lily fall into my hand. Is he really trying to help me? I remember his face yesterday and his bright smile as he presented this to me. I slowly run my fingers across the delicate white petals. He couldn't have known lilies were my favorite flower. There's no reason to be sentimental about something like this. It's just silly. I'm about to put the flower back in the bag, but I stop, eyeing it once more. Slowly, I bring it to my lips and bite off a small petal. It's actually pretty good. I stuff the little flower back into the bag and make my way downstairs. The marchant's not busy this early in the morning, but everyone's starting on their chores. At least, I assume as much when I see Anise and then Waltz, who's helping her stack things. Then I hear rising voices and realize that not all is calm.
At least I don't have to pretend to be something I'm not.
You say you're not pretending when you go around flirting with all of the female patrons day in and day out. You can't seriously mean all of the drivel you spout. Karma and Rumpel stand on opposite sides of a table, staring each other down. A teacup filled with what looks to be cool tea sits close to Karma, abandoned.
Flirting with a lady is not a crime.
One day your flirting is going to get you into even more trouble than it already has.
I've never had a lady said I mistreated her. Not once.
Oh, I'm sure many could attest to being more than slightly annoyed.
You're only jealous that I can speak to ladies without a disguise, aren't you?
Karma slams his hand down on the table, shaking it. The tavern grows quiet. Waltz looks over, his eyebrows furrowed with worry. If you so much as make one more comment about my curse,
then stop making comments about how I speak.
The two continue to glare at each other. It almost looks as if Karma might circle the table and slap him, but the fight freezes as Jurian strides up to the two men. It's too early for the two of you to be already at each other's throats.
But he started it.
All I did was make a comment. He was the one that picked a fight.
There you go again, twisting words.
Jurian stomps on the ground. The two men once again turn to look at her.
It's my job to break up unnecessary fights, and I will do it. If you two must continue fighting, go do it somewhere else, like the forest, where you can't disturb anyone.
Both men turn away from each other, obviously agitated. Rumpel's expression is cloudy as he makes his way over to the bar to begin helping set the tables. Jurian notices me watching. She waves at me with a terse smile on her face.
Sorry you had to wake up to that, princess.
I shrug as I make my way over to Mr. Broom. It is like waking up to two children arguing.
Agreed wholeheartedly.
Jurian sighs before looking at me thoughtfully.
Maybe you could have a word with Rumpel later. I have no idea how their argument even started, but maybe you can get to the bottom of it.
I'm not a babysitter.
But I'd heard the two of you were partners. Anyway, hopefully this doesn't happen again. Good luck with your work today, princess.
Jurian walks off, vigilant as always. I notice Garland looking at her from the bar, a slight frown on his face. I start working around the tavern, starting first with the cleaning and then with the stacking. Delora makes snide remarks about my slowness as I work, and I try my best to ignore her while occasionally throwing insults back at her. It's as if she has nothing better to do. The door to the tavern opens and Parfait steps inside with a bright smile. She looks more energetic than usual. I wonder if this is because of Rumpel's medicine suggestions. Later I manage to catch Rumpel when the two of us are both on break. He looks pleased to see me until I mention Karma. Why were the two of you fighting earlier?
What a sad day it is that the princess talks about another man to my face.
Just answer me.
I was getting ready for the events of today, as always, speaking to the lovely women who filter in and out of this place, when the beast appeared behind me.
Even his insults are dramatic.
Your flirting is distracting me, he proclaimed.
Well, your flirting is annoying.
But all I'm doing is complimenting women. I'm not impeding anyone's work. I thought the only reason he was calling me out on such a thing was because he was actually jealous. You should have seen his scowl.
And here we go.
So I politely told him to mind his business, but he was relentless, and when he continued to insult my demeanor, well, I had to say something back. But I wasn't the one to start the fight.
I swear they both really do sound like children. No doubt Karma would be blaming Rumpel.
Princess, you don't really think I'm so confrontational, do you?
I think Karma's far more confrontational than Rumpel. But it doesn't help that Rumpel always snaps back at him. The two of you are both at fault.
But Princess...
In the end, you were still having a childish argument. I think that Rumpel might try to protest again, and I'm surprised when he shrugs his shoulders and sighs.
Yes, it was childish. Because that man is a child.
I roll my eyes.
Your irritated scowl chills my heart, Princess. I feel a tinge of excitement.
I'm leaving now. There's really no point in having this conversation. It's a problem between Karma and Rumpel. They aren't children. They can figure it out on their own.
Oh, princess of my heart, why must you depart so early?
I ignore Rumpel and leave him standing where he is as I return to my shift a little early. Honestly, I would much rather focus on work than Rumpel. He can be just as tiring, if not more. Though, after what happened last night, I don't think he's as terrible as I thought. The days go on and Rumpel and I speak only briefly during our breaks. Every day I eat another piece of the lily until only one is remaining. One afternoon, just before my break, Rumpel approaches me with a mischievous smile on his face.
My lovely princess, how are you today?
What do you want?
Your cold shoulder is enticing.
I have one more table to serve. Do not bother me.
But princess, I've decided I know exactly how to teach you to be good.
All of your other lessons have been useless so far.
Please, just trust me.
To put my trust in someone is weakness.
I'm going to teach you how to flirt.
What?
The first step to flirting is eye contact, princess.
Wait, but why are you... Rumpel points at my customer, a young man sitting right beside the window.
The second is to smile. Smile, princess, because I'm sure you look even more stunning when you do. Then you start a conversation with him. Body language is important. There are certain signals that key men into the fact that a woman is interested in them. I think playing with your hair is one. A gentle tap on the shoulder is another.
I should have expected Rumpel to spout this sort of nonsense. Princess? The customer's been waiting for a while now. Is something wrong? I noticed the customer looking at me expectantly. He's just some man, a usual customer I actually see often.
Oh, and princess, don't forget the compliments. Make them as delicate and illustrative as you can.
I move away from Rumpel before he can muddle my thoughts any further. Already my feet feel like lead. I find myself staring at the man for far too long. The way he stares back at me, his expression so unreadable, suddenly makes me feel more uncomfortable. Do I really have to do what Rumpel says? I stop in front of the man and set down his tray. My eyes still on his. I don't have time to follow Rumpel's advice, but for some reason, my lips quirk. The smile on my lips, though, lasts all of a half second. Are you okay? Attempt to flirt. I can feel Rumpel smiling at my back. If this were anyone else but him, I would think it was some kind of prank. But considering this is the way Rumpel acts all the time, maybe he's really trying to help me. I try to recall how he flirted with the customers before. I couldn't help but notice you were alone, sir. I'm always alone. My heart is thumping far too loudly in my chest. What kind of things does Rumpel usually say?
Madam, you are the most beautiful thief I have ever met, for it is you who has stolen my heart and stolen my gaze. Your eyes are more captivating than the stars, my sweet. If I could, I would stare into them forever and lose myself in their majesty. You remind me of a rose with thorns, but the thorns are what makes the rose so alluring.
All he does is spout complimentary gibberish. I'll try to do the same. How is it that you would always be alone when you have such lovely eyes? The customer stares at me baffled. I force myself to continue. Your eyes remind me of the leaves in fall as they flutter beneath the bright gaze of the sun, and... I stop. The words, nothing more than a shallow lie, make me feel strangely hollow. The man is just staring at me, but he looks uncomfortable. Still, I don't think he's anywhere near as uncomfortable as I am. Ma'am? Perhaps you would... My voice trails off. I bite my lip so hard I can taste something metallic. The man's expression is a mixture of awe and perplexity. I immediately turn away from him and walk off. My whole face is hot, and I can feel anger boiling deep down inside of me.
Oh, Princess.
Leave me alone. Princess, we're not done. I don't care. I ignore everyone's gazes as I make my way as quickly as I possibly can up the stairs into my room. There I collapse on my bed and lay there with my arms outstretched. Why would I have ever even thought of taking Rumpel's advice? Hours go by and eventually I realize it's time to help Anise with the night chores. Now I'm helping her restock some of the bottles that Waltz and Karma brought back from town. I hope Anise doesn't mention what happened earlier today. I slip out of bed and head down to the main area of the tavern. The room is mostly quiet by the time I go downstairs. Parfait and Delora are talking to each other at a table. Karma passes me by as I walk downstairs. He looks exhausted and oddly frustrated. I make my way over to Anise, who's already putting bottles on the shelves. Oh, Princess, are you okay now? I'm fine. Now what did you need me to do? Anise explains how restocking works. She shows me the labels on the shelves and explains that the empty spots are where the new bottles go. It's not a hard job and one I can easily do without thinking too hard. For a while, the only sounds that can be heard in the margin are the bottles clinking against each other. Underneath that is the murmuring between Parfait and Delora. I have no idea what they're talking about, but they look serious, so it must be something important. So Princess, can I ask what life was like at the palace? Right. She can't remember working in the palace before. I don't mean to pry, I was just trying to make conversation. I would rather not. Oh, okay. Eventually, Parfait and Delora stand from their seats and move to another room to continue their conversation. Anise breaks the silence again. The tavern is nice when it's quiet like this, isn't it? You can hear the sounds outside if you open a window. My hands move stiffly, placing bottles on the shelves by label. All I want to do is get the work done and then return to my room. It was like this at the old place that I used to work. I was hired by a rich family to be their maid. Their mansion was a beautiful place. You could hear the crickets if you were by the windows on the bottom floor. It seems like her memory has been twisted by my curse, so she can't remember working at the palace. All she remembers is working for a rich family. It was a nice place, Princess. There was a girl close to my age that had a radiant smile. Radiant smile. She must be talking about Emmeline. The head of the mansion is a really kind man, and... She grows suddenly quiet, a look of confusion coming to her face. She pauses and then shakes her head. I can't seem to remember everyone that was there, but I'm pretty sure they were all good people. At least, I'd like to think so. I was just a bad maid. She was. Because of her, Delora's dress was torn. I was too ashamed to tell one of the mistresses that I couldn't save her doll. Save her doll? Anise looks down, her smile wistful. I was fired on my first day because I couldn't save one of the mistress's dolls. I was the one cleaning her shelves that day, and when I went in I saw a crow that had come in through the open window and was pecking at one of the dolls. I shooed it away, but it was too late. The doll had a little rip in its dress, and I was fired for not doing my job properly. So it wasn't Anise who ripped Delora's dress, but a bird? Is this why Delora insisted Anise deserves an apology? What happened after you were fired? Lady Parfait found me on the streets. I couldn't go back to my aunt's house, not after what happened. She never liked me anyway. Anise's face clouds briefly with sorrow, but the expression is short-lived. I can never forget the day I met Lady Parfait. I told her I would be able to help her and anyone else that got sick, that I can even do all the cooking since I've been making meals for my father since I was a young girl. I begged her to take me in and she did. I owe Lady Parfait a lot. Why didn't you go back to your father after you were fired? My father passed away a while ago. My mother died giving birth to me. My father was an herbalist, and he taught me a lot while he was still with me. So before Rumpel came in, I helped Lady Parfait with herbal remedies. So you have no one. That's what I thought, but now I have everyone here. The Marchand's my family now. Family. Princess, we're all happy to have you here too. You really help out around the Marchand, and I can tell Rumpel's happy to have you as a partner. The memory of what happened today slowly seeps back into my mind. I can't help the irritation bubbling inside of me. I know he's a little overwhelming, but I'm pretty sure Rumpel's really trying to help you, just like he's helping Lady Parfait. It's not the same thing at all. The two of us continue working until Anise makes another wistful comment. The place I worked before this, I felt like there was warmth in that gigantic home, but it was stifled. That place isn't warm at all. I speak the words without even meaning to. Anise looks up at me curiously. The king suddenly started speaking to me when Mother died, but it was never enough. Before that, he was cold and distant, and even now, he favors his new wife and children over me. There were people, but they all wore fake smiles, and my father, he was the worst of all. I may as well have never existed to him. Princess, I'm sorry. For what? You're talking about the palace, right? The king always seems so nice. He put his kingdom before his children. Anise fidgets nervously. I'm sorry. Apologies are not going to change the past. Sometimes apologizing seems like all we can do when we can't change something that's already happened. I think about Anise who tried to save my doll, and the way I fired her that day. Rumpel told me once that all I had to do was listen to people to sympathize with them. Could that also be true for finding out the truth? All I can do to make up for what I did to her is apologize. I'm sorry. Anise looks at me, clearly shocked. She stares for a few moments before I scowl at her. Staring is rude. Oh, I was just... Why are you apologizing to me, princess? It's for something I did that you wouldn't remember. That I wouldn't remember? You should tell me. I promise I won't hold it against you. It's not important. Anise's eyes are suddenly downcast, and no matter the attempt, her smile isn't as bright as it once was. I quickly finish stacking the bottles on the shelves. I'm done. Anise turns to look at me with an unusually tired expression on her face. Thank you for listening to me, princess, and for telling me a little bit about yourself, too. I feel like I might have said too much. I don't respond to Anise, but instead choose to head out the front door. Anise asks where I'm going, but I just ignore her. I think about heading to town, but then reconsider. I decide to head to the forest instead. I make my way to the forest clearing. In the dark, everything feels a lot more comfortable. Here, I don't have to pretend to listen to anyone, and I don't have to talk about myself. I settle down on a rock and stare up at the sky. I apologized, but Anise didn't understand my apology, and even now I can't bring myself to trust those at the margin. I sigh and find myself speaking aloud. Maybe I am the Ice Princess.
Ah, but have you seen the beautiful sculptures that can be made from ice, princess?
I turn to see Rumpel walking towards me, a broad grin on his face.
Ice always sparkles in the sun. It glistens and stands so proudly where it's been sculpted.
I stare at Rumpel blankly. He sighs and shakes his head.
I'm sorry. That one was particularly bad, wasn't it?
He sits down beside me and his grin falters a little bit.
I have no white lilies to give you this time, my sweet princess, but I'll offer anything else you would need for me to apologize for my advice earlier today. I can offer anything. My words, my body.
I cut Rumpel off as I'm not in the mood for his usual behavior. You're always like this. All you ever do is flirt. Any meaningful thing you try to say is lost in the flattery you constantly give people. It's shallow.
You're right.
What? I stare at him. Rumpel's still smiling, but it's not the same confident grin he wore earlier.
Somewhere deep in my memories, I remember someone telling me off just like this. Many people enjoy flattery, princess, and a lot of people are receptive to flirting, but nothing can measure up to a genuine compliment. But I stand by what I said before, in that making a person happy is a good deed. Look, I'll show you.
Rumpel shifts so that he's looking right at me, and I notice that his smile is gone.
Lucette, of all the women I've met, you're the most straightforward and honest. Many do not have the courage or the confidence to exhibit those qualities, and that's why I admire you, and why I will always take your words to heart, because I know you will always speak the truth.
I look into Rumpel's eyes, which still have a gentle shimmer despite the darkness. For a few moments, his words float around in my head. No one's ever called my bluntness honesty before, and no one's ever complimented me for it. Rumpel told me before that I deserve to be spoiled. Maybe it's because he sees the things I do in a more positive light.
My, you're struck speechless by that, aren't you? You look cute with your cheeks so rosy, my sweet princess.
I glare at him and Rumpel just laughs in response. I put a hand to my cheek, suddenly self-conscious. Rumpel smiles at me, but it's not the usual playful smile. Right now he almost looks serious. Did he mean what he just said?
Tell him off. Why did you have to be so dramatic when you gave me that compliment?
I was dramatic?
I cross my arms and Rumpel grins at me.
I can't help it, Princess. I'm dramatic by nature. A compliment is in some ways a performance.
So you didn't mean what you said?
No, I did. I swear I did. I was trying to show you how making a person happy could be a good deed. Complimenting a person on appearances is easier than complimenting them on their demeanor. You have to know a person for that. I meant what I said, Princess, and I swear it wasn't just me trying to weave spectacular words together. Earlier, I bet you made a niece happy too.
You were spying on our conversation?
I would never. I just happened to be making my way down the stairs very slowly.
You don't even know what I was apologizing for.
No, but you thought you had to after you listened to her, didn't you?
I listen far more than you do.
Princess, you've shattered my heart so many times there are permanent cracks. But don't worry, the cracks in my heart allow even more of you to make your way into it.
Rumpel awkwardly laughs when I remain silent.
Anyway, there's different kinds of listening, Princess. Listening to sympathize is one kind. Trying to put yourself in someone's shoes, trying to understand them. That's one of those ways. Then there's the kind of listening that's shallow. One pretends to listen without ever letting the words into their heart.
Words are fickle things. Mother always told me that people lie, and they say whatever benefited them. It's foolish to trust words. What if a niece had been lying to me? Why would I put so much blind faith in people?
Because more often than not, people are good, Princess.
I let out an exasperated sigh. Sometimes I can't tell if I'm angry or confused by Rumpel.
Ah, what a beautiful sound. It was as if the sweet wind itself was gently tickling my ear.
I slide away from him and scowl.
Your scowl is adorable too, and you have such delicate lips.
Right. I'm still convinced that his earlier compliment was just a lie. How can he say something genuine and then slide right back into this pitiful flattery? For a moment, silence falls, and I find to my surprise that it's not awkward being alone with Rumpel.
Will you accept my apology for earlier? I promise I'll never try to get you to flirt with anyone ever again. Besides, if you flirted with another man and then grew fond of him, I would be devastated.
That would never happen.
You didn't let me finish. I was going to say I would be devastated because that would mean that your heart belongs to someone else and
my heart belongs to no one.
Then I'll steal it like a thief in the night.
That will also never happen.
If not, I'll settle with making you smile at least once, because I'm sure you'd shine as brightly as the sun if you smiled.
You're unreasonably persistent.
Love is a persistent endeavor, Princess. A man in love stops at nothing to win over the woman that he so adores.
Then you must be in love with many women. I stand up. I would appreciate you just complimenting me when you mean it.
But Princess, I mean every one of my compliments.
I have no energy to chastise him right now, but at least I no longer have that anger inside from earlier. It's been a long day and I'm going to bed.
Would you like my company? I didn't mean...
Good night, Rumpel.
Good night, Princess.
I make my way back to the tavern, feeling surprisingly light. Still, even if Rumpel's words might make me happier than I care to admit, he's not doing a very good job of helping me with my curse. I might have to do this on my own after all. Chapter 5. The Doctor.
What a brilliant day. The sun is shining, the town is full of laughter, and I have my sweet princess here to accompany me.
I can't help but groan at Rumpel's optimism, because we were both sent out to run errands.
Because everyone thinks we make a wonderful couple.
No, because we're partners.
Partners, a couple, it may as well be the same thing.
Half of the time, Rumpel says some deep things, but then he says things like that. It's like he has two personalities. No, it's not the same thing at all. I take out the list and scour it for the things that we need to buy. More than half of it is already crossed out. I glance at the bags Rumpel's carrying. He refuses to let me carry any of them, insisting it would be impolite to force the load on me. That leaves me with list duty. This is a lot more laid back than what I have to do at the Marchen. Okay. Now we have the general medicine restock for a niece.
My area of expertise. Never fear, my sweet princess. I'll find everything we need.
We already have a list, but Rumpel just hums enthusiastically as we continue our way, and I'm not entirely sure if he heard me or not. We arrive at the little medicine shop in the central plaza. A man exits through the front door, coughing so loudly people turn their head to stare at him. I wait for the man to pass so that I can open the door to the store. But then I noticed that Rumpel hasn't budged beside me at all. His eyes do a quick scan of the man before he slowly begins to walk towards him.
Sir, you are sick.
What's it to you? Even if I was sick, lad, there's nothing I can do if I don't have any money. Besides, it's not like this will kill me. It's just a cough.
How long have you had your cough, sir?
It seems like such a minor thing, but Rumpel suddenly looks so serious about it. He looks at the man with his eyes slightly narrowed, as if trying to see past him.
It's been with me for more than 3 days. Coughs are pesky things, aren't they? They're usually the last thing to go, but at least they're not deadly most of the time. Even if you can't buy the medicine, sir, there are other at-home remedies that might help with your cough.
Boy, I've already tried warm tea. My wife's given me enough of that.
Water's good for your throat too, sir. Any kind of steam works. If the cough is riddled with mucus, it'll be easier to expel with steam. When you can't afford the medicine, sometimes simple things will help, and coughs stay for a while, so don't fret if you can't get rid of yours immediately.
Well, I appreciate the advice. Not exactly what a doctor would tell me, but it'll have to do. The man thanks Rumpel before walking off. I notice Rumpel looking down at the ground, a rather forlorn expression on his face. Is what he said true?
About what, Princess?
About doctors not giving advice about at-home remedies.
Most of the doctors don't believe in such things. They always think that medicines work better than at-home or herbal remedies. The medicines do help, but sometimes they aren't necessary.
Yet you just gave him advice.
Not everyone can afford medicine. Being a doctor means helping people, not taking advantage of their sickness to steal their money.
Money was never the problem at the palace. Whenever I was sick, the palace staff made sure I had the best and most effective medicines. Do you remember what you were like as a doctor?
I wanted to help people that showed up at my doorstep. Sometimes I couldn't, and it frustrated me. I prescribed medicines when necessary, gave advice other times, and when things were dire, I performed small operations.
He does seem a lot more serious when he's talking about health. Rumpel was silent for a few moments before his eyes light up once again.
Anyway, shall we go stock up on our medicine?
I thought you said medicine wasn't always helpful.
Because it's not. I also know that Anise uses mostly herbs, and that she tries to handle things without too much medication. She's quite capable.
We enter the shop, and in no time at all, Rumpel spots the items on our list. We use up the rest of our money to buy the medicines and remedies that we need, and then we begin to head back to the tavern. On the way there, Rumpel strikes up a conversation again.
So, Princess, have you given any thought to what I said before?
About what?
You've already forgotten? About making people happy.
What?
You know, you could make me happy right here and now by giving me a kiss on the cheek.
I stare blankly at him before walking away. No thank you.
And alas, my hopes are dashed again.
When we're at the outskirts of town, I pause and turn around. It's as if I can feel the eyes on my back, but I don't see anyone openly staring at me. Is someone watching me? Suddenly, I feel warmth in my hand, then fingers interlace through mine. Rumpel pulls me closer, his expression oddly gentle.
Don't worry, my sweet princess. You're safe with me.
Suddenly his face is a lot closer to mine and I can see his features more closely. It's like the night in the forest, except his face is not marred by the same shadows. There's caution in his eyes, but it's not directed at me.
Did you see someone following you?
No, I just thought I felt someone looking at me.
Better to stay together then.
We begin walking again. The two of us begin to head back to the marchant. Rumpel has all the bags in one hand now. He hums a little bit as we walk. It's remarkably peaceful, so much so that I don't even mind him holding my hand. It suddenly feels a lot safer. I'm so lost in reverie that I don't even notice when we turn and go in the opposite direction. This isn't the way back to the marchant.
On the contrary, it's just a more scenic path. Don't you like the forest, princess? The shafts of light coming in through the canopies, the soft blades of grass that tickle your ankles. It's such a romantic place.
No matter what he says, this does not lead back to the marchant. It's not a scenic path or a path at all. Stop walking. I instantly root myself in place, and even though Rumpel's far taller than me and far stronger, he stops after noticing I'm no longer walking.
Oh, princess, did you want to stop and admire the scenery?
Why are you taking me through here? I don't care about the scenery, and I don't care about walking anywhere with you.
Oh, princess, your honesty really is a treasure. One day I'll make it so you enjoy going places with me, not just holding my hand.
I quickly slide my hand out of his, my face feeling somewhat hot.
There's the sweet rosiness to your cheeks.
You never answered my question.
It's a detour. We're only going to be in here for a few minutes. If you thought you saw someone's eyes on you,
It's better to divert their attention away from the marching. And before you say it's dangerous, yes it is, but we're still not far away enough from town to worry about safety. And I believe I can protect you. Won't you compliment my cleverness, sweet princess? He takes a step forward, bridging the short distance between us, and then suddenly, his fingers are around my wrist again. But he doesn't lace his fingers through mine. Instead, he takes my hand in his, and then pulls it up to my face. Before I realize it, my hand is on his cheek, his hand cupping my own. Princess, you can trust me. Always, I mean. I can sense that sometimes you trust me, sometimes you don't. Well, you don't need to be so cautious around me. I shower you with compliments because I believe you deserve them. I tell you that I enjoy being around you because I do. I should be focusing on his words, but all I can look at are his eyes. What do I need to do for you to fully trust me? Mother told me that people lie, so how can I trust that everything he says is the truth? Perhaps if I stopped throwing compliments at you. You wouldn't be you without all the compliments. What am I saying? I always complain about his compliments, but the thought of Rumpel without compliments is strange. So you do enjoy my compliments, sweet princess? No, What? Words have deserted you. I understand. Being so close to me would have that effect on any woman. Something bright and angry flares up inside of me. Something that I don't understand. I pull my hand away from him, a scowl on my face. Was it my big mouth again, princess? Come on, let's go back to the margin. I start walking ahead, and Rumpel rushes to catch up with me. I clench my fingers and let out a silent sigh. Rumpel was being nice to me again, but I always reject his kindness, because it can't be real. Days go by. I consider Rumpel's advice, but I refuse to flirt with anyone again. But I have no idea how to make anyone happy. Rumpel told me that I can't make anyone happy without knowing anything about them and listening to them like I did with Anise. But what reason do I have to listen to people? This is so frustrating. Days later, Rumpel and I sit at a table waiting for our work orders. Rumpel's on the verge of conversation when we suddenly hear Parfait speaking in the doorway. Rumpel picks up on the words before I do and rushes over to the front door. He looked almost nervous. Who's at the front door? I excuse myself briefly, telling Anise that I'll be back. I make my way over to the front door, and there I see 3 people in conversation. There's Rumpel and Parfait, and a very pale man. The pale man looks like death itself, like he might just keel over. I can help him. Rumpel? He needs help. He can stay in my room instead. I can even restock the medicines on my own if need be, so please let me help him. There's a deeper desperation in Rumpel's eyes that I've never seen before. He looks at Parfait pleadingly, all the while holding the man by the shoulder to steady him. What's happening? Oh, princess, this man heard about Rumpel through one of the men at the tavern. He's sick and doesn't have a lot of money to pay for treatment. He came here seeking Rumpel. He must have been able to find this place because he was cursed. Does he even have the money to pay? Rumpel turns to me with a frown on his face. I've never seen him look at me so sternly. Princess, you remember what I told you before. He was insistent that a doctor's #1 priority was to help their patient regardless of their monetary situation. Take him to your room then, Rumpel. I'll have Anise assist you if she's willing. No, Anise doesn't need to worry herself. I think she'd want to help you. The two cut their discussion short when the man starts coughing, a terrible hacking cough that paralyzes him. Rumpel steadies him and then begins to slowly move him towards his room. Don't worry, princess. He'll be fine. What? I can see the worry on your face. Rumpel will be fine. Why would I worry about Rumpel? Because it's not like you to worry about someone you don't know at all. He looked so alarmed. I've never seen Rumpel look like that before. It's not like him. Rumpel knows what he's doing. I'll have someone else assist you with serving today, so no worries. Parfait comes through on her promise. When I go back to the bar, both Anise and Rumpel are gone. Karma, or Miss Karma, is there instead, looking disgruntled. Waltz would be better at this. Why do I have to help? Because Waltz is busy doing his puppet shows, and Rumpel's helping a sick man. Oh, well, I guess there's nothing to do about this then, other than enjoy it. He flips his hair and smiles brilliantly. I will attract all the customers today. Perhaps we should have a competition, princess. Compete with yourself. I'm really not in the mood for karma right now. Then I shall definitely compete with myself, because challenging yourself is important. Karma picks up waiting tables fairly easily. I notice that he speaks very fondly to the girls, but they're not as receptive as they are with Rumpel. Many times they ask Karma where Rumpel is, and he seems agitated when he tells them that Rumpel's busy. They seem just as irritated. Once my break starts, I meet Karma at the bar. He looks depressed. I guess if you and Rumpel competed to woo girls, he would win. Darling, if I were to shed my disguise right here and now, I would be the clear victor. Since without this disguise, women would flock to me. It's rather uncomfortable to have every woman in Angiel fall in love with you. You look like you're judging me, princess. Because I am. If you only understood my plight. Karma and Rumpel may speak similarly, but they're still so different. Karma's the type to complain. Rumpel never complains. He's overworking himself for someone else, just like he went out of his way to apologize to me many times. My heart sinks a little bit as I think of him and Anise helping out the sick man. Rumpel didn't even want Anise going up there, so he probably wouldn't want me up there either. I could try to go visit him, or I could go back to my room. I think I'll go check on him. Check on Rumpel? I hadn't realized I was speaking aloud. I look at Karma, who furrows his eyebrows at me slightly. I honestly don't know how you can stand him as a partner. Why do you dislike Rumpel so much? A lot of things, princess. But that fight is between us, and doesn't involve you. Then don't involve me. You have no need to comment on us being partners. Karma looks at me, wide-eyed and a little shocked. Then a sort of knowing comes into his eyes and he smiles, just a little bit. Yes, I think you should go visit him, because otherwise you wouldn't be able to get him off your mind, would you? He laughs a little bit before picking up his tray and rushing off to continue his shift. I slowly make my way upstairs, my feet feeling heavy. For some reason I feel like Karma was right. I make my way over to what I think is Rumpel's door. The door's slightly ajar, and I hear hushed voices on the other side. Those voices definitely belong to Anise and Rumpel. I slowly push the door open and quietly step inside. Rumpel and Anise are standing over the man, who's covered in blankets and coughing. A series of bottles sit on the table close by.
None of the herbal remedies are working. We need a medicine for this.
I'm sorry I don't have any more to offer, Rumpel.
Anise, please don't sound so sad. You've already tried helping us as much as you possibly can. It's my fault for promising to buy the medicine that we need.
I glance at a table where a list is sitting. Beautiful cursive handwriting details everything that the patient needs. Everything is circled, except for some medicine at the very bottom that has a star next to it. Is that Rumpel's handwriting? Suddenly the two of them turn. They both look shocked to see me.
Princess, what are you doing here?
I came to see how you were doing.
Princess, I'm fine, but...
He glances down at the man on the bed. Anise sighs out a little bit. We've given him what we can, but the one medicine that we need is something we can't afford.
Even with the money I'm getting from Lady Parfait, it isn't enough.
I walk into the room and glance at the list. I look over at the total for the medicine, then at the coins on the table that I hadn't noticed before. Did Rumpel use all his money for this stranger? What will happen if you don't get the medicine?
Without this, the infection will spread and he could...
He goes silent as the man starts coughing again. I can read the answer in his eyes, even if he won't say it. The man could be in terrible danger. He could even die. Rumpel looks defeated. He doesn't look like himself at all. I glance at the coins again, then at the list. Without a second thought, I grab both the list and the coins.
Princess, what are you...
I'll be back. I leave the room even with Anise and Rumpel protesting behind me. I make my way to my room, where I pick up the bag of coins that the king gave me when I went to the palace on the day I was cursed. Then I head for the door. I immediately head for the medicine store that we always frequent. I count out the coins that I need to buy the medicine. This will take all my money, but it wasn't as if I was going to use it for something else. I rush back to the marchand with the medicine in a little bag, hoping this is the one Rumpel needs. It's dark by the time I get back to the marchand. I make my way to Rumpel's room again and notice that he's sitting on a stool beside the patient's bed, looking at him forlornly. When I enter the room, his eyes go wide. He seems even more surprised when I hand him the bag.
Princess, is this...
He opens the bag and lets the little vial roll onto his hand.
How did you buy this?
I combined your total with the money I had left. Rumpel just stares at me, clearly flabbergasted. Then his expression morphs into something softer, something more relieved. He steps forward and suddenly his arms are around me. He grips me tightly, and then I hear his voice in my ear.
Thank you so much, Princess.
My heartbeat picks up slightly. It's so loud I think Rumpel might hear it, but when he pulls away, he doesn't say anything.
I'll have to thank you for this later, Princess, but for now, you should leave. I don't want you to get sick.
I'm too dazed to disagree. I nod my head quietly before moving stiffly towards the door. I glance back at Rumpel one last time, noticing he's checking the man's temperature. The moment I leave the room, a flash of light emanates from my chest. I absently touch the glass slipper at my neck, and then pause as I stare down at it. I feel a soft gasp leave my lips when I notice the fragment of a second slipper. I got my first good deed. I bought the medicine for Rumpel, but I only added in a few more coins to buy it. So what I did today was considered a good deed? I'm confused, but at the same time, I'm pleased that I actually managed to get a good deed. Now I only need 2 more. The next day I go down to the tavern area to begin my work, but I'm there a little early. Waltz is working on his puppets at a table, eyebrows furrowed in concentration. When I walk in, he looks up at me and smiles. Then he raises his eyebrows.
Princess, congratulations! You got your first good deed.
I did.
I knew you could do it.
I nod in response. His praise makes me feel oddly proud. I continue my usual work, keeping an eye out for Rumpel as I work my shift, but he never appears. A few days go by, and it's only after the man leaves, looking a lot healthier and stable than he was before, that I finally see Rumpel. He and the man speak at the front door to the tavern.
No, really, sir. I couldn't take anything from you.
Nonsense. You saved my life. I need to pay you back somehow.
The man's holding money out to Rumpel, but Rumpel just shakes his head. I notice that there are dark circles under his eyes, and that he looks tired.
I didn't help you for the money.
But I insist.
That money could be spent on better things, like your family.
You may not take my money, but I promise I'll pay you back.
Your health is all the reward I need. I promise.
I can't thank you enough.
After the man leaves, I approach Rumpel. He turns to me and leans against the door. His smile's still tired, but bright.
Ah, Princess. Come to heal my weary body, perhaps? I would so love another hug.
My face becomes hot at the memory of Rumpel's hug from the other day.
Ah, the natural rouge of your cheeks is so sweet, Princess. It makes me feel infinitely better. And your necklace seems different?
I reach up to touch the pendant. Every time I get a good deed, a piece gets added to my necklace.
Oh, right. You helped with the medicine the other day. Of course that was a good deed, Princess. It was very selfless of you. Thank you again for that.
That man tried to thank you too, but you refused his money. Why? And why did you spend your money on him?
Because life is invaluable, Princess. No amount of money could ever be more important than a person's life.
Even if it's someone you don't know?
Yes, because everyone has a life, Princess. They have loved ones, families, sweethearts, and if I can help them, I will. I'll gladly spend any amount of money to do so.
Okay, fine. But why didn't you accept any money from him?
Because no amount of money.
You needed that money. How are you going to buy more medicines without any money? Rumpel's eyes widen. He was clearly not expecting me to ask that question.
But he said before he didn't have much money, and it was true. I can't take money from him when he doesn't have much of it to begin with.
He was thanking you with money. You should have accepted it. Parfait pays you, does she not? Rumpel's shoulders sag when he sighs.
Yes, even though I won't accept the money from her face to face, she has to sneak it into my wallet.
If she does that, why not just accept it?
I'm trying to make a statement, Princess.
And Parfait doesn't seem to care because she sneaks the money into your wallet regardless.
Oh, you do have a point there.
You're stubborn.
We both are. Now I have a question. Why did you use your money on that man? You knew nothing about him. Did you do it for him? For yourself? Or for me, perhaps?
Rumpel grins at me mischievously. Even with the tired eyes, I can still see the bright cheer in them.
Hit the nail right on the head. Again. You're becoming easier to read, my sweet princess. Well, no matter why you did it, thank you. The medicine was necessary to help that man.
I still think you should have accepted money from him. You helped him, and did him a service no one else would. You should have accepted his gratitude.
Princess, I told you.
I cross my arms and frown at him. You're so stubborn. Rumpel's smile falters, and he just looks at me sadly, almost guiltily. For some reason, the sight of him in such a state makes my heart sink. Wipe off that frown. You look better with a smile. Rumpel stares at me shocked. Why is he staring at me like that?
You like my smile?
What? I did not say
You like my smile, and you complimented it too. Princess, you have no idea how much this means to me.
Rumpel throws his hands in the air. I resist the urge to roll my eyes at the exaggerated reaction. You get compliments all the time from women.
Yes, but none as honest as yours. That compliment is valuable because I know you absolutely mean it, so I'll keep those words close to heart, because they're precious to me.
It wasn't anything like the spectacular compliments he gives, yet he still looks so happy. You two seem to be getting along. Parfait appears behind us with a smile on her face. Sorry to interrupt, but Lucette, Karma is slowly drowning in table work. Won't you help him? Yes, of course. Rumpel looks disappointed as I'm sent back to the bar, where Karma expresses immediate relief that I'm back. Rumpel retires to his room early that day, and he's given the day off. Both Delora and Parfait can see the tiredness on his face just like I can. He doesn't reappear for the rest of the day. At the end of my shift, I retire to my room. When I get downstairs the next morning, I'm met with a familiar sight. Both Karma and Rumpel stand on opposite sides of a table, their voices rising in argument. They're fighting again? I happen to catch their words as I walk quietly down the stairs. Who are you to criticize my work ethic when you were gone for several days, leaving me with your workload?
It wasn't like I wanted to. And who are you to criticize how I work?
All of the ladies I spoke to said that you shower them with compliments. What kind of professional behavior is that?
I'm having a hard time believing you're a professional with the way that you flaunt yourself.
At least I don't flirt with people to attract their attention. And you flirt with them and don't even realize the effect it has on other people.
Flattery is not a crime.
Just yesterday, the princess came to see you in your room, all because you gave her the impression you liked her.
Were you actually spying on her? And you call me uncouth?
No, I overheard her say it.
And you're wrong. I never say anything if it isn't true.
Well, the truth of the matter is that you must be in love with many women, because they all seem to think that you'll get down on one knee and propose to them.
You say some sly things, Miss Karma, and yet you're the biggest liar of us all.
At least I don't lie to my partner. Defend Rumpel. Rumpel tells me that he never lies. He tells me that he wants me to trust him, though I still find it hard to believe. I do want to trust him. I walk down the rest of the stairs and stop at Rumpel's side. Both men look equally surprised to see me there. Rumpel has never lied to me yet. Karma looks up and stares at me for a few moments, looking startled by my sudden appearance. Then he sighs. Princess, a man that flatters everyone doesn't flatter anyone. At least he's not so conceited he flatters himself constantly. Such a sharp tongue you have, Princess, and you're very quick to jump to assumptions. You two at it again? Jurian stops at the table and frowns at them. Both men glance away from her cold gaze. Karma murmurs something before excusing himself. Rumpel looks down at the table, his eyebrows knit together with frustration. What's wrong with you two? Why can't you just be civil with each other?
Jurian, you're never here to see how these fights start. Karma is every bit a beast, attacking me for no good reason. But with your keen eye, you should be able to discern that, right?
Flattery won't work on me, Rumpel. Any second I doubt these fights start without any bit of prompting from you.
I swear I don't start anything. Karma's just always irritable. He's like a woman during that one time of the month.
Jurian walks away stiffly, leaving me with Rumpel. I look at him, a little irritated by his earlier comment. He gives me a sheepish smile.
Thank you, Princess.
For what?
For defending me. I swear I meant what I said. I would never lie to you. I mean every one of my compliments, every one of my thank yous. You must know that since you came to defend me.
Rumpel, sometimes you keep talking when nothing needs to be said.
But I'm just expressing the depths of my gratitude.
It's unnecessary. It was such a small thing, too. Princess, can you give me some help with inventory? I'm coming. As I turn away, Rumpel waves.
I'll see you later, Princess. Who knows, you might get your second good deed.
I resist the urge to roll my eyes. It feels like it'll be a while yet before I can achieve my next good deed. Chapter 6, Strings of Fate.
What a brilliant day! The sun is shining, the town is full of laughter, and I have
my sweet princess here to accompany me.
It sounds like I'm getting easier to read too.
No, you've just said it enough times that I memorized it.
That means you must pay attention to my words. That in itself is a compliment, Princess.
It's not. We're on our way to the usual store to restock our medications, when a small figure leaves out through the front door. She stares at us with a lost look on her face. Rumpel reacts immediately, making his way over to her with a broad smile.
Madam, I can't help but notice the pained expression upon your beautiful face. Is there anything I can do to assuage your worries? For seeing your lovely face shadowed by such sadness stabs me right in the heart.
The woman stares at Rumpel dumbfounded. His smile wavers and he takes a step back, suddenly looking alarmed.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's you. Huh? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
This is awkward, madam, but I'm afraid I don't know you.
What?
Or do I? Do I know you?
I take a step forward and look at the woman flatly. He has been cursed. He has amnesia. Amnesia? The woman stares at Rumpel, scrutinizing him. You do seem different. Changed from before, in any case.
So you knew me before. How terrible it is of me to forget such a lovely face. Well, perhaps you could help me remember.
The usual flirty suggestion is in his voice, but the woman seems unaffected. I can help you remember.
You can?
It's no wonder I can't remember your name. You have the fairy tale curse, don't you? Who is this woman? You truly don't remember me?
I'm sorry.
The woman looks conflicted, but the expression is gone as fast as it appears. I'm Bria, your fiancé. What? The shock is apparent on my face, but nowhere near as impressive as the astonishment on Rumpel's face.
My fiancé?
She has to be lying. How can Rumpel possibly have a fiancé with the way that he is? He's barely able to dedicate himself to a single woman for an hour. Bria takes a step forward and takes Rumpel's hands in her own. You don't remember holding my hands like this when you took me to the forest and proposed to me? Rumpel opens his mouth, but no words escape. He reminds me of a lost dog all of a sudden, with his eyes so wide. Bria runs her fingers over his hands. I loved you. You loved me. And I still love you very much.
I don't remember this.
How can I help you remember? Rumpel's voice is faint, but he still tries to smile.
The circumstances of the curse tell me I need to remember through memories and, a journal somehow.
A journal? I have your old journals. I can show you the very first love letter you wrote me. Bria starts walking, her hands still clasped in Rumpel's. I stare after them for a few moments, trying to piece together what's happening in my head. I chase after them. Bria enters a house, one that Rumpel stares at in awe. When she comes back out, she's holding a journal. She hands it to Rumpel, then opens up to the first page. This is a little embarrassing, but there it is. You compiled your letters into a journal. Rumpel slowly reads over the words, and I notice the strange glazed look come back into his eyes, as his expression grows more somber. This is like last time, when he remembered he was a doctor. Bria turns to me as Rumpel's reading, and her eyebrows arch. And who are you? His partner. Partner? We're helping each other with our curses. Oh, you're cursed too. You poor thing. Bria's voice is flat. She's glaring at me beneath her smile. I've done nothing to merit this distrust from her, and I can't bring myself to trust her either. Bria. Rumpel looks up from the journal and stares at her. Yes, sweet? Rumpel's melancholy expression throws me off. Last time he was so excited when he realized he was a doctor, but now his expression's heartbreaking.
I remember. I did propose to you. In the forest, when it was dark,
You set up little lights around the clearing. We spoke for a while, and then when you got down on your knee, you dropped the ring.
It had fallen in the roots of some tree.
We only noticed it when a bird came down to pluck it out of the bramble. I had no idea what you were looking for, but I still chased after the bird.
And you got the ring back, and you knew.
Bria holds out her hand, and I notice a beautiful red-green gem ring on her ring finger. It was still charming, though. I laughed for so long because it felt so memorable. Plucking your engagement ring out of a bird's beak.
You're right.
Rumpel smiles, a little uncertainly. In that moment, I feel him turn away from me. He doesn't even realize I'm there, standing with Bria. Why am I feeling so uncomfortable? You said you were helping Rumpel with his curse, yes? She turns to me. There's no worry. I can help him now. That's what couples do. I have to force the pity out of my heart. I have to force myself to think rationally. Something still seems off about this. But Rumpel remembers. Which means this is the truth, isn't it? I'm still his partner. I still feel something's wrong. I don't trust this woman. Do you know anything about him, dear? Have you helped him regain any of his memories?
She was with me when I regained my memories. VOICED is a very valuable good luck charm.
Rumpel flashes a small smile at me before turning to Bria. Her eyes seem a lot colder now. Tell me, what do you go by now? Until we figured out your name, I need something to call you.
Rumpel.
Bria's cold gaze falls on me, and I can sense something in them that surprises me. Jealousy? Why would she be jealous of me? Rumpel, would you maybe want to come back home with me?
What?
I know you must be overwhelmed, but our home might be able to help you remember some things.
I'm sorry. I actually have a patient somewhere else I need to tend to.
Bria's eyes flash briefly. Her frown's there for a few seconds before she smiles again.
You always were good with your patients. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I understand you're overwhelmed. But remember, now I'm here for you too. I want to mend things, to make them go back to what they were before. How about you look over that journal, and we meet again tomorrow? We can take this one step at a time.
I would like that.
We can get to know each other again, and in time I'm sure you'll remember what we used to have.
I loved you.
And I did too. I still do. A slight shiver runs down my spine as I stare at the two of them. There's that uncomfortable feeling again. Bria and Rumpel agree on a spot to meet tomorrow, and then she leans up to kiss him on the cheek. He puts a hand on his cheek as she walks off with a gentle smile on her face. Are you okay? He looks at me for a few moments. I feel that his gaze lingers longer than it normally does on my eyes. Then he smiles and laughs.
Of course I am, Princess. I just remembered something about my own past. I'm guessing that the second entry has appeared in my journal by now. I can't wait to get back to the march to read it. Bria has the rest of my journals, so I might truly be able to remember everything if I talk to her.
Including your love for her? He sighs out before he proclaims that we should finish our errands. I follow him around the town, though the scenery lacks its usual vibrancy. Rumpel doesn't speak to anyone, not even the girls, while we walk. He keeps his eyes focused on the ground, and when he speaks to the shop owners, his cheer is lukewarm at best. I try to start a conversation with him many times, but he shies away from talking. I feel like there's something he's not telling me. When we arrived at the March-in, Rumpel quickly excuses himself, not even sharing his epiphany about his past with anyone. What has him so bent out of shape? He just regained another memory. I'm assuming he's going to go read about it now. It's not like him to hide things. I hope Rumpel's okay. It's been about a week since Rumpel regained his last memory. He's been meeting with Bria since then, but he still hasn't told me about the memory from the journal. He doesn't flirt with any girls, and when he sees me, his smile looks broken. He spends his days visiting Bria and tending to Parfait. You're worried about Rumpel, aren't you? Why would I be worried about him? Because Rumpel's no longer able to run errands with me. Waltz decided to take his place, but Waltz's presence can't make up for Rumpel's absence. He'll be fine, Princess. He's still figuring things out. I don't trust that woman. His fiancée? She appeared out of nowhere. People who aren't cursed can't find the tavern, Princess. She would never have been able to find him. So really, the only place she could have met him was out here in nowhere. I can tell he's teasing me, but it does little to lift my spirits. I know, Waltz sighs. If you don't trust her, why not just ask around for her? She obviously doesn't want to talk to me. No, I mean ask others about her. So long as you find a way to phrase your intentions honestly, I think they might understand you. Rumpel says my honesty is good, but I also know that the way I speak frustrates many people. Come on, I'll help. Waltz approaches a flower shop where several people are gathered to look at the fresh flowers. Excuse me, madam, sir. I was wondering if you knew anything about someone named Bria. We hear that she's engaged to a friend of ours, but she hasn't said much about her. Everyone calls me blunt, but I would never question others so openly. Does Waltz really expect the people to be so open to him? Oh, if it isn't Waltz, doing a little investigative work, are you? Just looking to find out more about someone important to a friend.
Not going to put this into one of your shows, are you?
Waltz raises an eyebrow and laughs. Of course not. Everyone just trusts Waltz. I suppose he must speak to people often, being a performer. They would probably never suspect Waltz to do anything morally questionable. And yet with me, they were suspicious of everything I did. I guess it's a good thing Waltz is here. I stifle a sigh as the so-called investigation begins.
But Bria, I was under the impression her fiancé wasn't seeing her anymore.
Bria, oh poor Bria. I hear that the poor dear made a mistake and that her fiancé threw her out for it. Is she engaged to someone new now? I'm not surprised given the affair that she had on her first fiancé. Excuse me, what did you just say? Oh, you weren't aware? I'm terribly sorry, perhaps I shouldn't have said anything. You said she cheated on her first fiancé? She was engaged to some man, a doctor I believe. He was a good man, always smiled, helped everyone, including the poor. I don't see how she would have the gall to do it, but the rumors state she was seeing another man. I think I saw them out together sometimes. He was a rich businessman. Who was he? I believe he was one of the doctor's patients. Did anyone see this for sure, ma'am? Oh, lots of people did, and that's why the poor man stopped seeing her, bless his heart. He looked heartbroken. But then the two of them were engaged, so she should have been more committed to him. When Bria first approached Rumpel, she had no idea he had amnesia. She started apologizing to him. Was it for that affair? Or am I just speculating? We thank the woman for her help before continuing to ask around town for more information. The more we hear, the more certain we become. She cheated on him. Princess, I know what you're thinking, but it would be incredibly rash to tell Rumpel about this. But she's lying to him. I can still remember the sadness in his eyes. Maybe somewhere deep down he still knows. Did his journal entry not say anything? You can try talking to him, Princess, but without any evidence, we're just going off of rumors. If you were wrong, I think that would hurt the situation a lot more. I'm forced to acknowledge Waltz's reasoning. As much as I want to tell Rumpel right now, I don't even know where he is. We finish our errands for the day, and then return to the Marchen, where I complete my chores around the tavern before retiring to bed. Later that night, after turning for hours in bed without any success of sleep, I make my way downstairs for a glass of milk. I stop abruptly at the sound of hushed voices. Parfait and Rumpel are sitting together at a table, their voices soft. It means a lot to me that you're still taking care of me, even with everything that you have on your plate. When things are uncertain as they are right now, the little things that remain the same are actually comforting. What, no compliments tonight? He clears his throat.
Lady Parfait, I always find comfort in your presence.
Your heart's not in it, is it? Please don't stress yourself out trying to take care of me. I've seen the orders of the medicines and the dosages. I can take care of myself, Rumpel.
I owe you and Lady Delora for letting me stay here. Even now you could have kicked me out, yet I'm still here.
This isn't the confident Rumpel that I'm used to seeing. It's rather heartbreaking to see you like this, you know. Parfait's eyes drift past Rumpel, and she sees me before I can dart away. I think you're worrying about your partner too. Rumpel turns in his seat and stares at me.
Princess?
I slowly make my way towards them.
I'm sorry, Princess. I haven't been trying to help you at all.
It's fine. Parfait's right though. It's not like you to be so pitiful.
Your words are still as sharp as ever.
I glance at Parfait curiously. The light of the tavern lights her face up dimly, making it look more ghostly than usual. She looks sicklier. Do you think I look like a ghost, Princess? Yes. By the time night comes around, I'm utterly exhausted. You said you were like this because of the Tenebrarum Lucis you have to take care of. That's correct. I used to be able to watch over it more easily. But now with the balance between both crystals lost in the kingdom, it's getting harder. This responsibility is a big burden. It's a heavy toll on my body. But that doesn't diminish any of my pride. I'm proud to bear this responsibility. Someone needs to do it, and I'm very glad I can help so many people through bearing this burden. What would happen if you just let the responsibility go? There would be even more chaos than there is now. And what of the Tenebrarum bearer? Would they not help you with your stress? There is no Tenebrarum bearer currently. What? Parfait stares at me for a few moments, a complicated expression on her face. Then suddenly she sighs. Please don't worry about me, Princess. I've lived a good life. I just want to do more good while I still can. And I'm very lucky to be surrounded by so many good people. Anyway, the two of you should be off to bed soon. I can tell you're both tired. Parfait pauses to look at me, eyebrows slightly arched. Oh, but before you go, there was something I meant to ask you. Ask me? Parfait crosses her arms and looks at me tersely for a few moments. The look is so unlike her that it almost concerns me. She looks uncertain of something, though I can't imagine what it is. What could she want to discuss with me? I wanted to ask if you were free the day after tomorrow. I'm free whenever my schedule says I am. Then if you could spare 20 or so minutes, I want to speak with you about something very important. I suppose you could say it's related to your curse. Fine. Parfait smiles at us before walking back to her room, leaving me alone with Rumpel. Rumpel smiles at me uncertainly. For a few moments I think he might actually talk to me, but then he rushes off after giving me an apology. I watch him walk up the stairs, my heart sinking. I need to know what's going on with him. Today's my day off. I keep on the lookout for Rumpel. Eventually I see him making his way down the staircase. He doesn't look quite as disheartened as last night, but his expression is still rather somber. He says good morning to everyone as he usually does, and then walks out through the front door, and that's my cue. Following behind Rumpel without being seen proves to be remarkably easy. Even if he's perceptive, he won't be expecting me to follow after him when I normally work during these hours. He makes his way through the town until he comes to a stop at a little cafe in the main plaza. It's cleverly hidden, just slightly out of view, not at all in plain view like the rest of the shops. Bria's sitting, waiting for him at a table with a journal. The way she smiles at him numbs my heart. I make my way over to the nearby fountain and crouch beside it to keep out of their view. I can hear their conversation just barely from where I sit. You know, I'd been searching for you for a long time when I saw you. You suddenly disappeared from the house one night, and I couldn't find you.
Why did I leave the house? I don't know. Was it a fight?
No, not a fight. We barely ever fought. We made a promise when you gave me this ring. We promised we would never make each other sad. I close my eyes and breathe. Bria's words drive a bitterness through my heart. After everything I heard, it is possible those rumors were baseless. But isn't it also possible that they were the truth? And Rumpel mentioned a fight. Now's my chance to tell him. But if somehow everything that we heard was one big lie, would I hurt him? I also have my pride. I can't just accuse someone, even if I feel that Bria's guilty of something. I step away from the fountain, meaning to head back the way that I came. Even if the situation sounds wrong, I feel that Rumpel would hate me getting involved. I'm surprised then when he calls my name.
Princess?
Is there something wrong, Miss Partner? Not with me, but perhaps with you. Excuse me? You seem to have quite the reputation.
Princess?
I have no idea what you're talking about, but taking people's words at face value is foolish. Mother would have said the same thing, but why would they lie? So it's not true that you were seeing another man? How dare you? Bria stands up and glares at me. I frown back at her. Her anger does not faze me. She seems like a petulant child. I can't stand jealous girls. They're the bane of my existence. And you're what, 18? 17. But what does that even matter? Either way, there'd just be about a 6-year age gap between you two.
24? Gods, am I really so ancient?
The two of us look at him in unison, then back at each other. I'm here because I want to help my partner, and because you're lying to him. And who are you to say I'm lying? You're a terrible little spy is what you are. Hiding places to watch us, going around town asking about me. I'm telling you now, Rumpel doesn't need you, especially if you're the one spewing lies. Those words have no weight coming from a hypocrite.
Wait, ladies.
Rumpel looks between the two of us, eyebrows furrowed. Then he shakes his head.
Bria, I knew. It was in my journal.
What? Rumpel faces Bria, his expression crumpled.
It was that lord, wasn't it? The one I refused to take money from that one time I helped him. He told me himself. I think that's why this feeling inside of me is so mute right now. Why I was always having second thoughts about your stories. Bria, why didn't you ever tell me you were seeing him? I asked you that question back then too, but you never told me. And so I was waiting for you to bring it up again. I was waiting for you to explain. I was waiting for...
As if I could ever get anything through that thick skull of yours. Even I can't stop myself from staring at her when she insults Rumpel. But with this, she's admitted that the rumors are true. Even if I explained myself, all you would ever say was that you were sorry, but nothing ever changed.
What did I do that was so wrong?
Look at you. Even now you can't bring yourself to be angry at me. You knew the truth, and instead of demanding to know why I did what I did, you keep asking what you did wrong. But you'll never realize what you did wrong, Rumpel. Never. Some things never change. Bria scowls as she makes her way around the table. Rumpel tries to call her back, but Bria only frowns as she walks off. Rumpel lets out a long sigh.
And there go all of my journals too.
Right. He said that Bria had all of his old journals. I'm sorry.
Huh?
I only made things worse. I'm still not entirely sure what they were talking about, but...
Princess, you don't have to apologize for anything. Though, I would like you to apologize for shedding some light on my age.
What?
Am I really truly that old?
Suddenly he looks disgruntled. but the look of distraught on his face is almost comical. I can't help it when I smile and then start to laugh.
Do my ears deceive me? Is that wonderful sound coming from your mouth, princess? How precious.
It's just, you're an old man.
If I'm an old man, then I'm young at heart. Besides, I would be a lot more offended if you weren't smiling while you said that.
After a few moments, Rumpel sighs and shakes his hand.
I'm sorry you had to see all that. I knew there was more to the story than Bria was letting on because I read the memory in my journal.
You knew about the nobleman? Why didn't you say anything?
Like I said, I was waiting for her to say something. I wanted to open up about it honestly.
Bria's undoubtedly bold, but I doubt she's at all honest.
The journal entry, I never read it to you.
You've been distant the last week.
I have been, and I'm sorry for that. But allow me to enlighten you.
Rumpel gestures to the chair that Bria had been sitting in, and I take a seat opposite him.
First, the nobleman was one of my patients. He had a grievous sickness, one that no one else had been able to cure.
I can't help but remember the little boy with the impossible sickness. It seemed he was drawn to Rumpel too. Rumpel wasn't able to help that boy on his own either. Some woman offered her assistance. Did you manage to cure him with the help of that same woman?
It's another cryptic entry, but yes, the mysterious woman from the first entry reappears. We strike another deal, but I can't remember the deal at all. All I know is that afterwards, I did something to make Bria hate me, and she began seeing the nobleman. Or maybe it was before that. Maybe she was just unhappy. She won't explain why.
She still cheated on you. That's her fault, not yours. Rumpel nods absently. I can tell he's not convinced.
In any case, even though I can't remember the entirety of what happened, every time I thought of Bria, I thought of our love in the past tense.
Rumpel frowns, but it's fleeting. Suddenly he's smiling again.
Let's head back for now, princess. I'll figure out how to reach Bria later.
I follow Rumpel back to the margin. Though he seems fine for a time, Rumpel's somberness returns as we head back. He looks like he's trapped in his thoughts. He needs the rest of his journals, but how's he going to get a hold of them now?
Oh, princess, you're here. Sorry we're late. My, the princess is gracing us with her presence.
Parfait said a few days ago that she had something to discuss with me, so I'm here.
Then let's get right to it, shall we?
She plops down on one of the chairs, and Parfait sits down gracefully beside her.
Princess, the other day you asked me about my responsibility, and briefly about the Tenebrarum bearer.
I did, but what does this have to do with me?
It has everything to do with you, because when it comes to that second inquiry, the answer is right here.
Delora points at me. I stare at her, not comprehending.
Princess, the bearer to the Crystallum Tenebrarum is you.
What? I'm not even able to feel shock, just confusion. But how do I have anything to do with these crystals?
See, I told you she'd be confused. It's because we started backwards. I'm so sorry, Princess.
I don't understand.
You remember the story about the crystals, Princess? For a time, the crystals were in complete balance. Even the witches who drew on negative energy were respected. Then one day, Hans wrote the fairy tales. Witches were suddenly painted as villains. Humans attacked the witches, trying to drive them out. Their leader, who just so happened to be my best friend, was hard-pressed to try to keep the peace. She was the original bearer of the crystal. But as witches were killed and thrown out, she found her patience wearing thin. She killed a human, the ultimate taboo, and there was nothing we could do but to try to stop her. This bearer, the leader of the witches and the bearer of the Crystallum Tenebrarum, is someone you know, or someone you knew. She erased all your memories, made you think that the fairy tales were evil, that humans were terrible. I feel something dark stirring inside of me. A sharp pain cuts through my heart, making it hard to breathe. The previous bearer of the crystal was your mother, Princess. Hildir, the leader of the witches. That's impossible. Mother wasn't a witch, but she was, the strongest of us all. When she died, she kept some of her power sealed within the crystal, which is why it still allows the fairy tale curse to be spread. What kind of lie is this? I can't use magic, and Mother never told me she was a witch. She would have told me. It sounds like it, doesn't it? But I assure you, Princess, we would never lie to you about something like this. As impossible as it seems, you are a witch. Your power won't manifest until you're 18, and at that time, you'll inherit control of the crystal. Since your birthday is soon, this was the last chance we had to teach you goodness. Your mother's been shielding you from it for so long. We trusted you were different from her, and you are. But Mother was the only one that ever loved me. She stole away your memories and made you hate the world.
Delora? She was fostering hatred in you, making you just like her. You don't know anything about Mother. I stand up, rage coiling up inside of me like a snake. Lucette, I know a lot about her. More than you'll ever know. No. The truth is hard, Princess, but eventually we all have to face it. Hildyr was my beloved friend. Facing her was the hardest thing I've ever done. We only want to help you, but you're not very good at it. I turn on my heels and storm out of the room. I feel that there was more to what Delora and Parfait wanted to say to me, but I can't stand to hear it now. I walk into the clearing and sit against a tree, furiously rubbing at my eyes as I try to clear my dangerously watery eyes. Showing emotion is weak. I sit there for a long time in the clearing, trying to calm myself. My thoughts spin wildly out of control.
Princess?
I see him out of the corner of my eyes, standing between two trees, his eyebrows knit together with worry. What, you were listening?
Listening? No, I just came to look for you in your room, and when I came downstairs, Parfait told me you ran out into the forest. May I sit next to you?
I say nothing as he walks over to me. He sits down beside me, his hands resting on his knees as he looks up at the canopies of the trees.
Thank you for today, Princess, for coming after me and trying to make things right.
I'm not in the mood to talk about this right now. My thoughts are too scrambled.
Sometimes, truths are hard.
How do you know it was the truth?
A feeling. Trusting people is hard sometimes. I understand.
He looks at me, and his eyes seem to glimmer softly in the moonlight.
Would you like someone to listen to your problems, Princess?
Remain silent. My problems? Why would he want to know about my problems?
I understand what it's like, Princess, to have a secret stuck inside of you. To want to keep things to yourself because you're worried that someone will prove you wrong. But you can always talk to me about it.
Why are you so interested in my problems?
I told you before that the best thing you can do is listen to a person. That's how you learn to sympathize.
I rub my eyes as Rumpel looks at me with a quiet smile. He could be talking about his own problems, but instead he's trying to comfort me. Parfait and Delora told me something they were keeping hidden from me. They told me something about Mother, and it doesn't make any sense to me because everything that they're saying makes her a villain.
Even villains are often misunderstood, or have trying circumstances.
Rumpel slowly reaches out to rest his hand on top of mine. I sit up straight and stare at him, my eyes wide. Rumpel smiles at me, a slow, soft smile that crinkles the edges of his eyes.
Seeing such a beautiful lady close to tears makes my heart break, you know. But if you ever need to cry, you should. Tears aren't weakness, they're just a form of expression, and even the strongest of us cry.
I'm not gonna cry. My mind reels, and then starts to feel fuzzy.
Definitely the Ice Princess.
The title startles me out of my thoughts. I stare at him pointedly, beginning to grimace, but Rumpel just smiles.
I always thought it was a delicate name, suitable for a strong and beautiful woman. Seeing you like this, it makes me realize that the name suits you.
Perhaps if everyone else meant it that way, it wouldn't be so terrible a name. Rumpel slowly takes his hand away and smiles. Though he insists on hearing me out, I insist on the opposite. For now, I want to keep what I discussed with Parfait and Delora to myself. I still need time to process it. For tonight, I just want to forget that the conversation ever happened. For some time, the two of us are silent. There are no words exchanged between the two of us, but the silence is comfortable. Then eventually, Rumpel puts a hand on my shoulder.
Things will work out, Princess.
I hope so. I stand and excuse myself. Good night, Rumpel. I turn and walk away.
Good night, my sweet princess.
Chapter 7. Muddled Truths.
And you, my little sunflower, are just as radiant as always.
Oh my, Rumpel. It's like that whole thing with Bria never happened. He's back to flattering every woman he meets. Overthinking again, princess? I turn to see Karma grinning at me from where he sits at a table. Surprisingly, he's sitting with Jurian and Garland today, who are arguing about some kind of night stance. It's none of your business. No, it's not, but you have such a sad look on your face. I had to ask. I'd appreciate you not staring at my face. I don't need to stare to see that you're in distress. I turn on my heels and begin to walk away, irritated. Even when I'm among other people, it's impossible to forget the conversation I had with Parfait and Delora. It hovers at the back of my mind constantly. We haven't spoken again since then, but even now, I'm still taking in what they told me before.
my mother, the Tenebrarum bearer, and me, a witch. The reason others have always feared me is because of my blood. I suppress a sigh as I attempt to return to my work. As the days go by, I notice myself becoming more and more agitated. Half of it is the recent history lesson, and the other half is Rumpel's flirting with other women. How can he just snap his fingers and get over Bria so quickly? If he flatters every woman, does that mean he doesn't really mean the things he says to me? I gather the plates off the counter, put them on a tray, and take them to customers. Today, everything feels mechanical. For the last few days, I've been noticing that I walk more stiffly, and if I walk too quickly, my vision blurs, probably because of my overthinking. I stumble as I bring a tray to a familiar customer. The man looks up at me and asks if I'm okay, and I murmur that I am before walking off. The blurriness comes back. What's wrong with me? I look over at Rumpel, who's at a table with two girls because his shift is over. Rather than boil over on the inside, I feel myself getting warmer on the outside. My skin feels clammy. I have to force myself to take a breath as I get the next round of orders. My last order for the day is for one of the girls at Rumpel's table. I don't want to go over there. I start carrying the tray towards the table, biting down on my lip as the sway comes back into my step. As I draw closer, I notice Rumpel and the girls laughing about something. I grit my teeth and pause in front of them to lay down the tray. This isn't mine, it's my friend's. Yes, I was the one who ordered the soup. The two stare at me. Instead of handing the soup off, they wait for me to move the bowl. But before I can reach over and move it, Rumpel slides it over to the other girl himself. For a few moments, there's a fragment of a scowl on his face.
How are you doing today, my sweet princess?
When I think about speaking, the words catch feebly in my throat. I turn to walk off.
Princess? Still as cold as ice. The title Ice Princess definitely suits her. How can you dote on her, Rumpel?
Despite the numbness of my mind, I still feel angry. I turn around so quickly that I make myself stumble. I feel myself teetering, on the edge of falling, but something stops me. Warm hands reach out to grab mine before I can fall. Through my dizziness, I can see Rumpel standing in front of me.
Princess, look at me.
He puts a hand under my chin and angles my head so I can see him better. The expression on his face is suddenly serious. He looks at me for a few moments before he places a hand on my forehead.
Princess, you have a fever. A really high fever, actually. You should go back to your room and rest. I'll drop by with some medication in a few minutes after I say goodbye to these ladies.
I'm fine. My voice comes out hoarse. Trying to clear my throat only makes me feel more miserable.
Princess, you're not fine. You look like you're about to collapse.
I won't collapse. I'm stronger than that. Mother taught me how to be strong. Mother. My thoughts become scrambled. Once again my mind wanders, but this time I can't keep myself steady as I try to walk away. Putting one foot in front of the other proves to be too difficult, and I once again feel myself starting to stumble. Then I feel warmth, this time arms instead of hands.
Sweet little princess, what am I going to do with you?
Before I can understand what's happening, I'm lifted off my feet. I feel an arm supporting my back and another supporting me beneath the crook of my knees. Warmth. Such a nice warmth.
You really are stubborn, aren't you, princess? I guess I'll just have to carry you myself.
Struggle. I can't just let him carry me up like this. I attempt to move away from him, but my whole body's weak. It's all I can do to try to roll out of his arms, but even that doesn't work.
If you fall, you'll get a bump on your head, you know.
I'm not weak. I don't need anyone taking care of me. There are voices, an indistinct chattering behind him that belongs to the girls. Rumpel speaks in a low voice.
Stubborn she may be, my sweet princess is stronger than any other woman I've ever known.
He pulls me closer to him, and I feel his chest and my head, then his heartbeat.
I know you're strong, princess, stronger than anyone else even, but because you're so strong, I know you'll never admit to needing help. That's why I'm going to help you without your permission. I'm sorry.
So warm.
But not as warm as you are right now, princess.
His voice slowly begins to fade out as I close my eyes. For the time being, I stop caring about everything else around me. I forget about Mother, about my talk with Delora and Parfait, about the crystal, the Marchen, and I focus on Rumpel.
Is it so selfish to want to be the only person held like this by him? Even when he was engaged to someone before? Slumber slowly reaches up to claim me, darkness intermingling with warmth. In that last moment, I think I see Rumpel smile at me. Mother, I have to tell you about the fairy tale that the children read to me today. Lucette, what did I tell you about fairy tales? But there was a princess just like me. She found her prince charming, and fairy tales are not real. But they make really good stories, Mother. They're false stories. You really think it would be so easy to live happily ever after? No, but fairy tales make things black and white. Real life is full of grays. Black and white? Good and evil. No one's totally evil and no one's totally good. Even princes are not completely just. So princes and princesses can be bad? Lucette, everyone has darkness to them. The princes that throw themselves into danger are not selfless. They seek wealth, fame, or power. You see, fairy tales are lies because no one's so selfless and so full of love. People are two-faced. Trust no one. Yes, Mother. No one will love you like I do. To find pure love like that is impossible. I slowly blink my eyes open. For a few moments, the room is blurry, and there's nothing but vivid colors before my eyes. My eyes feel heavy. My throat's scratchy. I stifle a cough as I blink back tears, and then through my tears I notice a slight motion. Rumpel? Rumpel slumped in a chair in front of my bed, his head lolled to the side, his eyes closed. He murmurs something in his sleep and then shifts. What's he doing here? I notice a notebook on his lap. And what's that journal? I slowly slide my hand out from underneath the covers and reach across the bed. Right as my fingers are about to brush the cover, Rumpel's hand suddenly falls on mine. Looks like you're feeling better. He pulls his hand away, along with the book, before carefully setting my hand back down on the covers. At least you look better, but how do you feel? Better. Rumpel looks tired, but his smile is still there. Oh? I won't believe it till I see it. You just said I looked better. That's my own analysis, but you, my sweet princess, don't sound very convinced. My throat's a little sore, and I think if I stood up I would fall over. Why do you look so surprised? You would usually never admit to such a thing, would you? You're still most definitely sick. Rumpel leans forward to put a hand on my forehead. His hand is cool on my hot skin. Our eyes lock as he tests my temperature. After a few moments, he finally peels his eyes away from me and sits back in his chair. Your temperature's down, but you definitely need the rest, princess. You should go back to sleep. And what, will you just sit there and watch me? The words come out curter than I meant them to, and for a few moments, Rumpel looks surprised. Then he laughs. Princess, I haven't just been staring at you. I've been writing in my journal, too. You have such a scary look on your face. Not that it isn't enticing, but I think your smiles are much better. I sigh as I close my eyes for a few moments. I fight to put my scrambled thoughts together, but one thought in particular keeps resurfacing. For some reason, I can't help but remember the snide women standing by Rumpel's side, jeering at me earlier. I open my eyes and look at Rumpel. Those women from earlier. Oh, right. I apologize for the impoliteness. The things they said to you were uncalled for, and I told them that. You flirt with women like that all the time. But why? They're not even good people. Not good people? But, well, I suppose they act differently when you're there. Princess Lucette, you're blind to their jealousy, aren't you? They're jealous of me? Why? My mind turns over what they could possibly be jealous about as my eyes fall on Rumpel. I remember the way he defended me to the women. Is it because you're my partner? It's a lot more than that. It's your grace, the noble way you carry yourself. They would never think I have those qualities. But where else would their jealousy stem from? They're just jealous that I take your attention away from them. Princess, I think you're... Even if they were nice people, I don't see how you can flirt with them when you were just recently in love with someone else. Normally I would stop talking, but the words continue tumbling out of me. I don't understand how someone like you, who had a fiancé, could still be flirting with girls. How can you love someone if all you do is flirt with other girls? Flattery is one thing, but you can't just flatter every girl. Why are you still smiling at me? I may not remember a lot of things, Princess, but I know for certain that whatever feelings I had for Priya vanished a long time ago. The good ones, at least. Rumpel. The words break apart as I start coughing. Don't rile yourself up over this. Please rest. I slowly lean back into my pillows with my eyes half closed. Why do I even care about what Rumpel does? Why does it bother me that he flirts with other girls? That's his business. Rumpel pulls the covers closer to my chin and smiles. Just because I flatter other women, that doesn't mean I can't love someone.
You always say some woman has stolen your heart, but your heart can't belong to everyone. Yet you told me you always speak the truth.
Maybe that in itself was a little white lie. Just some harmless dramatics. But most girls know I'm being dramatic, princess. They don't take my words so seriously, even if I do mean my compliments.
He stares at me for a few moments, thoughtful.
Does it bother you so much I compliment other girls?
Of course not.
Though it will be difficult to hold my tongue, I will do it for you, princess, so don't worry.
Why would he do something like that for me? My eyes are suddenly so heavy I have no choice but to close them as I let out a deep sigh. My head's beginning to hurt again. Behind my closed eyelids I can hear a soft shuffle as Rumpel moves in his chair. Right before I fall back into the darkness of sleep, I feel something warm and soft on my forehead. Rumpel?
A good night kiss.
His words are quiet, and I can only just barely make them out. I can't think on them because the pull of sleep is much too tempting. It takes a while, but after several days, Rumpel finally allows me to go back to work. I can't remember much of what happened when he was watching over me, especially that first day. It's all a bit of a blur now, like it was a dream.
Ah, princess, back up on your feet? Oh, what a relief. Last I saw you, you looked quite pale.
When?
I dropped in to check in on your room, but Rumpel was there. He told me that he had everything under control.
Why did you need to check on me?
Because I was worried, of course. Maybe you've been working too hard?
No, I'm fine. Just tell me what things need to be done.
Are you sure you're okay?
She's fine, Anise. Delora suddenly appears before me, smirking.
The princess is sturdy, and a little too stubborn to let a little sickness get her down.
I haven't spoken with Delora or Parfait since that night where they decided to tell me about Mother. Just thinking about what they told me, it puts me on edge.
Ah, princess, why the sour expression? Allow me to calm you down with a little lullaby.
Excuse me?
Twinkle, twinkle, little star,
how I wonder what you are. Anise, give me those work orders now. Up above, the world so high. Anise.
Oh, the tables on the west are yours, princess.
I quickly walk away from the bar and catch only the last little bit of Dolores singing.
Like a diamond in the sky.
She sang that the night I was cursed. Hearing her sing it again is infuriating. The song slowly fades from my mind as I go about my work for the day. I'm still a little shaky on my feet, but not so much that I need to go back to bed. As I'm walking around the bar, I catch snatches of conversation as I serve food.
I hear the king has been mediating arguments between his two advisors. That Mithros man? He reminds me of a snake, always smiling that slithery smile of his. That one in Alcaster. Apparently, there has been no end to their squabbles. The king missed his monthly visit to town yesterday, didn't he? I wonder if he's sick. There's been no word from the palace, but I suppose he must have come down with something. Nothing would keep the king from visiting otherwise.
What's going on at the palace?
You heard about the incident with the royal guard. Apparently lots of them have been getting dishonorably discharged. Found doing something to dishonor the king's name. Huh? Like what exactly? Not sure. The information is still under wraps.
I'm walking forward, not watching where I'm going. When I collide with someone in my path, I feel a hand on my shoulder, and then another lifts my chin.
If it isn't the lovely princess, you're looking a lot peachier today. Because you're not as pale? Because the color's coming back to your skin?
I'm still thinking of the king and the situations in the palace, and barely hear Rumpel's words. It isn't until he leans close to me and narrows his eyes that I realize he's so close.
Now Sleeping Beauty is truly awake. And here I was hoping I would have an excuse to plant a kiss on your lips, my sweet princess. Not a single reaction today. Not a slight blush, not a slap, none. Are you still sick? Must I perform another examination?
Examination?
Yes, by looking closely at your face, into your eyes.
How are you a doctor, Rumpel? Rumpel stares at me with surprise. I'm not sure where the question came from, just that it was hovering in my mind.
What? Princess, you wound me.
I haven't seen you do anything different from Anise.
But my prescriptions.
Even the people at the shop could tell us what medicines to buy.
Fine, I'll show you.
Rumpel's expression slips into something shockingly solemn. He looks at me gravely and extends a hand.
If you would be so kind as to come up to my room.
Does going up to your room have anything to do with work?
Delora appears before me again, this time without the snide smile. She raises an eyebrow.
I don't think either of your shifts are over.
She looks at me first.
Also, I meant for the lullaby to inspire you, not scare you, princess.
For a few moments, she looks concerned, which startles me. The lullaby is certainly associated with a terrible memory, but the weight of that memory has dissipated over time, as has my anger at Delora. It's still there, but holding on to that anger does me no good. I sigh and shake my head. You have a terrible voice. Ah, there's the princess we all know and love. She crosses her arms. Anyway, you don't want me to sing you into action again, do you?
Come to my room later then, princess. I'll show you proof.
Proof.
That I'm a capable doctor.
Rumpel walks off, leaving me with Delora, who looks at me skeptically for a few moments. Something on your mind, princess? There were so many conversations I heard earlier, so many questions that I have. While I don't want to speak with Delora, I may as well ask her about something she might know. I overheard rumors about the palace. Did you now? We still haven't confirmed those rumors yet. Look, princess, I know it's not in your nature to trust people, but trust Parfait and me at least. We'll let you know if something's up. I'm ushered back to work, where I spend the next few hours searching for more information. Unfortunately, everything I hear is just speculation. Good work today, Lucette. Has Rumpel already left? I think he went up to his room earlier. Thanks. Anise looks at me, curious. What? You and Rumpel have grown a lot closer, haven't you? Well, we are partners. But in the beginning, you didn't even want him as a partner. And now the two of you are... friends? Friends. If Rumpel considers me a friend, that should make me happy, but for some reason it makes me feel empty inside. Why? What else could we be besides friends? My cheeks feel warm as I try to think beyond the idea of just being friends with Rumpel. I'm happy the two of you get along. Anise, I need to go. I told him I would meet him for something tonight. Oh, okay. Sorry for holding you up. Anise scrambles off, leaving me by myself. I stand there for a few moments in an attempt to still my thoughts, and then I begin to make my way to Rumpel's room. Rumpel? The door swings open and there stands Rumpel. With a dramatic bow, he ushers me inside before closing the door behind him.
I wasn't entirely certain you'd show up, princess. Normally when you go places with me, it's out of necessity.
I only came to see this proof you insisted upon earlier. Proof you're more than what you seem. He places a hand on my back and guides me over to a chair. He requests that I sit, so I do.
Here it is, my proof. You tried to read it while you were sick, too.
Your journal? I have seen him write in this before, but I thought it was for his memories, not for doctor things. He barely even works on patients now. Rumpel's persistence strokes my curiosity, and soon I find myself flipping through the book. This was the journal you had when the merchant found you on the streets. You said it was empty then.
It was. I've been filling things in from memory ever since I remembered my job.
The book's filled with diagrams. Diagrams of the body, both inside and out. I have no idea what most of the words mean. What are all the smaller words here?
Oh, parts of the pancreas. Not very fun to talk about. There's the papilla, the pancreatic duct.
Why is it necessary to use such big words for such simple things?
For clarification, sometimes when you diagnose a problem, it isn't as simple as telling a person that their heart's weak.
I continue flipping through it, with Rumpel sometimes explaining things that are on the page, though I don't ask for the descriptions. Scattered throughout the journal are the journal entries about his life. When I get to the last entry, I spot my name and begin to read. But before I can even get to the next word after my name, Rumpel's taken the journal from my hands.
Sorry, my sweet, but a man's words are sometimes all he has. Insult them, and you break him from the inside out.
He thinks I'm going to insult his writing.
But what did you think? Aren't you impressed with my sophistication? My breadth of knowledge? My intricacy?
You drew some pictures and wrote fancy words by them.
Princess.
I can't help the little laugh that escapes my lips. Immediately after I hear it, I feel myself flushing as Rumpel grins at me triumphantly.
Your laughs are sweeter than honey, princess. And because your voice is back and you're no longer sick, I can hear it in all of its fullness. He takes a step closer to me and reaches out to touch my cheek. I flinch in surprise, but do not draw away. The rapid beating of my heart is not altogether uncomfortable, even if it does confuse me. He pulls his hand away from my cheek, then flicks my forehead. What was that for? I wanted to see the way your eyes glimmered. You looked oddly vacant there for a few moments.
I open my mouth to speak again, but Rumpel surprises me by setting his finger on my lips. He inches closer to me, so close I can feel his breath on my cheeks.
But even when you don't speak, your eyes speak for you. You have beautiful eyes, you know.
Look away. There he goes again with his compliments.
I should be used to them by now, but lately whenever he compliments me, I can't stop myself from feeling flattered. When I look into his eyes, I can almost see my reflection in them. Without realizing, I look away from him, feeling my breath stop short before I can breathe out.
Are you sick, Princess? You look a little flushed. Princess?
He removes his finger. He doesn't, however, step back. I'm still aware of his lips, so close to mine, and his eyes, which are still looking right at me.
This feels different than your usual resistance. Could it be you're embarrassed?
Does he ever truly mean his compliments? I know he spoke about meaning everything that he says, but I continue to stare at him. I don't look away even once, though I do feel a slight shudder run through me when Rumpel keeps my gaze.
Fierce as always.
He removes his finger, but doesn't step back. We're still so close I can feel his breath. Fierce.
You, never backing down from anything. Always resisting. Always putting up a wall. That's what I...
His words falter, and then he simply stops what he was saying. He looks at me again. He clears his throat, then starts speaking again.
In any case, it's so nice to have you back, Princess. I missed you while you were sleeping day in and out.
He missed me. But you have friends all over the margin.
Yes, but none of them are you. You're special.
My heart plunges like a rock. I can feel it everywhere in my body, reverberating from a place that doesn't feel like my chest. He lowers his face so that the two of us are seeing eye to eye. I forget to breathe as his hands go to my shoulders.
Princess?
Yes? I inhale sharply as I get a better look at Rumpel's face. Up until now, I've not stopped to look too closely at his features, but now I can't stop my eyes from taking them in.
Whenever you're sick again, I'll be there to help you. Because I'm a doctor, even if you don't believe it. All you'll ever really need is a little vitamin me.
In one precious moment, every single bit of energy that had been between us vanishes. I stare blankly at Rumpel as he smiles at me.
Nope. I thought that one was actually good, too.
Rumpel pulls his hands away, defeated. I suddenly feel strangely upset. What was I expecting from him? What else could he have said? Suddenly, I'm eager to look away from him. I look anywhere but at him, and eventually my eyes fall on a piece of paper. I recognize the name printed on top, along with Rumpel's signature and the response lying next to it. Rumpel moves to stand in front of the desk once more.
That's...
You're still writing to Bria?
I sent her a letter asking for my old journals. I'm convinced that's where the last of my memories are, but she refuses to give them to me.
I glance at Bria's letter, my eyes scouring the words. I make a mental note of the address on the envelope.
But don't worry, Princess. I'll figure it out. But for now...
He reaches for me, but I duck out of the way of his hand. I have to do this now, while the address is still fresh in my head. I just remembered there's something I need to do.
But Princess, I was just...
I'll see you tomorrow. I pause at the doorway to glance at Rumpel.
See you tomorrow, Princess. Sweet dreams.
Good night, Rumpel. Done. I seal the envelope over the letter I'd been writing since I woke up, and now to have it delivered. After I have the letter sent off with a messenger, I return to my work for the day. It starts first with Mr. Broom, then with the serving. I look for Rumpel, knowing that it's now his time off, and I'm surprised when I see him sitting not with other women, but with Karma. The two of them are... laughing together?
I guess that advice isn't too terrible.
I give the best advice, darling. I'm a man of the heart.
Perhaps not as much as I am, but I can give you credit when it's due.
What are you two talking about?
Princess.
Well, hello there, Princess. Karma's mischievous smile confuses me. Even Rumpel looks surprisingly shaken. You didn't answer my question. We're talking about matters related to the heart. Of course you are. I took it upon myself to impart valuable advice to Rumpel. You're giving Rumpel advice, even though you two are always at each other's throats? Huh. Even the bitterest enemies can become beloved friends. All it takes is a shared interest. I have no idea what you're talking about. But before I can say anything else, I'm swept up by Delora, who calls me back to work. The day goes on, and soon it's almost my break. I go to the front to see if the messenger's returned yet. Oh, Princess, there's a letter here for you. I didn't expect a response. I open it up and stare down at the letter for a long time.
Writing love letters to a secret lover, Princess?
Rumpel appears behind me, his smile unusually small. He looks almost hesitant to be standing there. It's not important. I stuff the letter into my pocket and continue working. For the rest of the day, I ignore Rumpel. I don't want him asking about the letter, just in case things don't go according to plan.
He's obviously disheartened by my ignoring him, and his sadness only persists in making me feel guilty. This isn't something he can know about, otherwise he'll try to stop me. Almost everyone's gone to their rooms, including a very sad Rumpel. The only people remaining are Anise and myself. Earlier, Waltz came in insisting that he speak to Delora and Parfait, and so the three of them are all off talking in the other room. Curiosity gets the better of me, and soon I find myself sweeping closer to the door. I edge it open quietly with my foot so I can see what's happening inside. I didn't think he was still alive. This is very troubling. He must have used a glamour. But the fact that I didn't realize it was him, Is that the princess I spot peeping through the door? I try to hide, but all of the eyes in the room catch me before I can do so. Do you eavesdrop on people often, Lucette? I had no real reason to eavesdrop on them besides my own curiosity. It's no harm done, Delora. Lucette, are you almost done with your chores? Ever since that conversation with Parfait and Delora, I noticed the words Parfait and I speak to each other are strained. Delora, however, is unchanged. I expect sarcasm from her now, but she does not deliver. She simply stands still and looks at me somberly. I am. And what are you all talking about? Hiding more things from me? We're talking about the rumors that have been going around about the palace. What have you heard? I have a right to know what's happening at the palace. We would tell you if we knew for certain, Princess. Waltz sighs as he runs a hand through his hair. I know the timing doesn't seem right, but I really should show myself out. I have a show early morning tomorrow. He glances around at all of us. I'll excuse myself for the night. Good night, everyone. As he passes by me, he smiles. And to you too, Princess. Once again, everyone's being secretive. Why the sour face, Princess? Are you worried about what happens to the people in the palace you cared nothing for? Delora? Okay, that was uncalled for. But really though, there's something I've been meaning to tell you. Since you're here now, I might as well say it. I knew you for 1 year before I cursed you. I saw what your mother had done to you, and I knew I needed to undo the damage before your birthday. Why is she talking about this now? I called you cruel and wicked, when really I knew that the way you were was caused by the way your mother brought you up. And when we talked about Hildir the other day, I was unfair in what I said to you. We all have to face reality, but... Delora pauses, looking surprisingly solemn. She sighs, then continues. I always knew you had some good in you. I saw it in you when you spoke to your dolls. You have a good heart. Many people enjoy flattery, Princess, and a lot of people are receptive to flirting, but nothing can measure up to a genuine compliment. Delora just complimented me. Out of all the people, I didn't expect Delora to compliment me. Not when she makes a point of always telling me the blunt truth. Thank you. There's no shock on Parfait and Delora's faces when they smile at me. I'm beginning to think you and Delora are alike. You're both stubborn and have good in you, but you hide it behind sarcasm. Hey, Lucette and I are nothing alike. I feel... lighter somehow. I don't know if I've forgiven Delora just yet, but her cursing me has led me to see many things I wouldn't have seen otherwise. I don't owe her anything, but I'm still happy, even if the truth hurts.
Oh, what's this? My lovely little princess is here with you too?
Ah, Rumpel, you're early tonight.
Surprised to see me, beautiful?
Rumpel's earlier anxiety is gone. He looks at me with unbridled enthusiasm.
I heard the princess's thank you from a distance. The words are always most beautiful when leaving her mouth.
So you were also eavesdropping. You two are very alike. Not at all. Rumpel leans towards me and smiles.
My dream is to one day hear those words from you too, because you say them as gentle as the wind.
If you're here to talk to Parfait about medicine, then I'm out. Lucette, you should leave too.
Well then, sleep well, beautiful maidens.
I quickly finish my chores and return to my room, where I lay on my bed contemplating tomorrow. I can't believe Bria wrote back to me. Tomorrow I'll meet with her and hopefully she'll agree to give me his journals. I hope this works. For Rumpel's sake. Chapter 8. Today I'm outside by myself. I think if Parfait or Delora knew, they would do worse than scold me. I shuffle uncomfortably as I sit at the little cafe Bria told me to wait for her at. A part of me is already convinced that she won't come. When I wrote her that letter asking for Rumpel's journals and she responded so easily, I was a little suspicious, but this is really the only chance I have. The only chance you'll have at what? Bria appears in front of me, not looking altogether unpleased, but still not smiling. Nothing. I don't like her, but I'll have to play nice if I want to get Rumpel's journals back. Thank you for meeting me out here.
Bria takes a seat in front of me, her expression still flat. You asked me in your letter why I was refusing to speak to Rumpel, and then you told me you wanted to meet with me to find out why. You want the journals too, don't you? She reaches into a bag and pulls out a few journals that I assume are Rumpel's, so she does have them. I know in your eyes I must seem the villain, but I'm not the only one at fault in this relationship. Years ago when I met Rumpel, he was, as he is now, flirtatious, charming, over the top, and yet his compliments still made my heart sore. His compliments may be shallow, but Rumpel is far from it. I pined after him for years. He was learning medicine, and I was studying to take over my mother's sewing shop. In the first years that I knew him, Rumpel always complimented my work, even though it was nothing special. He insisted we do trade-offs. When we started dating, he would offer me flowers and trinkets, and in exchange, I would sew him some article of clothing. I can see he's still wearing the scarf that I made him. That scarf was from Bria. We fell in love. Rumpel became a changed man, more serious. He became a doctor, and I opened up a shop. We were supposed to have a fairy tale ending, but her expression falls again as she looks absently down at the table. We saw in each other ideals that didn't exist. Love can be shallow, or it can be deep. I felt our love was deep, but in truth, I only ever knew the very surface of Rumpel. The surface? I saw his kindness, his charm, and his drive to do what was right. But then, as time went on, I also saw what that meant. The world is a place where only the strong survive. People are kind, but they will take advantage of those who are too caring. Those sound like Mother's words. I shudder as I think about Mother's pessimism, the same kind that lies in me. It is a realistic way of looking at the world, but it's also so dismal and cloudy that it's impossible to see any light in it. Rumpel helped a lot of people. Many of them were wonderful people, and I was always happy to see him do so much. But then, he started putting other people above himself. And because we lived together, that meant me as well. Maybe it sounds petty to you, but no woman wants to live in poverty. I look at her skeptically. In the back of my mind, I remember the convenience of luxury, of so much money. I then recall the feeling of living poor on the streets and flinch. We had a house and we had a reputation, but Rumpel refused money most of the time. He helped lots of poor people, but he also dried out our wallets, and whenever I brought it up to him, he would smile, as if that could just get rid of all of our problems. He made a name for himself as a doctor who helped the poor for minimal money, sometimes for free, and even when I told him we needed more money, he put other people first. He was so selfless that he became selfish, and I told him before that he should have accepted money, that he needed it. So selfless he became selfish. I had to go behind his back and find payment. What I was making wasn't enough, so I went to find his patients and tried to ask for payment. I became almost like a beggar. Can you imagine my humiliation? Rumpel put his patients before Bria. I was convinced he didn't love me, and my love dwindled for him. Our relationship became strained. Bria goes on to explain the events that happened between her and the nobleman. He was one of Rumpel's patients, and when she went to him to ask for the money he had originally offered, the two of them became intimate. But it was short-lived, and when the nobleman left her behind, Bria had to deal with a soured reputation. I wanted to make it up to Rumpel. I thought I could salvage this relationship, maybe even start over and teach him what was right, but that's not my place. She sighs deeply and gestures at me. I share blame in all of this too, but so does Rumpel. That's why I've decided to let this all go. Whatever he does now, you'll have to deal with, because you're his partner, right? Bria hands me the bag of journals. Don't look so surprised. You came here for these, not to listen to me. I thought on it last night, and I have no reason to keep them around when they'll just continue making me bitter. I'll have to rely on myself for a while, but that's fine. Sometimes it's easier to keep to yourself than to trust others. She moves to stand up, but I surprise myself by reaching out to grab her hand. Bria, I don't need your pity. I thought the same thing. What? I still think the same thing. It's so much easier to close the world off. It's so much easier to trust no one but yourself, but it should also be a balance. That's what Rumpel taught me, and I want to teach him how to have balance too. You're falling for his kindness the same way I did. You fell in love with him, even though you told yourself he was shallow and unrealistic. My heart thumps once, loudly in my chest. Love? I can read it right off your face. I know how it feels too, but don't get wrapped up in an ideal, little girl. That's my warning. If you can help him, actually help him, then you're meant to be together. But otherwise,
Trusting Rumpel might only break your heart. I'm not a little girl. I know how to be realistic. My words trail off as I look at her helplessly. Bria surprises me by speaking up quietly. Thank you for listening to me. She pulls her hand away and slowly smiles at me. It's the first honest smile I've seen on her face. I feel something warm at my chest, and then a bright light emanates from my necklace. A good deed? For listening to Bria, or I glance down at the bag of journals, then down at my necklace. I touch the pendant. The new piece brings a brief smile to my lips. I have 2 good deeds now. Only one more and I can break my curse. Magic? Is it another fairy tale curse? Yes. Your name was Lucette, wasn't it? Rumpel talked about you fondly. I hope the both of you break your curses. Good luck. Bria walks away, leaving me by myself in the town square. My mind swirls with everything that she just told me. I still can't bring myself to like her, but I feel more closure now. But something new plagues my mind. How could I fall in love with someone like Rumpel? The more I say it, the more it becomes a certainty. But rather than fill me with joy, it only makes me more confused. I can't think about this now. I turn on my heels to head back, and bump promptly into a man. Oh, sorry, madam. He smiles at me and keeps walking. I stare after him, feeling slightly uncomfortable. With the mask and cloak, the man reminded me of a performer. I make my way back to the marching with the bag of journals, still struggling to keep my mind from wandering. Every time I think about Rumpel being so close to me, or his kindness towards me, I feel jittery inside. Despite everything Bria said, I can't stop these feelings. These feelings are annoying. Yet even as I think that, I know it's not the full truth. Do I really? I hear the merchant's door opening and out steps Waltz. The minute he sees me, his eyes widen and he runs towards me. Princess, where were you? I was running an errand. I hold up the bag, but it does little to ease Waltz's frustration. We were all looking for you, and we got worried that the witches had found you. Rumpel already went out into town. What? I'll go. Please, princess, stay inside. His expression softens somewhat, until all I can see on his face is worry. I'll go get Rumpel. My mood feels completely dashed as I enter the march to whispers, both relieved and disappointed. Surprisingly, I get away with just a lecture from Delora and Parfait. It seems as if there's something else on their mind, something that most likely involves the rumors circulating around town. I wait downstairs for a long time for Rumpel, but neither him nor Waltz appear. Where are they? I retire to my room later as I wait for news. Waltz eventually returns, saying that Rumpel's still out because he had things he wanted to do. I have no idea what that means, but it unsettles me. Should I go find him? Leave the room. I stand and stop for a few moments to look at the bag of journals beside my bed. And here I was looking forward to giving those journals to him. I make my way towards the door, turn the knob, and walk outside. Princess! Before I can even think about saying anything, I feel his warmth envelop me and I freeze. One of his hands moves to the small of my back, where it remains as he smiles down at me. I caught you just in time, my feisty sweet. Did you plan on escaping into the dead of night again? Have words abandoned you in the wake of my dramatic appearance? I hurriedly pry myself away with a little gasp. A few steps back, I can see him in full, and I notice the bouquet he carries. I'm glad to see you back, princess. I'm only sorry I couldn't make it back here any faster. I had a few errands of my own to run in town. Rumpel holds out the bouquet with a glittering smile. Like buying these flowers for the girl that I really like, for instance. I stare down at the beautiful bouquet made up of white lilies. But the appearance slowly leaves my mind as I think of what Rumpel just said. He bought them for a girl he likes, not for me. My heart feels as if it might be pierced through with something sharp. My breath escapes my throat, but I can't bring myself to inhale again. Rumpel looks at me in alarm. Lucette? I nudge him out of the way and walk past him. I make my way to the reception area where I collapse onto one of the couches and sit, staring blankly at the walls. The feelings inside of me are too much all at once. I tell myself they don't make any sense, and the way I reacted to what Rumpel said was pitiful, yet I still can't stop myself from feeling small. I sink into the couch and close my eyes, willing away the sound of my rapidly beating heart and the tears stinging the ends of my eyes. I'm not weak. I won't cry, Mother told me, but the thought of Mother makes my tears worse, and soon I'm sinking even further into the couch, trying to hide my tear-stained face in my hands. Mother, Bria, they both said the same things. They both see the bad in people, and I too have seen the bad in them. When I was on the streets, no one in Angiel showed me kindness. People will never show you kindness unless there's something in it for them. I feel sudden warmth as arms wrap around me. I recognize this sensation, the warmth, the comfort. It's all so comforting, so soothing.
I must be the worst person in the world. To make such a beautiful lady cry is a sin that I must atone for.
My body stiffens, but I don't pull away. I listen to the sound of his heartbeat against my ear, and slowly but surely, my crying dies away. My eyes are sore by the time I finally manage to steal the tears. I feel drowsiness descend upon me like a blanket, but I won't fall asleep. Slowly, I pry myself from the arms holding me.
Hello, my love. I messed up again, didn't I?
I don't see the bouquet in his hands, but a journal. One of the journals I brought back for him from Bria.
You're capable of a lot more than I am, princess. Just look at this.
He reaches out and touches my necklace. I glance down at it.
You got my journals back for me. I saw them in your room. And I feel it, that this one, the most recently dated one, is the one that I need to unlock my final memory.
I grasp the second incomplete glass slipper around my neck and breathe out softly. Then this really is from retrieving Rumpel's journals for him. I got a good deed for finally doing something good for Rumpel.
Would you allow me to read it with you?
He reaches out and gently brushes a tear from my face.
You did all of this for me, and you barely know anything about me.
That makes both of us.
If you wouldn't mind, I want to read out this entry for you.
I nod even though I should be shaking my head. Even though I should still be hurt, I can't stay mad at him.
On this night, I am a poor man. Everything that is precious to me has been stolen away by the witch.
Rumpel's voice catches in his throat as he stares at the words. I look over his shoulder at the journal. Witch? Was he already cursed when he wrote this?
But I have no one to blame but myself. Bria told me before I would suffer for my selfishness, and so now I find myself here. And now because of that same selflessness, Bria's sick, and I can't save her. There's only one thing left to do. I've wronged Bria in so many ways, and now I'll give anything it takes to save her. No matter what price the witch asks, I'll pay it. I only hope that Bria can forgive me before she leaves. I'll write again when the witch has left. I swear that after today, I'll change for good. I won't ask the witch to perform any more miracles.
Rumpel's finger goes to the page, where he softly touches a single word. His eyes have the glazed look in them that they had before, and I can tell his memories are snapping back together.
For tonight, good night, and may tomorrow be a better morning.
I read the last word, a name and a signature. Rumpel reads it aloud slowly.
Chevalier Dumont.
Your name is Chevalier? He looks up at me, his eyes forlorn, and then with sadness he speaks.
That's right.
It's so strange. It's just a different name, and yet it seems to change him completely.
I remember everything now. I was given the Rumpelstiltskin curse because I sacrificed too much. First it was the boy, the one we saw in the market. I struck a deal with a woman to save him. A witch.
He mentioned striking a deal with a woman, but a witch? I don't have the ability to heal. None of us do, except for one particular witch who calls herself the Witch Doctor.
Witch Doctor?
Is something wrong?
That name just sounds familiar.
The Witch Doctor.
It's no wonder I recognized the name, but yes, it was her. She promised she could heal the boy, but for a price. I had to give her a family heirloom, my family's stethoscope. Next was a nobleman. I could not help him, and so he lay in his bed, dying. The witch visited again, and I gave her what she asked for.
What did you give her?
My engagement ring. Bria found out. She told me she'd never forgive me, and then she chased the nobleman to ask for the money we desperately needed, and, well, you know the rest.
He gave away things that were precious to him, all to help those people.
Then Bria got sick. I made one last deal with the witch because I was desperate to save her life, but it wasn't until after she healed Bria that she told me what she wanted.
She wanted your memories.
I don't remember what exactly happened. I think I panicked because I suddenly lost my memories. I ran out into the alleys, bumped my head on something, fell unconscious, and then I woke up here in the tavern, with no idea who I was or how I had gotten cursed.
Rumpel Chevalier's expression grows more somber.
I deserved to be cursed after everything I had done. I was so selfish, an idealist maybe, but I hurt Bria because I refused to see reality. I still deserve to be cursed, actually. But why? Because I'm selfish. Even having remembered everything that made me a bad person, I still desire something. Someone I shouldn't have. My heart plummets again as he looks at me.
I still want so badly to forge a future with someone I don't deserve. Because what am I other than a poor doctor? I'm no knight in shining armor, and I'm no prince. He puts a hand on my cheek and leans closer to me. The distance between us closes in mere seconds, but still, I keep on dreaming, because his fingers gently caress my cheek, and suddenly I know. I know what he's going to say before he even says it. But I'm not. Whether you're Rumpel or Chevalier, you're the same person. You don't need to be a knight or a prince. He accepted me for who I was, and he still does. Mother told me that humans were untrustworthy, but Chevalier smiles at me as he puts his other hand on my back and pulls me closer. The smile so genuine, so gentle. The same smile I've grown to love. Whatever words I had been meaning to say die in my throat as he leans forward and gently presses his lips on mine. I feel more grounded than I've ever felt before, but I also feel like I'm flying. I set my hands on his chest and flex my fingers into his shirt. He runs his fingers gently down my face, then down the length of my neck. The kiss feels too short, yet I'm still breathless when Chevalier pulls away from me, just enough so I can see his eyes. I love you, my sweet princess. For your smile, for your laugh, for the way you look out for other people. You're bold and feisty, and you remind me of a firework. You're beautiful, inside and out. The compliment warms my heart in a way that makes me feel like it might be melting. He reaches behind him and holds out the bouquet from earlier.
These are for you. You like lilies, don't you?
I take the bouquet from him and bring it to my nose. These have always been my favorite flower. How did you know? Chevalier grins at me, and it's so similar to his previous smiles. I know he must not have changed.
The first time I gave you that white chocolate flower, your eyes lit up.
I figured out that Chevalier was perceptive before, but the bouquet in my hands feels all the more meaningful now.
Princess, I swear I want to try and change. For you.
You should do it for yourself too.
Myself?
You should spoil yourself more too. You always give to others, but don't take for yourself. Now you know what you did, and you can change things.
If Bria can, then so can I.
Bria?
I went and spoke to her when I was in town today. While I was getting the bouquet as a gift for you. We had a talk about moving on. I didn't understand it fully, and I don't think she did either, but we've both agreed that we should. So I'm going to change what I can, Princess. And I promise I'm going to help you break your curse, just as you helped me break mine.
All the good things I've done are for you.
That's true, but you've done a lot of other good things too, even if they may not be big enough to count for your 3 good deeds. It just so happens that your curse is very picky.
Good things. Even though I'm still curt and say more hurtful things than not. I finger the necklace at my neck and thought, maybe Chevalier is right. Maybe I've changed, and it's a good change. I sit close to him as the night goes on. He tells me a little about his past, and I tell him about mine. About Mother and the palace. The night's not one for advice, just listening. And I remember what Chevalier told me once. That listening can be just as meaningful as advice. That listening to others can help you understand them. He was right.
Princess, are you okay? Oh, if it isn't the princess. Are those dark circles under your eyes from a romantic night out, You were out with someone last night?
No, they're from being woken up early by Delora to do chores. Delora grins at me from the other side of the bar, but says nothing as she goes back to a conversation with another boarder.
Darling, you're no fun at all. You must tell me what happened last night.
Last night? Did you like the bouquet? How do you know about the bouquet?
Why, because it was my suggestion.
When Chevalier was asking Karma for advice, it was about me?
Look at the way she smiled, Anise. Last night must have gone well. I'm confused. What happened last night? I'm going to get Rumpel to give me all the juicy details when he comes downstairs.
That's Chevalier to you.
Chevalier appears behind Karma, smiling. He seems a lot calmer today than usual. He glances over at Karma and me, and we catch each other in a silent gaze. Seeing his eyes reminds me of last night, which makes me inadvertently flush. Chevalier just winks at me.
Chevalier, what's that? Something you say when a person sneezes?
No, that's his name. Rumpel, that is. Chevalier broke his curse yesterday. There's a stunned silence from everyone in the immediate area. Even Delora walks over to us.
What's this about a broken curse? Was it you, Rumpel? He's going by something that sounds like a fancy cake.
Parfait seems to be bursting with excitement. though she's her usual calm self on the outside. I can tell by the bounce in her step and the way she raises her voice to make an announcement that she's proud. When everyone learned Chevalier broke his curse, people come to the table offering drinks and congratulations. Chevalier gets lost in a crowd, mostly of women. But much to my surprise, he doesn't flirt back with any of them. And then, in between our celebrations for him, the front door to the Marchant opens and Waltz rushes inside. "Where are Delora and Lady Parfait? I need to speak to them immediately."
Waltz, you're just in time. We're all...
Something's happened at the palace. The room goes quiet at Waltz's proclamation. A few people shift uneasily in their chairs. Some try to go back to conversation. Most people don't care what happens in the palace, but they can tell by the tone of Waltz's voice that it's bad. What's happened at the palace? An uprising. What? A coup, staged by witches. Witches have taken over the palace. The information is so sudden it makes me dizzy. I reach out to grab the table, and my hand lands on the wood before I can slip.
Witches have taken over the palace? An army of them?
No, only a few. Jurian strides across the room, followed quickly by Garland.
What's this about witches taking over? We have some of the best knights at the palace.
There's no way witches could break in under the palace guard, unless they have someone inside helping them.
Alcester?
No, Myth. Who are we talking about? You know him as Mithros. He uses a different name now. Sir Mithros, the king's advisor? He's a witch? There's no way Mithros is a witch. We would have known. Glamour. He used a glamour. Everything Waltz says suddenly gets swallowed up in questions. Jurian and Garland ask question after question while others start surrounding Waltz to ask him what happened to the king and his children. I try to step closer to listen, but I can't hear over the frantic voices in the room. Sir Mithros. I never trusted him, but I never thought he would be a witch. The room only quiets down when Delora and Parfait come to punctuate the conversation with their own demands for everyone to give Waltz space. The Marchant boarders are all taken into the reception room, where Waltz stands at attention, waiting to answer questions. He explains that he was looking into a rumor about Sir Mithros from only a few days ago, when he found out about the witches' uprising. It was a surprise attack orchestrated by Mithros, who let the witches in through a secret entrance to the palace. Alcester was killed during the uprising. Many knights were injured and are currently being tended to in clinics and hospitals around the town. After his explanation, I feel even worse than I did in the main room. I stare at Waltz, at a loss. What of Fritz? Fritz? Sir Alcaster's son, Fitzgerald. He was my personal knight. If Sir Alcaster was killed during the uprising, where did that put Fritz? Was he working with Sir Alcaster or with Sir Mithros? Did he escape? I'm so sorry, Princess. I haven't heard anything about a knight named Fitzgerald. Was he killed? The thought makes my heart plummet. No, Fritz could not possibly be dead. I have to believe he's still alive. I feel Chevalier's hand on my shoulder, briefly before it slides off.
Are any of the king's knights remaining at the palace?
If they are, they've either been forced to turn against the king, or they've been killed. Is Mithros sitting on the throne? No, he usurped the king, but hasn't taken his throne. Waltz turns to me as his expression softens. Princess, feel free to ask whatever you want. I'm sorry I didn't answer all your questions earlier. I have so many questions, but I suppose I'll ask them one at a time. What's happened to the king and the others? I'm not sure. From what I've heard, the king and his family, your family, are still alive. I never cared for any of my stepfamily, but hearing that they're okay is still a relief. Mithros may be keeping them prisoner for now. What's the glamour that Sir Mithros used? Delora steps in to answer the question. A glamour is a high-level magic used to conceal one's identity. It keeps even other witches from sensing you. Parfait cast the same magic on you shortly after you came to the tavern. It was to protect you from the evil witches. A glamour can only be conjured by the powerful witches. It sounds as if this witch had been using glamour to hide himself from the others. Do you know Mithros? It was a long time ago. We both shared the same teacher. Teacher? Wait. Waltz, are you a witch? Yeah. He smiles at me, but it's weak and does not reach his eyes. Myth was always very competitive. I thought he had died at the end of the Great War, but he's been in the palace this whole time. His disguise is so simple. I should have realized his name was so similar, but you couldn't have helped it. That's what the glamour does to you. Maybe if I wasn't cursed, if I had more of my magic, I would have been able to sense him. Who's claimed the crown? As of right now, no one. The king's been kicked off the throne, and Mithros has made a public announcement about usurping the throne, but he doesn't call himself king. Is he trying to win the throne over for someone? Myth has no one left. He was obsessed with our teacher, but she's gone. Maybe he has different alliances now.
Parfait's eyes look distant as she stares dismally down at the ground. If my curse were broken, I would charge in right now and destroy him. Waltz's expression becomes so dark it sends a shiver through me. It isn't like him to look so angry. We need to come up with a plan. Even if you weren't cursed, you still wouldn't be able to defeat Mithros when he has other witches with him. Witches are trickier to handle. Can't just be plunged through with a sword, eh? I agree with Karma. If all of us go in with swords and shields, we should be able to take the palace back. This is what we've been practicing for. Practicing? Even witches will die if you stick a sword through their heart, won't they? But getting to a witch who knows you're there is difficult. I must do something. Chevalier wraps his fingers around my wrist and frowns. Princess, this whole time I've been living at the March Inn. I was spared the fate of the royal family by sheer coincidence because I was cursed. I can't just sit here and do nothing while the kingdom falls to a witch. It fell to witches before and there were dire consequences. I can't continue to be passive. I won't let myself be like Mother. Princess, I'm Lucette Riella Britton, the Crown Princess of Angiel, and I will not stand by and watch when the kingdom is in turmoil. The room goes quiet at my statements. Chevalier's fingers loosen on my hand. I can see a ghost of a smile on his face, though it underlies his sorrow.
Spoken like a true princess.
Whether or not you want to help, Princess, you really can't. You won't be able to use magic until your 18th birthday. That's when you become the bearer. I can't let that stop me. I will find a way. The conversations in the room continue for a long while. At some point, it's said that volunteers are needed at the hospitals and clinics for the injured soldiers. Chevalier immediately volunteers. Only afterward does he look at me with regret. Princess, I'm sorry. For what? For putting my job before you. After all I just said, he told me he was going to try his best to change. Bria called him selfless before for putting his work before her, but you would be a fool not to. My life is not in any danger, and there are people who need you more than I do. Do what you do best, Chevalier.
Princess Lucette.
I promise you I'll do whatever I can to help, too. As the meeting disbands, I'm left standing there in quiet. The last to leave is Waltz, who promises me he'll make things right. I'm going to trust everyone, but I'm also not going to stand idle. I'll make things right somehow, as is my responsibility as Crown Princess. Chapter 9. The Witch Puppet.
Another long night.
The two of us are on our way back to the March Inn after visiting a clinic in town. We were there for hours, and it's a relief to be out in the open now, where I can feel the wind on my skin.
Are you okay, Princess? I know what you saw must have been difficult. I'm sorry I couldn't shield you from the majority of it.
I volunteered to help Chevalier at the clinic part-time, but it's worse than I expected. Many of the soldiers have severe wounds. I thought most of the injuries sustained by the knights during the upheaval were only minor, but I was wrong. Their injuries are much worse.
Princess?
He reaches out and laces his fingers through mine, then gives me a soft smile as he squeezes my hand.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. It's only been 1 day since the uprising at the palace. I thought there would be less blood. I was wrong. Is this what things were like after the Great War?
I wasn't a fully certified doctor after the Great War, but I was an assistant. It was far worse than this, Princess.
We can't have a repeat of the Great War. I don't know why Mithros would kill Sir Alcaster and take the throne without claiming a crown. But the witches already have a bad name and he's making it worse. I can't help but remember the wide smiles Mithros gave me when I was still living in the palace. Every time I felt his eyes on me, I felt there was something strange about him. There was always a cloudiness to his eyes, something unreadable. He was excellent at his job, but always an enigma outside of it. A sudden breeze chills my skin.
Let's go back before you freeze out here.
The two of us begin our walk back to the March Inn. Thoughts of the palace, the king, and my stepfamily cloud my mind. Since I've been staying at the March Inn, I haven't seen Rod once. I was never sure if it was because he was ignoring me, or if it was because he only wanted to speak to Parfait. Regardless, I hope Rod and his family are okay. I wouldn't wish this treatment upon anyone, not even the ones I hated. As we walk, I glance up at Chevalier, whose head is tilted skyward. I catch the glimmer of lights in his eyes and smile. Even for just a moment, I can forget about everything when I'm beside him. He has a way of taking the weight off my shoulders. But as the Crown Princess, I can't let others carry my burden for me. I must find ways to protect the others, even if it means putting myself in danger or harming someone in order to protect someone else. What do you think is the easiest and fastest way to kill someone? Chevalier's body goes rigid beside me. He stops to stare at me wide-eyed. I'm asking just in case I'm ever in danger. I've never fought anyone before. I can retaliate, but I don't know how to actually harm anyone. To kill someone is to end a life. It's stealing away a life that others might love. You bear the burden of that death for the rest of your life. I pull myself away from him. But Mithros is not an innocent man. Would you rather he kill the royal family instead? No, it's not that, princess. I know he must be stopped at any cost. It's just, I would never want you to have to kill someone. How would you know what it was like to kill someone? You've only ever helped people, not hurt them. You saw the soldiers in the clinic today. You saw how close some of them were to death. Did you see the hollow look in their eyes? I've seen that look many times. It's the look of a man who clings desperately to life. Every life is precious, and a life is still a life, whether it's vile or not. It's still a responsibility you have to bear. I know how valuable and fragile lives are, because I've helped so many people. We stand quiet for a few moments, facing each other. I know I'm at an odds with him. He speaks the truth, but I also know I speak my own version of the truth. The world is a place where only the strong survive. People are kind, but they will take advantage of those who are too caring. Bria told me Chevalier was so selfless he became selfish. She told me he never had anything because he gave everything to others. His kindness has hurt others, and I fear it has a likely chance to hurt him as well. What if his reluctance to hurt anyone causes him to be the one that's injured? Chevalier suddenly breaks the silence. Most people think that the easiest way to kill a person is to stab them through the heart. Those people would be wrong. He puts his hand over his heart and stares dismally down at the ground. He removes his hand briefly, but only to reach for mine. He takes my hand and settles it on his chest, slightly to the left. I can hear the beating of his heart beneath my palm. It's soft and gentle. What can you feel besides the beating of my heart? The ribs? Yes. In order to stab the heart, you'd have to get through the ribs. That's why most of the soldiers in there who got stabbed in the chest are still alive. If you want to quickly kill someone, you have to stab somewhere where it would be difficult to stem the blood from a wound. Do you have any idea where that might be? The neck? The skin on the neck is thinner, and you have lots of blood flow underneath the skin, going right to your head. It would most likely be easier to slice or pierce something more vulnerable in the neck without running into as much resistance. Chevalier raises an eyebrow. Did you happen to pick that up around the clinic? No, I just guessed. Then you have a bright mind, princess. There are many organs in the abdomen, right? And there are no ribs blocking the way? A good guess, but his eyebrows furrow. A person can still survive that kind of wound. You're actually likely to die faster if they stab you through the liver or some other major vein or artery. Still, what you're suggesting would allow people to live for a long while without treatment. Most would probably die from either infection or blood loss. The place you'd actually want to stab or slice is a part of the neck. Chevalier moves my hand to the side of his neck. My fingers curl slightly when I feel his heartbeat reverberate beneath my fingers. This part is where you can find the jugular vein and the carotid artery. He runs my fingers down the length of it and I shudder. A mischievous smile brightens his face. Not only does cutting at the neck stop blood from going to the head, but it also makes it spurt. If both the vein and the artery are cut, it only takes a minute to bleed to death. Thus, one of the best ways to kill a person would be through the neck. Why are you telling me all this now? I was just enlightening a new pupil with an anatomy lesson. You asked me a question and I responded as a teacher. Chevalier's fingers loosen on my hand, and I grasp his hand tighter in response. Princess, I don't want you to have to bear the burden of a murder. I promise that I'll protect you, so you don't have to defend yourself with violence. I can't use a sword or magic, and I don't know how to fight, but I'll always be there to protect you. I may not have an abundance of muscles beneath these sleeves, but I am a doctor. No one knows the body better than I, so though it may not be heroic, I know how to hurt a person. His sincere expression, though pained, tells me that he's telling the truth. I don't want him to hurt a person either. It would destroy everything he's worked towards as a doctor. He's seen so much suffering, yet always seems untouched by it. I'll do anything I can to protect his positivity. The merchant was quiet when we returned,
Everyone had already disappeared into their rooms, and so I went straight to mine. I also forced Chevalier to go back to his. He's been on his feet all day, and he needs the rest. I plopped down onto my bed as soon as we returned home. I glanced briefly to the side where Chevalier's bouquet is in the vase Parfait had given to me. Who is it? Parfait! Come in. You've returned. Parfait looks paler than normal. I realized with a start that Chevalier didn't tend to her at all today. Don't look at me like that. I'm fine. How are the soldiers at the clinic? Not good. Many of them have been gravely wounded. Some say they remembered magic. Others say they don't remember anything. A shadow falls over Parfait's expression as she sighs. So the circumstances are more dire than we thought. It's a good thing Chevalier is there to lend a helping hand. Did you all manage to come up with a plan? It's proving more difficult than we anticipated. Delora and I are willing to put ourselves in danger. Waltz is too, because he can use magic to a certain extent. The Knights and Karma have their blades, but Chevalier, I don't want to involve him in this. Because you're worried about him? Of course I am. You've grown, Princess. You remind me of a younger Hildir. Back then, Hildir was both calm and resilient. One moment, she could be smiling ear to ear. The next, she could be strict and unmovable as the coldest ice. The two of us were like sisters. We did so much together. We learned together, explored the kingdom together. I can say with all certainty, we were the best of friends. And then the fairy tales happened. When Hildir killed the first human, she was corrupted. Her darkness swallowed her whole. I don't remember a time before Mother was corrupted, so I can't imagine the woman Parfait describes. I know the old Hildir would have wanted to show you the beauty in things, Princess. She wouldn't want you to suffer. I'm sorry you became so embroiled in things. It was inevitable. If Delora hadn't cursed me, I'd still be in the palace, and I'd just be as helpless as everyone else. So while I'm out here, I have the responsibility to help everyone. I touched the incomplete glass slipper at my neck. I still haven't even done 3 good deeds. Don't look so sad. You'll complete your 3 good deeds and things will go back to normal. And of course, you'll still have friends here when you return. And come your 18th birthday, Delora and I will teach you about magic. Waltz is eager to help too. But for now, our top priority is a plan. Rest easy, Princess. Things will work out. It's hard to believe that this problem could be so easily solved. But I will try. When Parfait leaves, I'm left with my thoughts. I hope everyone at the palace is okay, and they can hold on until we come up with our plan. But I feel like we're already running out of time. Days go by and I find myself assisting Chevalier at times. Other times I remain at the margin to help conceptualize a plan. None of our plans have actually shown any promise yet, but with all of our minds put together, we should be able to come up with something. A week later, I find myself standing outside the clinic door, waiting for Chevalier. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, Princess. You can drop the title, you know. Lucette? But you are a princess in my eyes. Yes, but you don't need to address me by title. Just my name is fine. Chevalier reaches out to take my hand, then immediately pulls his hand back, eyes wide. Oh, I forgot it. Forgot what? The medicine that I needed for Parfait. Give me a moment, Lucette. Chevalier plants a quick kiss on my forehead before running inside. I stare at the stars as I wait. I turn, but see no one walking around the plaza. I inch closer towards the door of the clinic as I take another look around. Boo! I suddenly see the silhouette of a man. He takes a few more steps towards me, and then stops in front of me. I recognize him immediately. His appearance left quite an impression on me the last time. Out at night by yourself. Certainly you know that wolves prowl these streets at night. What do you want? I take a step back and press myself to the door. I reach for the door handle, but the man reaches out a hand to grab my wrist, holding it to the door. I'd say my answer to that question is complicated, Princess. By the expression on your face, I must have hit the nail right on the head, eh? You are the princess. How do you know who I am? That's part of the mystery, isn't it? I attempt to wrestle my wrist out of his fingers. Come with me quietly and you won't get hurt. I'm a scream for help. I refuse to go anywhere with him. I open my mouth to scream, but before I can even breathe, the man's hand flies to my mouth. You're a disobedient one, aren't you? I struggle against his grasp. It doesn't take long for the grin to fall from his face. It's replaced with a look that lacks any amusement. I enjoy seeing you struggle, but I'm afraid we've been out here for far too long. I bang my shoulder against the door and a resounding creak follows my attempt.
No more Mr. Nice Guy. The man opens a small vial right in front of my face. Something sweet wafts in the air, and I suddenly feel myself falling into darkness as I collapse. Where am I? I glance around me. My room. I look around cautiously, checking to see if anything in my room is different. The last time I was here was before I was cursed. How is it that this room is the same? Sleeping Beauty has awoken. I move to stand up before realizing that my legs are numb. Shame to see you so easily tamed, princess, and here I thought you would be fun. I glance up to look at the man, who's now standing right at my bedside. How do you know who I am? Are you a witch? A witch? Me? He bursts into laughter. I would rip the witches to shreds if I could. If he could, then you're cursed? The man simply smirks at me, but says nothing in response. He brushes the words aside with a gesture of his hand. Are you working for Mithros? Probably. I glare at his vague answer. My name is Varg, and I've been assigned to be your personal knight. I already have a personal knight. Oh, you mean Fritz? I got rid of him. You. No playing with the queen's daughter, Varg. Mithros enters the room. Now he stands in the doorway, eyeing both of us with a smile that's so oddly reminiscent of his usual one, it makes me sick. Mithros. Princess, you look more and more like your mother every day. Why, the scowl on her face is almost a perfect reflection. He moves to stand in front of me. At the same time, Varg begins to take slow and careful footsteps to the edge of my room. What have you done with everyone? Inconsequential or consequential? What? Mithros clicks his tongue impatiently. Inconsequential or consequential people? I narrow my eyes at him. I have no idea who he defines as inconsequential or consequential. Where are the king and the rest of my family? Where's Fritz? Were you the one who killed Sir Alcaster? Ah, both then. To start, your knight is gone, princess. I've replaced him with Varg here. And Alcaster. Well, we had a common cause at first. We both wanted the crown. Sir Alcaster was also betraying the king, but Alcaster was a brute. He wanted to needlessly kill the royal family and steal the crown for himself. At first I thought he was calm and calculating, but it turns out he was just a power-hungry fool. Though I did want to take the crown, I wanted to avoid the bloodshed of certain important people. Mithros smiles at me. It's a look that makes my blood run cold. So I disposed of him and the rest of his knights. Oh, but don't worry, princess. I assure you the rest of your family is resting in their rooms. Just like you're resting in yours. What? Don't worry. You'll see them shortly for dinner. I have my doubts about Mithros' story. But if what he said was true, then Sir Alcaster wanted to kill the royal family, and Mithros saved them. But then he decimated the knights and took the royal family hostage? Why would he do such a thing? They're prisoners, then. Prisoners in their own home? Nonsense. We're all just awaiting the queen's return together. The queen. Slowly I feel pieces beginning to fit together. The queen. He can't be talking about Ophelia. Delora. Do you think witches are capable of bringing back the dead? Mother's dead. Is she really? You can bring Mother back from the dead? We can, princess. We. The queen has been resting for a long time, waiting for you to gain your powers so that you can help her escape her prison. You're not making any sense. I struggle to keep my words from faltering. How's Mother alive? And what does he mean by a prison? The Tenebrarum is the queen's prison. It's linked to the queen's power, though others presumed she was dead. The queen sealed the last of her powers inside the crystal. All she requires is your power, princess. My power? When you become the next bearer, you'll have the ability to release the queen from her prison. My birthday's in a week. That's when I'm meant to take on the responsibilities of becoming the bearer. Though Parfait and Delora never went into more detail beyond that. You'll finally get to see your mother again, princess. I still can't quite take in everything he said. However, if Mithros has approached me before the curse, I would have helped Mother in a heartbeat. But it was Mother who was the last Tenebrarum bearer, and the one who brought darkness to Angiel. I once believed Mother was the only person who loved me. Now I know I was wrong. She shut me in from a world I should have known, but still, even now I wish she was here. I take a deep breath, but I can't afford to be selfish. I can't put anyone else in danger. I won't help you. You don't have a choice, princess. I've set the stage for my queen's return. All that's left is to free her from her cage. We'll speak more of this at the dining table. Mithros leaves the room, leaving me briefly with Varg. Varg smiles at me beneath his mask. then brings his index finger to the temple of his head and loops it. He mouths the word crazy. You said you'd tear witches apart, so why do you serve Mithros? A good question. You're not gonna answer me. How perceptive of you, princess. He smirks at me before following Mithros out the door. I'm once again left by myself in the room. Everything Mithros just told me swirls through my mind. My mother. Alive. And he killed everyone only to take the crown and keep it for her. A shudder runs through my body. She can't return. I spend the next hour looking around my room for things that might aid my escape. I know where everyone else's rooms are too, but I have no idea how heavily guarded they are, and I doubt I could help them. I must return to the margin. I test the window, but it's locked, probably with magic. I searched my shelves. The dolls that used to comfort me can do nothing for me now. Last I checked my drawers, but though there are many things in them, there's nothing that looks like it could help me escape. As I'm searching, I come across a box and pause to pick it up. I remember this. It was given to me by Mother with strict instructions not to open it and always keep the key hidden. I search the drawer again for the key. The moment I begin to set the box down, I see a small golden key at the bottom of the drawer. I pick it up and am about to open the box when I stop. This is hardly a priority right now. I set the key down next to the box. I should be searching for a way to escape. I turn to Varg's smiling face at the door. You look like a criminal who's just been caught doing something naughty, says the criminal himself. Maybe we're meant for each other. I narrow my eyes as he approaches. Behind his back, I can make out the open door. Don't even think about it. You don't want me to pounce you in the hallways, do you? That would be unpleasant. Varg grabs my wrist. I attempt to struggle free, but he holds tight to me. I'll be your escort to dinner tonight. I keep my head held high as Varg escorts me from the room. On the way to the dining hall, I glimpse the rest of the palace. It's mostly empty, save for a few soldiers. The soldiers that stand there have a glazed look in their eyes, and look right through me. Puppets. A spell cast by Mithros? Varg doesn't answer me as he pulls me through the hallway. Soon I find myself in the dining hall. The guards usually standing by the walls are gone. Now there's only the royal family, and they seem to be unharmed. You! I can see recognition in the king's eyes. My heart flutters as he stands or tries to. He manages to rise, but only just barely. I notice his feet stay firmly planted where they are. Everyone's bodies look exceptionally stiff. Is this some kind of spell? You're the girl that was outside my palace months ago. Mithros, what's the meaning of this? I notice that the king's not at the head of the table as usual. Everyone sits on the table's sides, except for Mithros who's at the far end. The king's seat, however, is clear. I simply brought back the crown princess. You should be thanking me, Gennaro. I've reunited you with your daughter. My daughter? The king raises an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. I can see in his eyes that he's loath to trust anything Mithros has to say. The king slumps in his chair as Varg leads me to a seat just beside Rod. I notice Emmeline sitting just to Rod's side. She forces a smile on her face, but I can see tears gathering in her eyes. Allow me to offer a more formal introduction for our guest, even though you all know her. Her name is Lucette Riella Britton, and she's the crown princess of Angio, and your blood daughter, Gennaro. The king looks at me again. This time, there's more uncertainty in his gaze. Prince Rod will tell you, won't he? Rod? Rod looks at me, his gaze quiet but expectant. I turn to the king and to the rest of my stepfamily. It's nice to meet you. There's no point in trying to convince the king of my birthright here and now. It would only confuse him more, and now's not the time or place. I glance at Mithros, who's smiling at me expectantly. Besides, Mithros must have a reason for insisting on my birthright right now. Most likely, he just means to confuse the king more. If that is the case, I won't play into such a petty scheme. My name's Lucette. Thank you for your kindness that one time. Rod looks shocked. I scowl at him before turning to look at Mithros. Mithros' smile is twisted into a frown. I feel proud at seeing him caught off guard. Lucette, what are you doing here? This is my chance to prove to them that I'm the princess. The king never believed me before, but here I can convince him. I am indeed the crown princess, Lucette Riella Britton. I told you before, your majesty, but I was cursed and you did not believe me. Now no one remembers who I am. I would remember my own daughter. I flinch. A pained look comes onto the king's face as he stares at me. Mithros is smiling slyly at the end of the table, looking pleased by the further confusion I've caused. Is his purpose to only confuse everyone further? What kind of mind game is he playing? Gennaro, she is undoubtedly your daughter. That's why she's in the room that you've been taking care of. What? The king's eyes widen. He looks at a loss for words. Princess, the king has been keeping your room clean and tidy for the sake of nostalgia, and he has no idea why. Magic works in interesting ways, doesn't it? I was wondering why my room was unchanged. But could it be that the king remembers me somehow? I look up at him, but he's already glanced away from me, his expression a complicated twist of confusion and helplessness. It seems that even the king doesn't fully understand. I turn to Mithros. It can work in both good and bad ways. Ah, yes. The fairy tale curse is terrible, isn't it? I catch Varg's eyes from the side of the room. He glances away from me, and I follow his gaze to the corners of the room. I hadn't noticed them before, but now I see cloaked figures hiding in the shadows. Witches. They must be the ones holding everyone in place if they try to escape. But not all magic is terrible. Like the magic we will use to revive the queen. You're insane. Hildir is mad. You have no right to refer to her by name. A sudden chill envelops the room. I can feel actual icicles on the table. I pull my hands away. Now, we are going to eat dinner, and we are going to enjoy it. And every day will be like this until the queen returns. Rod glares across the table at Mithros. Why? Why would we not enjoy dinners together? That's not what I meant. Why go through this charade day after day? I stare across the table at Mithros, glaring. I already told you before. I had to clear this place of traitors. Alcaster planned on stealing the crown, and I stole it back. But because the time of the queen's revival is so close, I've decided to keep the crown with me until I can return it to its appropriate owner. Queen Hildir is the true owner of the crown. I thought it best that we all wait out her arrival together. But know this, when my queen demands it, I will kill all of you. I simply refuse to act without her orders. This time, guards come into the room with food. They set it before us, and we're forced to eat beneath Mithros' watchful gaze, though I try to spot an opening in the dining hall. I can find no way out. This really is a prison. 2 days pass. I've been searching for ways out and trying to ease more answers out of Varg and Mithros. Neither of them is very forthcoming. Both enjoy speaking in riddles. Varg especially is an enigma. Whenever I try to ask him about Fritz, he smirks at me and remains silent.
What, not going to try asking me questions tonight?
I'm not gonna get any answers from Varg. And it's almost my birthday. I need to find a way out of here. I'm disappointed. You're the only fun I have in here, Princess. Maybe if I'm quiet, it'll leave me alone. If you're just going to be quiet and sulk, I guess I should be going. Remember, don't try anything funny. There are knights just outside your door. Varg bows mockingly. He leans down to pat me on the head before he turns and leaves. I can't give up. I once again begin to search through my room. Time's running out, and there's nothing I can do besides search for a way out. But I know if I leave the room, the knights will catch me immediately. If I had a weapon, I might stand a chance. I put my fingers to my neck and remember what Chevalier told me about it. Sleep. The sound comes from outside my door. It's a woman's voice. The door opens, and suddenly Chevalier and Delora are both in my room.
Princess!
I'm startled to see Chevalier standing before me, his eyebrows drawn over his eyes with great worry. And beside him stands Delora with her arms crossed.
Well, aren't you a sight for sore eyes? We're here to stage a daring rescue.
I rush to Chevalier and wrap my arms around him. He puts a hand on the small of my back and smiles down at me.
We're going to get you out of here, Princess.
How did you both get in here?
With the power of magic.
Dramatic, even at a time like this. The two exchange a look before looking at me seriously. Parfait, Waltz, the Knights, and Karma are all here. We thought we'd just be fighting witches, though. We weren't expecting the Knights.
No matter what we said, we couldn't get through to them.
They're under a spell. Mithros. He wants us to release Mother. Both of them look at me with confusion. What? Mother's still alive, just inside the Tenebrarum. Mithros wants to bring her back. That is impossible.
The queen is still alive?
Chevalier looks worried while Delora's expression is more rigid and resolute. We cannot let that happen. I don't know how the queen would be alive in the first place, but, well, we'll worry about that later.
Right. We have time later to discuss the specifics of everything. But right now, we need to get out of here.
Everyone's keeping the guards and witches busy for you, Princess. I'll distract Mithros. Chevalier, I'm counting on you to get the princess to safety.
That's why I'm here. Princess, can you guide me through the palace?
I can't just leave everyone here. Don't worry, Garland is seeing to saving your family. No. I can't just leave everyone in the march in here to do things for me.
Lucette, we can't afford to lose you. I told you I'd do anything to protect you, and I will.
The sooner you're safe, the sooner we'll have the advantage. You are the legitimate heir to the throne and the next Tenebrarum bearer. You can't let yourself remain in Mithros' hands. The situation is indeed most dire, so for now, we must hurry. I nod my head feebly. Without another word, the three of us head towards the door. Delora exits first and stops immediately. I almost run into her. I glance through the doorway and see Varg waiting just outside, holding a blade across Delora's neck. Delora holds up her hand and deflects the sword as it slides harmlessly past her neck. Varg slides away, still holding out his sword. His usual smirk is half-hearted at best. Get out of our way. You are awfully demanding, aren't you? Pretty please? No can do, my lady. Shame. Looks like I'll have to destroy that pretty mask of yours, along with everything else underneath. Delora holds up her hand and summons a wall of electric orbs. With a flick of her wrist, she sends them rushing through Varg, who dodges with surprising speed. Varg's movements appear sluggish, but I've seen his fast reflexes. He's playing with Delora, even though I don't think he has the advantage. He drops the sword, and for a few moments, I feel Delora has the advantage. Then suddenly, he raises the cane he usually holds at his side and taps it on the ground. A burst of smoke escapes from the bottom of it, shrouding the room. An enchanted cane. You're not the only one with tricks up your sleeve. Delora, Chevalier, get out of here. Let's go, princess. Chevalier takes my hand in his and begins to lead me away. I turn to glance back at Delora and Varg and realize that while Delora is completely on the offensive, Varg does nothing but dodge. It's as if he's trying to buy time for something. I banish the thought from my head as Chevalier pulls me down the hall. How rude! Haven't you heard of chivalry? I spot Karma still in his dress, holding a sword out at the man in front of him. When the man lunges, Karma dodges back and grunts as his back comes to the wall. I suppose chivalry is dead then. He steps off to the side as the possessed knight attacks him with his blade. The sword catches his dress, but doesn't hinder him from stepping forward and aiming a jab with his sword beneath the knight's armor. The knight keels, but the sword doesn't fall from his hand. Karma looks up at us sharply. What are you doing just standing there? Move! It takes me a moment to realize that just as I was frozen, so too was Chevalier. His face is pale as he grabs my hand again and once again starts rushing me down the other end of the hall. Chevalier's steps are wider than mine, and I have to struggle to keep up, but the further we go down the hallway, the more apparent it becomes. There are too many obstacles in the way. We pass Jurian and Garland as we move too, and they manage to clear a path for us. These knights, will they not stop moving until Mithros is defeated? I hope the king and everyone else is safe. As we pass Jurian and Garland, I tell them where the royal family is, but I have no way of knowing if the words reach their ears amidst all of the sound. Chevalier? So the stab wounds in the armor that I saw earlier were from the knights themselves. But why would they battle each other? What? The punctures in the armor that we saw at the clinic. The stab wounds in the gut and at the arms. Chevalier's eyes are so distant. It's as if he's looking right through me. They were... We need to keep moving. I take his hand and lead him forward. I don't know what he's talking about, but we can talk about this later. Right now we have to escape. We're closer to the palace entrance when we see them. A group of knights stand in two lines on both sides of the hall, facing each other. At the far end of the hallway stands a gaggle of witches, and in between them Mithros. Good evening. Did you enjoy your stroll around the palace? Chevalier immediately moves to stand in front of me. The cloudiness is gone from his eyes, but what leaves his mouth is not a demand, but a question. How could you do this? How? It was quite easy, actually. You know what I mean. Why would you make the knights fight one another? What a foolish question. Obviously, it's because they're inconsequential. On a stage, some pawns exist as easily replaceable extras. I'm interested in keeping only the actors. In the grand scheme of things, the extras aren't needed. In fact, I can make them do whatever I need in order to get the best outcome. He snaps his fingers and the knights raise their swords. I tense, thinking that the knights are going to turn to us, but they never do. Here's an interlude for you to enjoy. The knights are attacking each other. The sound of metal ringing against metal fills the air. The knights' swords arch, dive, and stab. Mithros watches from behind them, the sly smile never leaving his lips. The two of us can only stand there, stunned into silence. It isn't long before we can see red. The smell of blood begins to linger in the air, as swords cut through flesh. Abruptly, I snap to my senses. I attempt to move forward, but Chevalier remains firmly grounded. Chevalier, I heard many things about the doctor working at the clinics. I heard he was a volunteer who assisted in helping the injured during the Great War. I also heard, until just recently, he'd been cursed. I knew immediately upon seeing you, you were that volunteer. I suppose it's unavoidable that you and the princess know each other, but to think you would be so close. Chevalier just stares blankly ahead. He looks almost like he's under a spell. His eyes are glazed. I continue to call his name. His eyes follow the sword movements of the knights, and he does not even spare me a glance. Have I unraveled the doctor? Chapter 10. Not Like Mother. Chevalier, don't listen to him. Just look at all of these men you can't save. All of these men dying before your eyes. Chevalier, we have to get away from here. How many people have you really saved? In the grand scheme of things, you have no talent. That's why you sought help from a witch. Mithros' voice is oddly calm, and I can feel some sort of presence in the air that's different from normal. A knight plunges a sword through another's gut, causing him to lose his sword. The sword skitters across the floor, gleaming underneath the moonlight. I look desperately at Chevalier, and realize that the magic's already working its way into him. He doesn't see anyone except for Mithros, who's still smiling at him from behind all the knights. I glance at the sword, remembering what Chevalier taught me. Mithros is unguarded right now, but I have better judgment than that. And I told Chevalier that I was going to steer clear of the burden of taking someone's life. I have a promise to keep. I gaze up at Chevalier and realize that this was how he looked every time he regained a memory. Like he was stuck in his own mind. There's only one thing I can think of to get him out of this trance. I clench my hand into a fist, and I punch Chevalier in the face. Ow! Gods, my face! Impossible! Chevalier's eyes clear, and when he looks at me I can tell he's distraught, but his eyes are seeing the present. Sorry, I thought I lost you. I suppose I needed that, didn't I? Chevalier smiles sheepishly. It's fleeting and gone by the time we both turn to Mithros again. Chevalier looks straight past the still fighting knights. If this bothers him, which it must, he hides it beneath a neutral expression. How did you break my spell? You can't even use any magic. She didn't break it with magic. She broke it with the power of love. I stare at him skeptically. We both know it's not true, and I know Chevalier well enough to know that he doesn't mean it, but Mithros looks furious. Love? Ha! As if some fairy tale love could save you from this predicament. Princess, you're a witch. We feed off negativity, off of chaos and loathing. Love serves us no power. Life is about balance. Lucette taught me that. And though I might not be able to uphold a balance of negatives and positives myself, I'm at least going to try. You could try to do the same. Maybe look beyond your depressing life and start reaching for something that gives you happiness. Something that won't plummet you back into the same darkness. Mithros snaps his fingers, and the knights all freeze. Then they turn to us, swords raised. I do not need to be lectured by some lovesick fool. By all means, cling to your love. I'll show you how fragile it is. Witches don't need love. Mithros holds out his hands, and the knights begin their steady, deadly march towards us. Chevalier takes my hand and pulls me back, but I see my opening in the narrative. Mithros enjoys inflicting pain with his words, and I can do the same. If you don't need love, if you don't need affection, then why are you doing all of this for Mother? I am not. You're doing it to be recognized. Why? Every student wants to impress their teacher. His words are calm, but there's a desperation in them. Mother was Mithros' teacher? I had thought he was just reviving her as another witch, but do you know Mithros? It was a long time ago. We both shared the same teacher. Teacher? Wait, Waltz, are you a witch? Yeah. Waltz was Mother's student? No, I can't think about that now. But I can use this to my advantage. I don't remember Mother's students in the least, but one of them turned out right, the other didn't. And I can see the bitterness in you. It's the same bitterness I held. Only yours goes deeper. You won't sway me with your foolish words. The knights begin to rush us. Their run is more of a pathetic shuffle given the harmed state that they're in. But this doesn't slow them down. We're going to run, but trust me, Princess. I'll protect you no matter what happens. He grabs my hand and we wait. I can see Chevalier's eyes darting around, and he searches for an opening. I can feel the pulse of his quickened heartbeat through his hand, and I know he's panicking. Suddenly, there's a massive, luminescent gold wall in front of us. The knights stumble right into it, their swords hitting the bright barrier. Are you two okay? Parfait rushes to stand in front of us. Mithros' expression is a cold, angry glare. He measures the situation with critical eyes, and then he turns away and begins to dart down the hall. Ugh. Parfait collapses to one knee, arms still outstretched to maintain the barrier. Delora appears. She's flustered and bleeding in one arm, but she still stands straight. Delora holds up her hand and summons fire. Put down the shield, Parfait. I have this. Parfait releases the shield and the magic projectiles shoot out at the knights. The two edge the knights back through the hallway, but I can see Parfait growing weaker and weaker by the moment. Parfait takes a deep shuddering breath as she tries to stand. When she falls yet again, Chevalier takes a step forward and looks at her urgently. Lady Parfait! I'm fine, don't fuss. Her breathing is labored, but she still manages a smile. I fought in the Great War. This is nothing. She looks at me and Chevalier. You two need to leave. But you're fine. I just need to gather my energy. A spell from Delora sends the knights sprawling to the ground after she creates a heavy downpour of rain that quickly turns into ice. You two keep going. The entrance is clear. I notice the witches that had been standing behind Mithros approach us now. Delora stands at the ready. I can tell she's hiding a great amount of stress behind her smirk. Parfait slowly gets to her feet. We fight together, Delora. There's no one I'd rather have fighting by my side, Faye. Come on, princess, while we still have an opening. We head around the side. Parfait erects a shield to protect us from any magic that comes our way, and Delora summons a whirlwind as a distraction. Ow. My foot's grazed by fire magic, causing me to stumble, but I force myself into a limping sprint regardless. This is nothing. At the entrance, I pause in the middle of the room. The main entrance hall is eerily silent, and then I see Mithros edging his way into the king's throne room. He's holding tight to Emmeline. He notices me, watching and smiles. Then he disappears into the throne room. We have to follow him. Princess, he has Emmeline. Chevalier's posture and expression are indecisive, but mine are not. I know Mithros is baiting me, but I can't leave her alone. My gaze moves around the hallway as I search for other knights. The place is empty, but it's not long before we hear footsteps. I tense at the sound, and Chevalier holds tightly to my hand. Then suddenly, as the figure draws near, I recognize him, even if he seems a completely different, older person. I finally found you. Waltz? You broke your curse. But how? Chevalier stares at him in awe.
I now dub you Waltz the Big.
There was never a Waltz the Small. Waltz shakes his head. And I broke my curse unexpectedly. I actually found the item I need while I was searching around, but I can explain more later. For now, we have to go after Mithros. Do you know where he is? He's in the throne room. Mithros stands in the middle of the empty throne room, holding Emmeline to him. He has his hands around her neck. No sudden moves, you three, or this girl dies. And I do know how much death bothers you. With a start, I realize he's talking to Waltz. All three of us are frozen. Myth, traitor. Why can't you see that Hildir wasn't trying to teach us? She was trying to corrupt us. Silence, traitor. You betrayed her. During the war, you betrayed our own teacher. Betrayed? Hildir was corrupted. She can't be saved. How dare you use her name? Mithros' fingers tighten on Emmeline's throat. I can see the tears running down her face. Her sobbing is quiet, but it still reaches my ears in the silent room. Varg! Varg appears from the darkness, as he did before. He smiles at all of us from behind Mithros, eyes glinting mischievously. You didn't finish the job.
You were awfully vague when you told me to take care of them. You know, most people would assume that meant entertaining them and offering them refreshments.
Obey me. Varg turns to us. He draws the sword he used earlier, his smile fading. I think I see something like pain in his eyes, but then I think it might be my imagination. He looks stoic as he moves towards us. When Waltz moves, Mithros' hands tighten over Emmeline's neck, and she cries out. Chevalier watches everything quietly. The concern in his eyes is muted by the urgency. I follow his gaze around the room, wondering what he's searching for.
Myth, is it? You were injured during the Great War. I tended to you once, stabbed in the stomach. You needed stitches for it.
I feel Mithros' confusion before I see it. For just a few moments, though, his gaze is centered on Chevalier, his eyes probing him for information.
No one came for you. Your teacher must have thought you were too weak, that you would die.
Mithros' hands fly away from Emmeline's neck as he lunges toward Chevalier with a snarl, his expression mad. The room breaks out into chaos again. I feel the rise of magic beside me as Waltz readies a spell. The tension in Chevalier's body as he prepares to shield me, and lastly, I see Varg zip across the room. Everything goes white. When I look up, I see Waltz standing in front of me with a shield. Mithros' hand lies flat against the shield, and I can feel the heat of his magic. Varg lies on the ground beside his fallen sword, unconscious from the impact of magic. Even Chevalier is on his knees. I rush toward the sword at the same moment Waltz pushes Mithros back onto the ground. Then, sword in hand, I stand above Mithros and aim it at his neck. The blade touches his skin without sinking into it. Emmeline's hiding behind the throne, staring out at the scene with shock on her tear-stained face. Will you kill me? Mithros' smile is a mere shadow of itself.
You saw the soldiers in the clinic today. You saw how close some of them were to death. Did you see the hollow look in their eyes? I've seen that look many times. It's the look of a man who clings desperately to life. Every life is precious, and a life is still a life, whether it's vile or not. It's still a responsibility you have to bear. I know how valuable lives are, because I've helped so many people.
That desperation is in Mithros' eyes now. A man that clings to life. It would be so easy to slice his throat. I've seen so much bloodshed on this night, and it was all caused by Mithros. If I kill him, I can stop all of it, but that would make me no better than Mother. I drop the sword. Mithros actually stops to stare at me in shock. I'm not like Mother. I won't kill you out of revenge. No sooner had I said those words that I felt a sudden heat in my chest. My hand instinctively reached up to grab the necklace around my neck, and then there's a bright light. When the light clears, a new source of light catches my eyes. I stop to stare down at my feet, which are in glass slippers that shine so brightly they sparkle even in the dim light, but I have no time to admire the shoes, or the weight that's fallen off my shoulders. I barely recognize that the fairy tale curse has been broken. Emmeline rises from beside the throne and screams, "Lucette, watch out!" Mithros has grabbed the sword with his hand, turned it around, and is aiming it at my chest. It hits a barrier. Parfait stands beside me once more, her face devoid of any color. I didn't see her rush in here. She takes a step forward, as if to shield me. "Out of my way!" Mithros draws the sword back and plunges it again at the shield. This time the blade is coated with darkness. It pierces the already flimsy shield, and the blade goes through Parfait's heart. "Parfait!" Parfait grabs the blade and narrows her eyes at Mithros. "I'm sorry Hildir didn't appreciate you." Something swells inside of me as I stare at Parfait. The sword is impaled in her, and I can see her eyes go glassy. I can't speak, can't even breathe. Waltz rushes forward with his magic and pins Mithros forcefully to the ground. He raises his hand, but it never comes down in time. A sword strikes past his shoulder, right at Mithros' neck. When I turn, it's Chevalier that's holding it. His body shakes. His tears run down his cheeks. Mithros holds his neck as Chevalier holds up the blade and throws it behind him. Out of the corner of my eyes, I catch movement that can only be Varg, but I don't care. "Lady Parfait, don't move. We can take the sword out. We can..." But I see a hopelessness in Chevalier's expression, and I know that whatever wound Parfait took was lethal. I can see it in his eyes. I can see it in Parfait's. There's no need to fuss. When Parfait falls, Waltz grabs her and puts his hand to the hilt of the sword. Chevalier crumples beside her. He stares at the blood staining her dress with sorrow. I start to cry. "Lucette, don't regret this. I'm proud of you." The room's quiet, even with the newcomers that arrive. The knights and Karma watch the scene from the sidelines, all with grim looks on their faces. Last to arrive is Delora, who sits down beside Parfait with her lips pulled into an uptight frown. Her face is stern, but I can tell it's a mask. "Parfait, that look doesn't suit you, Delora. I told you to stay back. Had I not been here in time, the princess would have..." Her words fall apart as she begins to cough. Delora leans over her and shakes her head. "I'm sorry I didn't come sooner. Everything is as it should be, Delora." Parfait cranes her neck to look up at me. "Wipe away your tears, Lucette. What you did was a good deed. You spared a man's life, but life's not a fairy tale. Humans are good and bad." "No, it isn't. But the fear of death makes a life even more valuable. Don't worry, princess. I chose this." Parfait smiles. It's mystifying to see her smile when her body's slowly crumbling away in Waltz's grasp. Parfait's body is what gives out first. Her eyes go next. They remain focused on me, still smiling. Her body begins to glow as her body slowly fades away. "Parfait! Parfait!" Delora turns away. Even if she's not shedding any tears, it's clear that she's heartbroken. She closes her eyes and releases a shaky sigh. "Sweet dreams, my friend." I don't know how long we all stay in that room, mourning the loss of Parfait. Karma, Jurian, and Garland eventually spread out to search for any remaining danger. At some point, they return with the king and the rest of the family. My reunion with my family is half-hearted. I don't know what to say to people that I hated only months ago. Despite the quiet, they all take me in with open arms. The king stays by my side long after the others have left. Karma and the knights return to the march-in to tell the others the news. Waltz goes to search the palace for any remaining resistance. Only Delora, Chevalier, the king, and I remain. Chevalier cries. I've never seen him cry before, but his heartbreak is my own. What happened was a nightmare, but it eventually ended. Last night, Varg escaped the throne room. No one saw where he disappeared to in all of the chaos. I'm beginning to believe that his faint was a trick, since the night had left everyone so tired. We were offered rooms in the palace. I came to my room with Chevalier, where the two of us attempted to comfort each other with words. Chevalier was especially shaken, being the one to kill Mithros. He was in tears for a long time. I'm pretty sure I must have fallen asleep sometime when we were talking, but I'm lying in my bed, underneath the covers, and though I think for a few moments that it must be a figment of my imagination, it's not. Chevalier is definitely lying right next to me, sleeping beneath those same covers. How did this happen? I put off the recollection of the previous day to stare at Chevalier's face. His glasses are off, and without them his face seems strangely empty. He looks vulnerable, almost like a child, except his features are too handsome for that. What am I thinking? I slowly put my hand to his cheek and flinch when his eyebrows crease. Moments later, his eyes open. They're foggy this early in the morning. What's this? Have I been woken by my princess? Usually it's the princes that wake their princesses. I'll always wonder how he manages to keep smiling like this. Even when he's in pain, he forces a smile. But you're no prince, and I'm not some damsel princess. Chevalier closes his eyes again and sighs. There's only one way to break the spell of sleep. I flush as his lips curl into a mischievous smile. Still, his eyes don't open. I think about what happened last night. Parfait and Mithros' death. Varg's escape. Everyone else's heartbreak. Before I have to relive the burden, I can afford to lose myself in some happiness. I lean forward to kiss his smile. I break away from Chevalier, startled. Princess? How distressing. Waltz the Big ruins everything. I quickly slip out of bed and Chevalier sits up and puts on his glasses with a yawn. Good morning, Princess. And his eyes widen when he sees Chevalier. Are you so tired that words have abandoned you, Waltz? No, I wanted to see if the princess was doing okay. If you were both alright, actually. He pauses to look at us, his eyebrows furrowed in thought. Though I can imagine just how tongue-tied you must be. You should speak if you have something to say. Waltz sighs. I didn't want to bring this up so soon, but it's been on my mind the whole night. It's just, you didn't have to kill Myth. That was my job. Your job. I doubt that. Besides, I didn't want to kill him. It was a reaction. The room goes silent for a few moments as Chevalier stares down at the floor. He told me before that lives were valuable. That's why I tried to save Mithros. But in the end, my sparing his life forced Chevalier to carry the burden of his death. He's already told me it's not my fault. Parfait said that what I did was a good deed, but still, killing Mithros saved us more casualties. I hope I can convince Chevalier of that. Most likely, he'll wrestle with that guilt for a long time. I turn my attention back to Waltz and will the questions to the back of my mind for the time being. Waltz, there are questions I need to ask you. About how he broke his curse. About Mother being his teacher. About Mithros. There's so much to ask him. I don't even know where to start. We have plenty of time for explanations now, Princess. After your birthday, Delore and I will pick up your magic education. But for now, you should rest. I'll give you the full story of my apprenticeship and curse another day. But Princess Chevalier, I just thought I'd let you know that when Parfait came into this battle, she expected to die. She told all of us that while we were sitting around and trying to plot a rescue plan. I glance at Chevalier, who nods quietly. Was it because of her frailty after the Great War? Or did Parfait somehow have a feeling? Oh, also, congratulations on breaking your curse, Princess. Chevalier sits up straight, his eyes narrowed behind his glasses. Waltz, I was supposed to congratulate her first. Chevalier stands and kisses me promptly on the cheek. My cheeks flush, and even Waltz looks embarrassed. Congratulations, my sweet. It was all very dramatic when your curse broke. There was this bright light and... Wait, why was there no bright light when I broke my curse? Both Waltz and I burst into laughter. Chevalier just sighs dramatically. He leans against my shoulder, and I do not protest. I have a feeling that getting through the memory of last night might be easier with him here. If anyone can put a smile on my face, it's Chevalier. We hope to see you again at the Marchen soon, Princess. I will be back. After all, I have friends there. Did I speak falsely? No, of course not. It's the truth. Anyway, I need to get going. I've explained what happened to your father, but you should talk with him privately soon. After everything that happened last night, speaking to the king is the last thing on my mind. But I suppose it must be done. Thank you, Waltz. And you, Chevalier, might want to ask for a guest room. But no bed is as comfy as the princess's. I nudge him without realizing it, but Chevalier just laughs. We promise Waltz that we'll see him and everyone else in the Marchen soon. Afterwards, Waltz hurries out and shuts the door. My eyes go to the edge of my bed, where something shiny catches my eyes. The glass slippers are a reminder of everything that happened yesterday, of the fact that life goes beyond just black and white. Good and evil are subjective. In the end, life is gray, Mother, both good and bad. But even so, even though fairy tale endings can't exist, I still want to live my life with everyone else. Mithros centered his life around a single person. He was selfish. I'll become someone better than him. Thinking about Mithros makes me remember something. Chevalier, Yesterday you said that you took care of Mithros during the Great War, that no one came for him. Was that true? I don't know, Lucette. He acted like it was, though, didn't he? So you never knew Mithros? Nope, didn't know him at all. I don't know if I would have been able to strike him down if I did. I don't know what burden he carried, but it seemed heavy. I only guessed at what I could say to distract him. I'd heard rumors of a strong witch that went abandoned for many years. That may have been him. It might not have been. So deception exists in everyone. But it's not entirely what Mother said it was. My birthday's tomorrow. I sit in the throne room speaking to my father, who's listened to my tale with patience. When it's over, he looks at me sadly. I owe you an apology, Lucette. The whole time you've been on your own, and I couldn't do a thing for you. You can now. Starting first by explaining what happened between you and Mother. You knew she was a witch. I did. You did too, before she forcefully erased your memories. I tried reaching out to you many times when you were a child, but my efforts were met with resistance. Still, I can't excuse myself for what I've done. I truly abandoned you, and I'm sorry for that, Lucette. I'll explain the story to you, if you give me time. For now, I would very much like to mend my bond with you. To be honest, the king still angers me. He only apologizes now after all of this has come to light. Whether or not I was difficult to speak to, he still had an obligation to seek me out. He's still late to care, but he's still my father, and I can forgive him. I can learn to trust him again. It'll take some time, but I'd like to mend our bond. I'd also like to try speaking with Emmeline, Rod, and Ophelia, but that will take time. The king smiles at me. It's one of the first honest smiles I've seen from him in years. We have time, all the time in the world, and we'll mend our family bond. I promise. As I turn to leave the room, the king calls out to me, Lucette, I'm proud of you. More proud than any other father in the realm could ever be of his child. After what happened, we searched for Fritz, but he had vanished. Mithros and Varg said that they had replaced him, but they never said anything about what happened to him. We searched endlessly, but to no avail. All I can hope is that he's safe, and that I'll reunite with him again in the future. Oh, Waltz's performance today was amazing. Don't you agree, Mr. Chevalier? I agree. You ladies looked especially charming with so many lilies floating around you. Oh my. He always speaks like that, don't mind him. It's been a month since the events at the palace. My birthday's come and gone. Now my life begins. I've been practicing magic with Waltz and Delora, attempting to bond with my family, and visiting the Marchen when time allows me to. Anise was overjoyed to see me visiting often. Since Chevalier operates from there as a doctor, I visit often. Mostly though, he clings to me like a leech. Oftentimes I find him in my bed when I could have sworn he was sleeping in another room for the night. Sometimes at night he has nightmares of blood on his hands and of Mithros' death, and at those times I'm glad to be sitting right beside him, so I can promise him that things are alright. As for the fairy tale curse, I have no idea how Lucette puts up with you. Rod's voice comes out from between his lips. Now he can actually speak. Since the fairy tale curse was tied to Mother's still living soul in the crystal, her disappearance and my taking her place immediately caused the root to vanish. I've been working for days to break everyone's fairy tale curses with magic, and when I'm done, no one in this kingdom will have to suffer from it ever again. And now the Marchen's not just a place reserved for the cursed. Now it's open to the public. Lucette enjoys it though. She finds my poetic weavings to be the best in the kingdom. What he means to say is I can only put up with them because of our relationship. Loving someone so much you can put up with their nonsensical poetry. I thought you were the nice one, Princess Emmeline. No, she has a point. Emmeline focuses her attention on a musician standing off in the distance. She points excitedly, then rushes after them, pulling her brother with her. Her guards follow. Ever since the incident at the palace, we've had more security. I don't blame the king, though it can be tiring at times. Luckily, he's more lax with me. When I told him Chevalier was going to be with me, he settled with having Emmeline and I share the guards, and so I get to be alone with Chevalier often. Father was wary of him at first, until he found out he was a renowned doctor. Now he and Chevalier get on well enough. Chevalier takes a step closer to me, and I place my hands around his arm. I'm no prince, nor am I a knight in shining armor. I'm just a doctor. A doctor who has been blessed with the most beautiful woman in this world. Chevalier begins to lead me through town again. He's one of the only constants in my ever-changing life. He's the one that will always make me smile. And we share a burden. The burden of a friend's death. He's more burdened with nightmares than I am. And while I wish I could do more to help, I can at least listen to him. Just like he listens to me. No matter the burden,
it can be overcome.
Lucette,
Yes?
I love you. More than anything in this world.
I love you too. We share one kiss, ignoring the spectators in the town with a shared smile. Then we follow after Emmeline.